sound quality when I come in because I've got a horrible sort of crackling in the headset when the music's playing, but I'm not sure it will be when it's not. Hello and welcome to Whilton Mill, round 10 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship, and the first time that drivers have an opportunity of wrapping up their respective championships one weekend early. There is a caveat to that. The championship regulations do state that drivers must attend all rounds to be eligible for championship positions, but points-wise, drivers will be able to wrap up their respective championships today. The first of which will be Might E, as they make their way out onto circuit. Our cadet variant will be out later on. These are the smaller ones, the Bambino. Oliver Reynolds, yesterday's final winner, will start from pole position today after qualifying this morning. He has the UK plate of EJ Deere alongside him, Max Tetlow and Joshua Chung in front of Aidan Castleman and the championship leader Luca Peed. Ray Furdy starts P7, Teddy Veselovsky alongside him on row number 4, Eli Parkhouse and Cruz Rogers with Harry Foley and Jax Wilmington on row number 6. Archie Watkins starts P13, Astro Matthews with him alongside on row 7. Jack Voss and Dax Miller with Fraser Payne and Arton Odula are on row 9. Not sure we've got Arton Odula on track. We'll keep an eye out for that Ayrton Senna replica helmet, but 17 drivers went over the timing line, which is just after the dummy grid entrances on the right hand side there, near the first of the marshals posts on the right hand side. So field making their way round. Standing start for our Might E's. Good morning to everybody in the live chat already. Asking, will Zane's race be broadcast live here? Yes, it will. He is in Micromax. I'll let you know when that's coming up. Next up is iArmy M1, then it's Coma C50, and then we start moving into our cadet classes. So sit tight, enjoy the racing until then, and we will see how Zane goes. 7 minutes on the clock for heat number 1. Good start by Oliver Reynolds, but EJ Deere is going to try and draw alongside in the yellow and purple liveried UK plated car. Always seems to qualify well, and he's got a good start as well. He moves down the inside, and the whole train, there's a little bit of contact there as they squeeze across on Max Tetlow in the 57. We've got one skimming the grass on the outside in the that was a 79 potentially of Astro Matthews, taking a little bit to the grass, but it'll be EJ Deere who will lead us down the hill. So we've got a spin for the W plate of Archie Watkins on the run up towards Ashby, a downhill off camber right hand hairpin. And already Luca Peed from P6 is up into 3rd place now. Will have been the first one out of the dummy grid gate this morning because the drivers exit, and there's a bit of side-by-side there as Oliver Reynolds tried to get alongside EJ Deere, and that's going to lose him at least 3 places, could well be 4, because Max Tetlow is going to try and draw around the outside of him up towards the timing line. But the drivers leave for qualifying in their championship order, which means Luca Peed would have effectively dragged the entire field round with him. But now is in 2nd place, had a good chat with his dad this morning on the dummy grid as they were heading out for qualifying for Luca Peed. And I mentioned yesterday in the Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live, stationary yellow in the middle of the circuit, that I wonder if he'd been just given the let's bring this home without any issues and pick up some points for the championship charge. But the conversation with his dad this morning was, we're just going to go all out for it, and whatever happens, happens. The 98 is the kart that's slow and rolling to a halt. That's why we've got the yellow flag. That's Jax Wilmington. It's the field trip the timing line once again. These heats come thick and fast at 7 minutes plus 1 lap, particularly for our smaller classes that lap beyond the 1 minute mark. They don't have the same number of overtaking opportunities, as one is going to be created there by Luca Peed as he moves through to the front of the pack. Oliver Reynolds is going to try and move back towards the front as well, but he's now got Joshua Chung in third place in number 42. Deera's going to come back down the inside of Luca Peed. Peed doesn't really defend that, and now we'll tuck in. We've got stationary yellow still as everybody does stay in line. They do fan out. We're past it now as we run up towards the boot. There is the green flag, and Luca Peed goes down the inside to retake that lead. Top 7, nose to tail, down to now Max Tetlow, who's been overtaken on the previous lap by the 46 of Aidan Castleman. Fastest lap of the race by Eli Parkhouse in number 24, as he's going to try a little look down the inside of Oliver Reynolds, but that is largely as well just to hold off Max Tetlow, trying to get alongside him in that run up towards the Eli Parkhouse as well, in that run up towards Christmas Corner. Parkhouse is going to be on the outside here, and that's a good opportunistic move by Aidan Castleman in the 46. Carried all the speed, maybe a little bit too much, as he went into the left rear quarter of Oliver Reynolds, but there was no harm done, and he's picked up another place. Moves himself up into P5. .240 on the clock as it's all changed in the top left-hand corner. And Luca Peed will be helped slightly wide round the... Oh, that's going to be a little bit tight, as Peed didn't realise Chung was on the outside of him. Always a staple of racing here, really, at Whilton Mill, is if you end up on the outside at Christmas Corner, it's very unlikely, unless there's only two of you, that you're only losing one place. There is a train of carts that will come down your inside, and sometimes it's best to just realise that on this occasion it's not going to work out for you. Peed will make places up here, I can guarantee it. Just by other drivers, he's done that all season. He's just put his car in the right place. The way he anticipates that how traffic is going to pan out in front of him is well beyond his years. When the time comes that he moves up into cadet, be that through electric powered machinery or through normally aspirated engine, he is going to be a driver to contend with, just the way that he computes how things are going to happen in front of him. Has that awareness to brake a little bit earlier if he sees lots of drivers getting close together, and then we'll just see how it unfolds in front of him. You can't react when you're tucked up behind someone's rear bumper, but just the way that he goes racing. One minute on the clock. There'll be 2 to go at the end of this lap. Slightly wide goes Eli Parkhouse in second place. Hasn't lost him too much, but it would be momentum that he loses in the run up to the boot. Parkhouse is down the inside now, and then Peed will try and drive all the way around the outside. Will still have track position there in third place, but has lost a little bit of ground in his battle there with Eli Parkhouse, as Aidan Castleman has got to the front of this race in the last couple of laps, having started P5, was down in P6. Round the right-hander for Aidan Castleman. Couple of heat wins to his name so far this season at Fullbeck and at Clay Pigeon. Round 6 at Clay on the Sunday. Round 7, still waiting for that maiden final victory, is Aidan Castleman, but a couple of wins so far this year. He knows how to take victories, as we'll run 4 wide, potentially 5 wide, all the way up towards the boot. So, oh, that's not going to work out, and the UK plate of EJ Deera goes for a little bit of ride up the back of the car in front, and that has split that second pack into 2 groups of 3, and at the same time has given Aidan Castleman the space at the front. And all he needs now, I think, is a little look over his shoulder to realise he doesn't have to defend, and you can see him taking the line all the way around the outside as Luca Pede tries to go down the inside of Eli Parkhouse. Max Tetlow trying to take advantage as well in 4th place as they run down, as Parkhouse will take a very defensive line to the inside. Luca Pede will try and switch that back, but it will put him on the outside. Will it for the run up towards Wilkins, which is this tight left-hander, but he'll then try and go down the inside. A little bit of oversteer. He's picked up a contact warning, but we're on the final lap, and I don't think he'll be particularly worried about that. Side by side as they run up towards the boot once again, and it's still Eli Parkhouse holding on. At the front, though, Aidan Castleman's just got to get round the lap traffic. Does it beautifully. The rest of the field will battle out for the second place, but Aidan Castleman has driven off into the distance in heat number 1. Castleman takes the first victory of the day from Eli Parkhouse, Max Tetlow and Luca Pede, Joshua Chung, Oliver Reynolds and EJ Deera, your top 7. Split by 4 seconds, but that was not the story of the race. They were incredibly tight throughout until Castleman managed to get away with 2 laps to go. And then the remaining 6 in that battle split by 1.2 seconds. That is Astro Matthews crossing the line in the yellow and red car. We await for Jack Voss and Archie Watkins. They will still race the line. Watkins had that spin earlier on, which dropped him a few places. He will finish in P14. And Dax Miller will be your final runner on the lead lap, as the leader made his way past Fraser Payne in the final few corners of that race. Castleman, Parkhouse and Tetlow then are your top 3 in heat number 1 from Luca Pede and Joshua Chung, Oliver Reynolds, EJ Deera and Ray Furley, Teddy Veselovsky. Harry Foley and Cruz Rogers on debut there this weekend finished 10th and 11th. Astro Matthews, Jack Voss and Archie Watkins in front of Dax Miller, Fraser Payne and the unlucky Jax Woolmington, who retired on the opening lap. Staying with our smaller drivers, this time we're going to step it up a little bit. Pace-wise, we go to Iami M1. So we'll wait for Iamis to head out onto circuit. Thank you to everybody that's got in touch via the live chat already this morning, here watching Super One from a very, very sunny Whilton Mill. The penultimate weekend of the championship, 2 rounds per weekend. So we raced yesterday for round 9 over on Slipstream, powered by Alpha Live, where you can watch all of that event back in a week's time. If you're not a Slipstream Pass member, if you are a Slipstream Pass member, or if you purchase a Slipstream Pass, you can watch all of the Slipstream broadcasts back. And then all of Sunday's race days are available live, uninterrupted and free on the Alpha Live platform. It'll be the same at Shennington at the end of August for the final weekend of this championship. Iami's just getting started. They'll head out onto circuit in a few moments' time for their rolling round lap again. Another standing start, as we have for all of our Bambinos. Same for Comas in a few moments' time, and then our remaining classes are a rolling start after that. So showing a quick look in the live chat, a lot of support coming in just for that final lap in our Might E class. So 6 drivers battled it out for second place, including your champion-elect in that as well. Here we go then for Iami M1. Shay Downey will start on pole position with Presley Knight and Jack Rossi Minot in front of Stanley Thurston, with Teddy Smith and Jules Nash on row number 3. George Miller starts P7. He's got Henry Exton for company, with Frank Tingle and Oakley Rudman in front of Nicholas Anser and Gabriel Chu on row 6. Isaac Taylor will start in P13. P14 for Sharon Agomi, with James Talbot and Samuel Karakovic just behind them. Zachary Das and Rex Everard will go from row number 9. Timothy Robinson and Leo Butler with Albert Omi and Briella Stevens completing your 22 runners in IAMI M1. There's your pole man in the orange. You don't always go round in order. There's plenty of space down the middle of the grid here, particularly with how small the carts are. There's Jack Rossi-Minot in the O plate, the current championship leader. Slots himself into position. Clear the grid board being shown at the front by John Hoyle. 5-second board will replace that. Eyes on the lights on the overhead gantry. They extinguish and we're away and racing as the field fans out behind. The two leaders will try and run side by side up towards the first corner. Presley Knight though can't get across in front of Shea Downey. Jack Rossi-Minot tried to go round the outside at the first corner. Oh, and round goes Stanley Thurston. He's gone for a... He's hiding behind the wall on the right-hand side, but there's plenty of runoff there, so I don't think he's going to have gone all the way out to the tyre wall. We've got another striker spinning a little bit further down the order. But it looked like that was Stanley Thurston and potentially Jack Rossi-Minot, as Thurston and Minot went for the same bit of tarmac. He's there. I don't think he's at the tyres. I think he's just nose in and he's trying to drag the cart out. Moved down the inside by Zachary Das in the 15, but it's going to be Shea Downey who will lead us round the opening lap in front of Presley Knight. They've got a gap then to the 19 of Teddy Smith with Stanley Thurston. As here goes Knight down the inside of Shea Downey. And Presley Knight is in the place that he wants to be. Knight needs to keep winning in this championship. Has the most wins so far this season, but did have a technical issue at a round as well, so he's got to keep plugging away in these firsts and seconds, because in the heats here at SuperOne there is only 1 point between finishing positions. In the final for the leaders there's 2 points between finishing positions, and it goes down to single increments beyond that. There is Stanley Thurston, who's finally got going, but will be a lap down. I'll be interested to see whether that cart gets brought back into pit lane or whether he just continues just to rack up some laps. But Knight and Downey starting to pull away at the front, although they were fairly evenly matched in terms of lap time on the previous one by Teddy Smith and Jack Rossi-Minot, although they are nearly a second back. There is Smith in the yellow helmet in the 19 machine. Reeled in ever so slightly behind by Jules Nash. He was quicker on the previous lap. We'll see whether that is the same. In fact, he's dragging Frank Tingle, who had a tough day yesterday but had some superb pace in the final, did Frank Tingle. Started off the back row yesterday and moved himself up inside the top 10, did Tingle yesterday. This morning he's qualified in P9, currently running in 6th place and is being dragged along as well. And there they are in the background. Nash has caught up onto the back and Jack Rossi-Minot feels that he needs now to be at the head of this train. Nash has joined them, and I think it's only a matter of time before Frank Tingle in the green and black cart and Oakley Rudman in the stealthy all-black machine join up onto the back, and we have a 5-cart train for 3rd place. She's now being headed by Minot, who goes slightly wide into Osiers, which is that left into the right where they all run that curve on the exit. Thurston is still circulating, that's great to see. We've been easy just to bring that kart into the pit lane with disappointment, but Thurston just getting his head down now and circulating to score some points. Coma C50 up next in around about 5 minutes time as Knight and Downey push on, as Teddy Smith will go back down the inside of Jack Rossi-Minot. Oakley Rudman takes the wide line and takes a huge chunk of curb on that little flick left before the right of Inkerman's where them two cones are, down towards Ashby, just the downhill off camber right, back up the hill in towards this left-hander of Wilkins. This one's Ozier's with the left and the right, and then up towards the boot. Complex that still feels fairly new to a lot of people, but it's been 3 years or so now since they've put this new curb in there. It's Frank Tingle going down the inside of Jules Nash as they head into the heel of the boot and round pit bend. Leaders still nose to tail, gaps out to 3 seconds at the front, so it's very much a 2-horse race at the front of Iami. Another look over the shoulder by Shea Downey, but the focus will now almost certainly be on Presley Knight at the front. They go very wide and out onto that concrete rumble strip. Still 5 for 3rd place. Smith, Minot, Tingle, Nash, Rudman. Gap them back to George Miller, who's got a little bit of a gap to Henry Exton, but Exton's keeping him honest over P8, as is Gabriel Chu. Briella Stevens has come through from the back row in P22 to run P12. As Tingle tries the move down the inside. I mentioned it yesterday, but that's a new helmet for Frank Tingle. He'll lose a place there though to Jules Nash, but the helmet's worth a 10th, so needs to use that, as Rudman will try and move down the inside on Frank Tingle as well. This one I think will settle down. It certainly has inside the top 3 of this train for the a lap or so, but it will ignite again, I'm sure. There'll be 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Now, leaders will get round in just enough time. Presley Knight has just started to eke out a little bit of a gap here to Shea Downey. Downey, though, will use the slipstream up the hill, and that 0.2 of a second at the timing line evaporates, and right on cue, this battle for 3rd place has indeed reignited. Down the inside goes the 9 of Oakley Rudman on Jules Nash. I think we've got a problem potentially for Nicholas Answer. He's dropped 4 places on that previous lap with a lap of 1 minute and 7 when he's been doing pretty much 1 minute deads prior to that. In fact, has a personal best of nearly in a low 59. There's Stan Thurston coming back into it, and the 27 of Albert Omi. The leaders will be coming up onto the back of that lap traffic in a few moments' time in the run up towards Christmas Corner. I think the leaders may well get through in the straight line. I think the remaining runners may well catch in the twistier sections. Indeed, there the leaders do make their way through, with Presley Knight and Shea Downey. Pick up the rest of the field as they come through. There's still that battle over 3rd place, still being led by Jack Rossi-Minot with Smith, Nash, Rudman and Tingle. Nash looks like he's found a way past Oakley Rudman, goes back up into 5th place, but we'll get confirmation of that as they head up towards the timing line and the checkered flag. Slightly defensive line by Presley Knight will make him a little bit slower into the boot, but unless Shea Downey can drive through him, Presley Knight will take victory here in heat number 1. Knight does the championship charge, no harm at all. A very happy Shea Downey will run 3 wide to the line as they go round the lap traffic Jack Rossiminot from Jules Nash, Oakley Rudman and Teddy Smith, who loses places on the final lap. Frank Tingle with Henry Exton, George Miller and Gabriel Chew completing your top 10. There's Briella Stevens, who goes 22nd to 11th for Briella. Still battling between Taylor, Karakovic and Agomi up towards the timing line. It is in that order, but it's close between Isaac Taylor, Samuel Karakovic and Cheyenne Agomi. What is really, really nice to see, and is echoed there by Timothy Robinson, is how happy some of these drivers are with their finishing positions and just enjoying their racing. Looks like there was a bit of a round of applause there as well for Stanley Thurston on that final lap, as he did cross the line a lap down, did Stanley, but was off for a big period of time on the opening lap, and pace-wise did a 58.7, which was certainly top 10 pace, and when he wasn't in a tow, that is a really good performance by Stan Thurston. He'll come back for the second heat, and I'm sure he will be much better spirits by then for Stanley Thurston. So Knight, Downey, Minot, your top three. Nash, Rudman, Smith, Tingle, Exton, Miller and Gabriel Chew are your top 10 in our iArmy M1. Next up, it's time for Coma C50. As usual, love coming in the live chat for River Di Giorgio Miller. He'll be out in this race. He's been cheered on by Sonia Train, who's watching from Sydney, Australia. Callum Ryan, who was in touch yesterday, is back to watch some racing, also supporting River in their racing. Good morning to Jake Anders, or Jake Anders' dad, because it's their YouTube handle is Anders Lad and Dad, where they document their race weekends over on their channel. It's going to be Matthew Pearson on pole position, yesterday's final winner in Coma C50. Noah Gallagher with Jace Hannon and Robert Hanley in front of Logan Grassi and Reggie Rhodes on row 3. River Di Giorgio Miller and Aidan Hughes on row 4. Sebastian O'Connell with Regan Abercrombie, Tristan Begley and Ayrton Edwards-Jones on row number 6 in front of Jacob Hayward-White, Henry Isles and Jude Campbell, who I'm not convinced is here. Didn't see them yesterday. And the good thing here at Whilton is we come out of the dummy grid and straight over the timing loop for the roll round lap, so you do get to see who has exited the dummy grid and who has not. David Train, he is watching from Adelaide in Australia. So we've got Sonia Train from in Sydney. We've got David joining us from watching from Adelaide, and they will both be watching and keeping an eye on the number 82 of River Di Giorgio Miller. Green flag at the back of the pack here then. And we are away in racing. It's been a good start by the pole man Matthew Pearson. Jace Hannon from the second row moves through. And as we have seen many, many times this year, Pearson and Hannon are the ones to beat here in the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. Will we have anybody else taking the spoils today? Only on one occasion so far this season has it not been Pearson or Hannon on the top step of a final. That was at GYG for round number 4 on the Sunday, where the two of them finished in 4th and 5th respectively. On every other occasion, it's been 1st or 2nd or 1st or 3rd between the two of them. day, it looks like it could well be Noah Gallagher who is going to try and wrestle the Coma stranglehold away from the duo in front, as Pearson, Hannon and Gallagher in front of Logan Grassie and Aidan Hughes. Robert Hanley with Regan Abercrombie, who was really good yesterday. Tough qualifying this morning in P10 for Regan, the S-Plate, the Scottish champion. Up to P7 already in front of Reggie Rhodes and River Di Giorgio Miller. Sebastian O'Connell, Tristan Begley, Henry Isles with Ayrton Edward Jones and Jacob Haywood White in P14. Down the hill towards Ashby. And the top three already on a little bit of a breakaway here as Reggie Rhodes in the E-Plate, the English champion, gets a little bit sideways down the hill as he tries to close in on the 82 of River Di Giorgio Miller, who appears to have moved through up into 8th place on this lap. Up and over the timing line they go then to complete lap 2, and this time it's Jace Hannon with the fastest lap, but there is nothing between this top three. Head down behind the steering wheel for Noah Gallagher. Logan Grassie in the dark blue machine in 4th place, in front of now Aidan Hughes with Robert Hanley, Regan Abercrombie, and confirmation on timing that Miller is now in front of Rhodes. Coma C50. Drivers between 5 and 8 years old will have started the season as 7-year-olds, though, if you're going to turn 8 mid-season. So we are on the entry-level age for our Comas. And still the top three, although Pearson with the helmet tap, just reminding his compatriots to play this smart. And pretty much every time I've spoken to Matthew Pearson this year, he just talks about how they push away and then argue later into the race, as here goes down the inside, although on this occasion we have had a change for the lead. It did look like Hannon was going down the inside and Gallagher's gone with him, so Pearson down into 3rd place. Change for 4th place as well, because that's Aidan Hughes now in front of Logan Grassie, with Hanley, Abercrombie and River Di Giorgio Miller, who's drawn up onto the back of that train of carts for 4th place, having got past Sebastian O'Connell 2 laps ago and is nearly a second a lap faster. Since that case, Reggie Rhodes with a 1:17 previous lap falls all the way down to P14. So it looks like Rhodes has had an excursion on that previous lap. See whether Gallagher now will do to Hannon. Hannon goes in a little bit deep there. I wondered whether we were going to see Noah Gallagher go down the inside. Now it's Hannon's turn for a little bit of a helmet tap, as it appears to be contagious as it goes back to Noah Gallagher. Hannon in the George Russell inspired blue and black helmet there. Front of Noah Gallagher. Pearson with the fastest lap earlier on lap number 3. That has been his first lap behind this duo. And see at what point Jace Hannon starts taking that slightly more defensive line up towards Christmas Corner. 4th place is all change again as Logan Grassie goes down the inside of Aidan Hughes. Hughes with a chunk of curb, and River Di Giorgio Miller's going to pick another one off. Thought we were going to get 2 for River then in the run up towards Christmas, as looked like he was going to go down the inside of Logan Grassie. Pearson now back down the inside there of Noah Gallagher, but he's forced up onto the curb on the inside. No contact between them, but Pearson up onto that curb, so it ruined his exit. Hannon now with Gallagher still all over the back, but Gallagher thus far hasn't really made any sort of move. Still in fourth place is Grassi, with DiGiorgio Miller, Aidan Hughes, Robert Hanley, Regan Abercrombie. If Pearson's going to have aspirations, he either needs Gallagher to make the move down the inside or he needs to make the move. He thought about it in the run up towards Christmas. He's going to take a different line and wonder whether he can get the little run, but the sort of double offset there never seems to really pan out. By the time you've got round the left-hander, everybody's pretty much back at the same sort of pace. He tried the move here on the previous lap. It didn't quite work out for him. Again, has a thought about going down the inside of Noah Gallagher. Time is down to 0. We're about to see the last lap board. Micromax up next, which will please many of the followers. They've come to watch Zane Sofawoglu in that class. Comer is still nose to tail for the lead, and Pearson now is on the inside and will push Jace Hannon through. There's going to rub some tyres in the way up towards Christmas Corner, but Pearson is through on Noah Gallagher, and that will give him half a chance now to make a move on Jace Hannon. Thought about it in the run up towards Ashby. Will now try and get the switch back, but that's going to put him on the outside, and that's not going to work because Noah Gallagher's coming back down the inside. Pearson will need the switch back in the run up towards Oziers. I think he's going to get it, but that's going to mean second and third are occupied with each other, and Jace Hannon should have the run here, but he's going to defend fresh air to a large extent. Pulls out onto the wider outside line to maximise the run. It's still Pearson and Gallagher side by side. Pearson's back through. Tried a late dive there, although I think that was a little bit more defensive on Gallagher. Hannon's going to take the victory in heat number 1. They're side by side for second place. It goes the way of Pearson from Gallagher. As they come out of the final corner, we're going to run side by side for P4, but that is River DiGiorgio Miller from 7th place at the start, and then down to P9, back up to 4th place, in front of Aidan Hughes and Robert Hanley, with Logan Grassi, Regan Abercrombie and Sebastian O'Connell in P9, with Isles Begley and Edwards Jones battling out over P10. It is in that order still at the line, with Isles and Begley in front of Ayrton Edwards Jones, Jacob Hayward-White and Reggie Rhodes crossing the line in P14. Hannon and Pearson, as usual, the top two. Now Gallagher firmly inserting himself into the battle at the front though today, having started off the front row in second place. Ran well with Hannon and Pearson. Hannon, Pearson, Gallagher your top 3. River, DiGiorgio Miller, Aidan Hughes and Robert Hanley your top 6 then. Logan Grassi, Regan Abercrombie and Sebastian O'Connell in front of Henry Isles, Tristan Begley, Ayrton Edward Jones and Jacob Hayward-White. Reggie Rhodes finishes that race in P14. So Comer's making their way off circuit and into pit lane, waiting for us and ready to put on a show. It's Micromax. So Micromax, not a championship that can get wrapped up this weekend because Zane Sofawoglu, who has won many races this year, did not take part in the Sunday at GYG. So the end of this weekend will have only amassed points from 9 of the 12 rounds. So he will have to wait fingers crossed for him to wrap up the championship at Shennington in 4 weeks' time. He will start P4. It's Caden Hanley on debut this weekend. Took the final victory yesterday and starts today from pole position. Jensen Drummond alongside him on the front row, who was very unlucky yesterday. Will Hatton and Zane Sofawoglu with Cooper Galloway and Tommy Delaney on route number 3. Alfie Ward and Leo Hunt with Hayden Bailey and Buster Scott in front of Charlie Cale and Ellis Holt on row 6. James Hudson and Ralph Ewer, who is out of position in P14. Daniel Thompson, Sam Hope, Logan Edwards and Rowan Reed are on row 9 in front of Max Stone, Ezra Robinson Matthews and Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. Matty Smith, Jackson Boots and William Ewer with Yejit Nedim Selik, Daniel DeBrio, Ralph Dempsey and Harvey Lee Lathrop, Jensen O'Connor, and then the first of your iArmy Waterswift restricted runs with Santi Amico, Archie Johnson, Harley Bebb and Archie Ashworth, the final 4 running a different motor. They're on iArmy Waterswift restricted. Everybody else on the Rotax Micro. So field will make their way round. Hello to Sawyer Henderson, Honda Cadet graduate, but is racing in Rotax this weekend over at Kartmasters. Good luck to yourself as we are away and racing here in Micro at SuperOne. Widen out onto the curb we go. We've got 2 or 3 wide and off at the first corner. We'll pick them up at the end of lap number 1, but the leaders making their way up here to the first corners. It's been a good start by Cooper Galloway in the Jacks Motorsport colours, who moves himself up from P5 to P3 on the opening lap. As down the inside into Ashby goes Zane Sofawoglu on the 12 of Jensen Drummond, who was all set to win the second heat yesterday until he came across some lap traffic that did not work out favourably for him, and then contact in the final corner dropped him outside the top 5 as well. He has got the pace to challenge right at the front, has Jensen Drummond. We had a stationary yellow there for a period of time, but that has now gone back in. So I'm just going to pick out who's dropping down. Logan Edwards, Daniel Thompson, Max Stone, the 3 that I think were involved in the incident on the opening lap. Caden Hanley still leads then from Will Hatton and Cooper Galloway. Sofawoglu is now going to again try and move down the inside into the right-hander at Ashby, as he did on the previous lap. He picked off Drummond, he's picked off Galloway. He's got a little bit of work to do now to close in as Drummond goes down the inside of Galloway for 4th place as well. Galloway 2 in 2 corners, will just need a bit of a reset. Good driver though is Cooper Galloway, and he'll be back into the mix of things. He's currently being pursued by stablemate Leo Hunt with Tommy Delaney, Alfie Ward, Hayden Bailey and Charlie Cale. Up towards Christmas they go again. Fastest lap on the previous was Sofawoglu, who was a fraction quicker than Hatton and Hanley, but at the same time did have to go down the inside of Cooper Galloway into this downhill right-hander. It's the first lap he hasn't actually made an overtake into this corner. It was Ellis Holt in the 9 and Buster Scott. Looks like that's Hayden Bailey just behind them in the 86, the Scotsman. See if Sofawoglu can close up again on this previous lap. Indeed he does, but it's Jensen Drummond who sets the fastest lap this time round, and it was less than a tenth that Sofawoglu took out of the duo in front. They are playing a very smart game so far, Caden Hanley and Will Hatton. No point arguing and backing themselves up into the train of 2 behind, who, to be fair, have been doing the same until now, when Jensen Drummond goes down the inside of Zane Sofawoglu. I think Sofawoglu went slightly wide into the left-hander at Wilkins, and that gave Drummond the opportunity to have a good run at him. So I'll expect they'll have lost a little bit off the train in front. It's been the fastest lap this time again by Jensen Drummond. There goes Alfie Ward in the 97, trying to go down the inside of Tommy Delaney for 7th place. Harley Bebb in the IAMI Water Swift Restricted's picked up a contact warning as the IAMI start trying to make their way through the tail end of the micros from where they started. Leading in that class so far, Santo Amico. Currently up into P24 in the 119. And Drummond is coming here, and that's because they are having a little bit of a squabble for the lead. They've been really, really smart in the first phase of the race, but now Will Hatton feels that he's got a little bit more pace at the moment than Caden Hanley. And given that he was all over the back of him and Jensen Drummond has closed up as well, I don't think that's a unreasonable assessment. There's Ralph Ewer. I said he was out of position slightly in qualifying, but hasn't actually managed to come through too much from up to P9 from P14, but he is a race winner here in Super 1. That looked like there was a change for second place potentially. Was that Jensen Drummond going down the inside of Will Hatton? Indeed it was. He's got a couple of laps here to close in on. Sofawoglu is through as well on Will Hatton. Still 4 laps or so to go here in micro. Ralph Ewer has closed up onto the back of Alfie Ward and Tommy Delaney. They've been having a battle as Ewer goes down the inside for 8th place on Alfie Ward. Just giving himself an opportunity, I think, is Ralph Ewer to have a good finishing position and qualifying start for the final. Having started in P14, you'll have to do exactly the same for the second heat, because it's not start where you finish, it's start where you quali in both of our heats. The field making their way down. There's the second of the 2 turquoisey coloured carts. That time it's the 59 of Yezhit Nedim Selik. They're running in P22 overall. Just lost a place to Santo Amico, but that's they're in a different class. Hanley and Drummond, even on lap times on the previous lap, are still pretty much nose to tail, a couple of tenths apart as the field from around about P14 battle it out. There's Ellis Holt, currently in 10th place in the number 9, being pursued by the 85 of Buster Scott. A big train of carts behind them. The leaders are starting to come up, I think, onto some potentially some lap traffic as we follow the 21, I think, at the moment, of Logan Edwards starting to come back through the field after the off on the opening lap for Edwards. We're on to the final lap then. Leaders on the run down towards Ashby for the what will be the final time. Contact warning for Caden Hanley. I think he's defending hard. Run up through, and Jensen Drummond has fallen out of second place. That's Zane Sofawoglu behind Caden Hanley. So Hanley defending has seen Jensen Drummond fall down into 3rd place. And Sofawoglu get the run to the line. Hanley, though, will take the victory in heat number 1 from Zane Sofawoglu. A visibly frustrated Jensen Drummond with Hatton, Galloway, Hunt, Ewer, Tommy Delaney and Alfie Ward in front of Ellis Holt. And then this battle that we picked up in the final couple of laps from with Charlie Cale, Hayden Bailey, Matty Smith, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage and James Hudson in there as well. Sam Hope, Jackson Fuchs, Jensen O'Connor and Rowan Reed with your winner in IAMI Water Swift Restricted, who we saw punching the air, crossing the line there, the 119 of Santo Amico. Logan Edwards came back to P22 on that final lap. Yesterday, after the issue this morning in that opening heat. So quick look, loads of sport coming in as usual for SuperOne in the live chat. Good morning to Alex Owen, who is tuning in once again. But, I wonder if his honeymoon is over because there's no beer in hand this morning for Alex. So micros making their way in. We have an amalgamated race next up, which is always fun to try and keep track of. It is time for Honda Cadet and our Might E Cadets as well. Daniel Thompson's kart just being recovered there, the youngster from Scunthorpe in Lincolnshire. Winner of the Teesside O-Play over the winter period. So it'll be Mighty Cadets will head out first, then followed by our Hondas. So we'll bring you a grid. Now, Mighty have a qualifying race in the morning rather than an actual qualifying session, whereas Honda Cadet, they have a qualifying session. So it will be Mighties will leave the grid first. They are the I'll say faster of the two. To be fair, the front runners in both classes are very evenly paced, but the Hondas will start to make their way through the tail end of the Mighty Cadets. It's Daniel Stangery, the championship leader. He goes off pole position alongside yesterday's final winner, Junior Wright. Jacob Amos and Heath Smith with Harry Voss and Freddie Howell on row number 3 in front of Frank Pearson and Gianluca Hudson. Emily Christie and Samuel Kenny with Archie Annesley and Jax Wong on row number 6. Then we move into our Hondas. It's Oliver Ratton on pole position today with yesterday's final winner, Henry Colborne, alongside him. Nico Veselovsky, the youngest driver on the grid, but the one that's probably on the steepest trajectory of talent, will start on P3. He's got Phoebe Shelton for company. Archie Edgar and Freddie Williams are on the third row for Honda in front of Luke Hamill and Kabir Singh. Reggie Dufficy and Thomas Pregnell with George Lilly and George Bridger in front of Fabian Smith and Ollie Spooner-Green. Joining me in the commentary box, as he did at Clay Pigeon, is Andy Jennings. Andy, you'll be most interested for the one up after this, which is Junior Max.
Who gave that idea?
I don't know. I think your lads in it is a big
That's
start.
Be a giveaway.
Yeah, right. We'll have a little bit of a chat about that once this one calms down. If it does, obviously with two classes, it does keep it.
It does keep it interesting.
Keep
Try
it
and
as
work out where everyone
interesting
is.
as possible. But we're going to get going at the first time of asking. Yes, we are. We go green on the timing as we'll run up towards the first corner. So Daniel Stangarian leads us through then with Junior Wright. It's been a good start by Jacob Amos in the 71. So they head up towards the right-hander of Christmas Corner. We've had a move for third place there. Picture in picture sees Honda Cadet starting in the bottom right-hand corner as they run up towards the start line. It's a little bit scruffy, but the pole side have managed to get away well with drivers in 1, 3 and 5 moving into positions 1, 2 and 3. That's Archie Edgar up into third place, chasing Nico Veselovsky. Henry Colborne's going to get the shoehorn out down the inside there, and it has worked out for the orange helmeted youngster. He's up into third place.
Yeah, I love watching these races. I think it's so good. These young kids are out there. You know, Whilton Mill is a challenging circuit. Some of these drivers have driven it before, some might not have done. But, you know, you've got the boot, you've got Christmas. It's a real technical track. If you don't come out that boot correctly and you don't get into that Christmas corner, you're going to be taking a top.
It's a long run, isn't it, out of the boot all the way up to Christmas, and you're flat through most of our classes. I don't know what we're doing in junior and senior Rotax, but I think that they're pretty much going to be flat from the point here until they hit the brakes on the run up towards Christmas.
And that's where the important part is, because you've got to get that good out on Christmas. If you don't get that good out, you will see the overtakes happen, because the driver behind will get the toe. As they come up to the top of Christmas, you will see them overtake. There you go, classic.
Hamill defending Phoebe Shelton for the 5th place in Honda. We've had a change at the front now with Daniel Stangarian falling behind yesterday's final winner, the 12 of Junior Wright, being pursued by Heath Smith and Jacob Amos. There's a little bit of a gap back then. The one thing I always say about Whilton Mill is, generally, and we take this out of junior Rotax, the top 15, there's very little between them pace-wise.
There is. It's like 2 tenths, 3 tenths maybe.
But what fragments the field is that your leaders, your top 3 or 4 in the lead, 3 or 4 will go down the inside into Christmas and they'll go, right, hands up on this occasion. They've done me. I'm just going to tuck in. We're not going to lose any time as a trio or as a 4. And they come back and fight. You see your drivers in 9th, 10th, 11th place. They try and stick it out round the outside of Christmas. They bang wheels into the middle corner. And all of a sudden, they've got front-running pace, but all of a sudden they've got P10 to P15 racecraft. And that's the difference. We had side-by-side there between Daniel Stangarian and Heath Smith that has allowed Junior Wright, I think, to escape a little bit at the front. Back to Honda, and the...
Aratta's still in the lead, P1.
Still leading, but
he's been challenged quite heavily there. You know, that's the
always dangerous is Henry Colburn.
Yeah, Colburn's got the toe on him. You know, yesterday the pair of them were racing really well. It was very, very close races yesterday, and I think we're going to see the same repeat today.
Driver in 3rd place is Nico Veselovsky, and I spoke very, very highly of that driver at Shennington last week at the Super Prix, another event that was covered by Alpha Live.
Driver.
Down the inside goes Henry Colborn on Oliver Ratton. The driver in that 3rd place, in terms of your sort of age, you sort of have to be in the year of your 8th birthday to go and race Honda, and he is 8.
He's literally
He is 8 years old. He is at the younger end of this sort of Honda cadet age spectrum, 8 to 11. And I mentioned this at, I mean, to be fair, you can tell given the fact that he is a few millimetres higher than the steering wheel.
And that's the thing, the Honda chassis is a 950 chassis, so they're quite small. You know, so at the age of 8 where you're quite tiny,
up to
the back markers here. Yeah,
looks up to some lap traffic. Colborn's going to go round the outside, the leading trio going with. But I mentioned this today. If you can be that good at 8, how good is he going to be when he's 10 or 11, when he's a little bit stronger and has got years of racing?
And that's what he's going to do. He's going to be building his racecraft. You know, all these races, all these drivers are building their racecraft. Every lap they do, they improve.
I mean, at this sort of level of these sort of drivers, you don't normally see, and it's normally down to the physicality of it, drivers that aren't effectively 10 or 11 winning races in Honda. And for Veselovsky to be where he is already,
it's an amazing achievement.
He is going to be certainly one to look out for.
And Wilton is a very demanding track. It's very physical, Wilton. You know, going around that boot. Who's that? That's
I think we've 19. Got the 79 wide, one of the mighty cadet runners.
Here we go. So you've got the 3 front runners here, making a nice little gap. They've got a nice toe between the 3 of them.
Edgar's going well in that 4th place. He has dropped a few tenths on the previous lap. There's your race leader in the mighty cadets. Still being kept honest by Heath Smith and Daniel Stangarian, with Jacob Amos in that 4th place as well. But
so now I'll expect to see a bit of movement around the Honda cadets, because we've got 1 minute 30 seconds, 1 lap. You know, those challenges are going to start coming in soon. You're going to have Ratton who's going to be, you know, try and take Colburn. Wojciechowski's going to be doing the same. I think the 3 of them together is really going to be an interesting last minute.
So we'll pick Honda up in a few moments. They'll come into shot in the background. I think Junior Wright still leading, then from Heath Smith, Daniel Stangarian and Jacob Amos, your top 4 in Oh, at micros, there are Honda in the background running
There you
up
go.
towards Christmas Corner. Colborne still leading from Ratton and Veselovsky, but Archie Edgar not too far back either in that 4th place, but he is in a battle as well with Phoebe Shelton and Reggie Duffy in the 24. Luke Hamill has been cast adrift slightly in 7th place in Honda, was sort of in that 5th to 7th battle yesterday was Luke Hamill, but is another driver that pace-wise could run up there, but I think in his mind at the minute he feels like he's a sort of 5th to 7th driver, but he just needs that one result, that one confidence, that one P3 to
That one boost.
go, absolutely, I can run with the best of them.
And here you can see now that we've got 19 seconds and 1 lap, and they're starting to move around. You know, you've got Ratton is right on the towel.
I think we're going to see a
Colburn, and I think it's going to be coming soon. But if they muck up, then Wolowski's going to go through.
So Shelton had found a way past Archie Edgar. Edgar goes back past the 84 for 4th place. I'm really surprised that Colborne hasn't gone defensive here. I don't know whether they've had a pre-race conversation between these three and said, look, there's only 1 point difference between the heats.
Just push through.
Let's not be too silly early on. However, most of them conversations go completely out the window once the helmet's on and the visor's down.
Yeah, better friends off track. On track, it's time to fight for those positions. But to be fair, though, I don't think Ratton's going to catch. I think Colburn's got this in the bag.
Up towards the timing line, they'll start their final lap. Mighties are already on theirs with Junior Wright leading from Heath Smith, Daniel Stangarian and Jacob Amos. Gap back then to Jax Wong, but I think we may well just stay with Honda on this final lap because last time we looked, Mighty had become a little bit fragmented at the front end. We will hopefully pick up their run to the checkered flag line, but Colborne's going to go defensive. Here are your leaders crossing the line, and it is as we were with Junior Wright, Heath Smith, Daniel Stangarian back towards Honda as Henry Colborne is going defensive now with half a lap to go, and they'll run up towards the boot, and I think there could be a little bit of lap traffic to contend with in the boot as well. Ratton's going to try and go down the inside. Colborne chops the nose off the 22. There is lap traffic as Veselovsky tries to get alongside Oliver Ratton. I think Ratton's chance went, though, on that entry into the boot. Colborne from Ratton and Veselovsky with Edgar, Shelton and Duffy in front of Hamill in P7 in Honda. And then this great battle that, to be fair, we didn't really know was going on because we had the top 3 in our sights. George Lilly from Freddie Williams, Kabir Singh and Thomas Pregnell with George Bridger and Ollie Spooner. Final few runners coming through to see the checkered flag in our
to go for those overtakes on that boot is it's a risky move on that boot because obviously you've got the curves, you come around the corner. It's how they do it and where they do it in there. If it works out fine, it works out fine. And here's your result.
It's a tough one, isn't it, when you've got that train of 3. If you're the middle driver, you've got to get in because if not, you're stuck on the outside of the leader and third place is down the inside, and we're going to see a lot of that happening in this next race as a capacity grid of junior Rotax awaits us here at round 10.
Well, here we are, still sitting on the grid.
Good run for your driver yesterday.
He done really well. You know, Zach doesn't do very well in qualifying. He qualified 16th yesterday. He came across the line P6 in the final, so he had a good comeback drive. But again, he's done it today. He's qualified P16. So, you know, we might see him working for the pack. But this is my Zach. He has his moments. But there's some really strong drivers out there today. You know, a lot of these drivers, they know Whilton very, very well. You know, it's a great track. It's a driver's track. And I think it's going to be interesting because you've got Cozzy and McVeigh, they're at the front of the leaderboard. They're only a few points off each other. You know, they've got to be sensible, those two, because they are fighting out between them. Then obviously you've got Puddlefoot up there. You've got Nelson. Yeah, you've got some really quick Whilton drivers. And I think it's going to be interesting. But are they going to play it safe in Heat 1 at the front runners, those top 5? Or are they going to start fighting? Here we go.
Well, bearing in mind that McVeigh and Milam came out of Fullbeck 1 and 2 in the championship, having gone into Fullbeck 4th and 5th in the championship, shows you how close this junior Rotax grid is. Cozzy and Pudderfoot from Rondon McVeigh, Taylor and Archie Ray Watson are on road number 3. Milam and Jameson in front of McCullough and Dolby. Grounds and Clare on row 6. Row 7 is Peacock and Banks with Evan Mellor and Zach Jennings, Charlie Halewood and Harry Ward with Timmy Shahini and Jerry Dufficy, Harry Search and William Kidd Glass with Tyler Orridge and Elijah Hartley off row 12. Cooper Moore, Jack Brown, Neve Allen and Ryan Wheatley in front of Aidan Young and Sam Stockton on row 15. Alexander Adams, Kian Hundle, Jacob Lamas and Rathly Haydar.
That is your
runners.
grid. So we're going to see this. So I think Cozzy's got the lead here, isn't he? He's on pole. So he will be controlling the pace here as they come through.
Day of 2 halves for Pudderfoot though yesterday. Strong heats. A retirement in the final. He will be looking to bounce back.
Yeah. So here we go. So, you know, Cozzy's got the nice speed there. You can see Pudderfoot's looking over to his left, you know, making sure that there's no jump starts because we don't want any penalties.
Oh, that is a Nassau panel for Nathan Rond.
And that's going to be, that will be a mechanical.
I'm interested to see that's come completely off the bracket.
And here we go. We're racing. We've gone green.
I wonder how long that lasts. We have 7 minutes on the clock because Nathan Rond has got more than just the first corner to contend with as we run up towards Christmas corner. Cozzy is wide enough that he doesn't feel he needs to defend.
That's hanging off now. That's going to be a mechanical.
Yeah, I think it is. And it's the whole bracket.
Yeah, just
the whole bracket is on. You can see the actual metal parts bouncing around off the bottom as we've got drivers squeezing in. We've got one round on the run up towards Ashby.
They've got to get themselves sorted now on that first lap in junior. You know, they're going to be 2-3 abreast sometimes. They've got to get into their single final.
Amy Peacock starting to try and make her way through. She's in the top 5 in the championship, but starting this one in P13. Qualified yesterday P14 for Amy Peacock. Another driver that sometimes struggles in qualifying. And as expected, and you've picked up rightly that we've got that mechanical flag for Nathan Rond.
It's the right choice. You know, if that NASA comes off, it's going to go and hit somebody. So
now, given that them 2 brackets also are bolted through the same bolt that holds the steering column in place, I'm largely at I don't know how he's even steering that thing if that whole bolt has come out.
Yeah, it's probably the top bolts because you got the brackets to hold on. You see there on like Mabay's cart there, you can see it quite clearly. You've got 2 brackets to come up. They bolt into the top of the NASA. Very rare if those bolts on your steering columns come loose, but they do happen on the top. We've had them shear through before a number of times, but it's looking good up here though. So who we got? We've got Cossy's obviously taking that lead there. Pudderfoot's behind. McVeigh, so 7 tenths between. McVeigh's now taking Pudderfoot. So, you know, from P1 again down to P5, 1.8.
Nathan Rodden then pulls off into retirement. That looked like it was Archie Ray Watson trying to find a move down the inside of Nelson Taylor for what would have been 5th place, and he's got that move done in that green and black cart down the inside. So Taylor down into P7 now in front of Alex McCullough, Isaac Jameson, Evan Mellor going well again inside the top 10, a driver that's only just graduated out of Intermax into this much larger junior chassis. There he is at the back, the smaller of the drivers with the yellow helmet, but he's on this train. Half carts there in the Ben Follen Motorsport colours. Gap back then to Fletcher Groans, Travis Dolby and Amy Peacock in P12.
Yeah, and I think this is the mid-pack. We're going to see some action there. You've got some fast drivers in there. You know, Peacock, you know, she's not afraid to take an overtake. You know, she pushes through. She's done that throughout this whole championship.
Cozzy back down the inside of Laurie McVeigh. McVeigh had led over the timing line, and those 2 battling have backed them up into each other. They're going to be so preoccupied. They've opened the door for Pudderfoot. They've opened the door for Milam.
And McVeigh's been pushed right back. That was, you know, a risky move. It didn't work.
That's championship points for you, isn't it, between Cozzy and McVeigh, that neither of them wanted to lift. They're both up there in the mix, and that has allowed both Jude Pudderfoot and Warwick Milam, and Milam's in the championship mix as well, and it was almost like Cozzy and McVeigh had forgotten about him.
And to be fair, Milam is a fast driver. Yesterday he was really, really quick. You know, same as Archie was.
Oh, there goes McVeigh on Cozzy again. They're not helping each other's cause. They're not helping their own cause. Archie Ray Watson up into 3rd place. Laurie McVeigh drops down into P4. Is that Jameson now up onto the back?
Yeah, Jameson, he's got his new Jim Bounds livery and race suit there. Looks very white. I don't think that'd be that white when he comes off track.
Always risky when you have an all-white race suit. As Warwick Milam is down the inside for the lead on Jude Pudderfoot. No.
I think these, P1, P2 now, they are race of their own. I think now that it's going to be 3, 4, 5 and 6 is where you're going to see the action.
Yeah,
McVeigh's going to want to work his way through. He's already got to P4. Here we go.
Oh, that's a wide line by Archie Ray Watson, using every inch of Whilton Mill tarmac. That looks like a very wobbly nose for Laurie McVeigh. And they've got contact with Archie Watson.
And some more grass cutting going on.
That's Evan Mellor on the outside.
To be fair, I was on track earlier this morning. I think the grass does need to cut anyway, so they're doing us a favour.
Helping out. We go here from third place all the way back. I think you rightly called it. The top two are down the road now.
Yeah,
and to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if 3 and 4 are the same, because they've got each other. I wouldn't be surprised. Is that now Jameson up into P3?
Yeah, but you've definitely got a gaggle of carts. Can we say gaggle of carts? I don't know what you'd call it, but we've definitely got a bunch up here, which is unusual. Normally you'd get like the P1 to 5 in junior, they'd be off with a decent gap. But here you've got P1 and P2, race their own, and then here we have, really close-knit driving. All these drivers, are all experienced drivers. They've done Whilton Mill. I recognise a lot of names here. And they're all in that training. If you look at the gap between them, yes, take out P1, P2, but go from like P6 downwards. We're talking less than a second.
Yeah, it's got a strong club championship here, hasn't it? That runs monthly. Sees a lot of drivers getting a lot of experience as Milam and Pudderfoot make their way through. That's Peacock down the inside of Archie Ray Watson. Evan Mellor running in front of them as well, just behind Jake Cozzy. He's up to P7 in front of Peacock Watson.
And McVeigh's pulled the fastest lap there.
Yeah. Change for the lead.
Change for the lead. So Pudderfoot is he is going to be challenged though.
Milam's going to come back at him down the hill into Ashby. Has this kicked off a little bit too early? They've got 2 seconds, but that goes very, very quickly when you're running side by side and defending each other.
They'd be better at the moment. Okay, you've got 48 seconds, 1 lap, but are they going to take each other out? Or are they going to, continue to do
slow each other down is the initial one. Look how close Jameson's going to be. There was 2.2 seconds between.
I think we're going to be 2 laps now, aren't we? So
2 laps to go.
2 laps to go. I don't think Jameson's going to catch unless they do start.
The second faster on the previous lap was Isaac Jameson. These two need to be very careful, and Warwick Milam is rightly going to defend now. What they really want is McVeigh attacking Jameson for third.
Yeah, I think that just happens. I think McVeigh is on the tail with Jameson. I think McVeigh is going to put that challenge in. I say these front 2 runners have got to be careful. Here they go again. Put the foots on the outside there. Went wide. Now you've got McVeigh going wide on Isaac, and McVeigh had got that move done. That's dropped Isaac behind. So McVeigh's then moved up into P3.
Warwick Milam, who has scored podiums this season in junior Rotax, but hasn't actually taken a race win so far, be that in a heat or a final, is currently 1 lap away.
And here we are. So final lap.
From that, Pudderfoot took a victory yesterday in the second heat in what was a commanding win for Jude Pudderfoot, but they are and have backed themselves up largely into this pack, which now sees McVeigh, Jameson, Taylor and Cozzy.
They are close.
And in the space of a few corners, they'll be right up on the back of them, I think, as they run up towards the boot. Milam will defend. Pudderfoot, though, will get the switch back to the inside. Milam's going to squeeze him. Pudderfoot's through, though. McVeigh's in the mix as well. He's going to go all the way around the outside.
McVeigh's taken P2.
For second place.
Into the boot now. I don't think there's going to be an overtake there now. I think that's where we're going to see it. And we cross the line. There you go. So a good win there by Pudderfoot and McVeigh. Milam, that was some good racing. I think Jameson done really well there to try and get him through, where he was and how he came back again. But I think McVeigh just had the waft. He just had that power and he just pushed through.
Came through. I wonder whether he had quite a robust middle part of that race between himself and Archie Ray Watson. I do wonder if when they roll back down into the chicken run in a few moments' time, whether we... Jude Pudderfoot then will take the victory on track from Laurie McVeigh and Warwick Milam, Isaac Jameson, Nelson Taylor and Jake Cozzy, Archie Ray Watson, Amy Peacock, Alex McCullough and Evan Mellor complete the top 10. Fletcher Grounds with Zach Jennings making his way up from P16 to P12, Kean Hundle and Noah Clare in P14. Dolby, Shahini, Halewood, Allen, Duffersey, Stockton, Brown, Orridge, Ward, Kid Glass, Hartley, Young and Moore. In front of Lamas, Adams, Wheatley, Search, Rond and Banks. Shout out to Aidan Young. He had a rollover in the final yesterday. It was a little bit worse for wear yesterday evening, but has qualified and has gone out this morning. So
I spoke to him yesterday. He was looking quite bandaged, hobbling around, but that was a nasty rollover. But he got back up and he's got back on his horse. So yeah, well done for doing that and getting back out there.
Absolutely. We've got another mixed class coming up. Plenty to talk about later on when you join us for Junior Max again, Andy. Two things. First one I want to talk about is a new race suit for Zach.
Oh,
that is
suit?
That's an aero suit. And the second one is how to ride a scooter.
How to ride a scooter? Is that a hint to my broken shoulder that I've currently got?
It is. It is. And you'll have to stay tuned to find out how Andy broke his shoulder for a bit later on.
Yeah. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure, David. I will see you on the next one. That was a good race, that. I enjoyed that. And I think Heat 2 is going to be more interesting.
Certainly will be once everyone's now put their marker down. And we're looking forward to that and the final as well. Junior Max can't get wrapped up points-wise this weekend. That's because it is incredibly tight between 6 drivers at the front of that championship. That will go down, I'm fairly sure, to the final corner of the final lap at Shennington. One that probably won't, though, is this next class. Intermax. Charlie Gregg so far has dominated this class so far. So we move to Intermax and Might E Super Cadet. So field making their way round, then it'll be Maria Roberto on pole position with Shaylan Srikantan in front of Charlie Heffer and TJ McLeish. Wicklow, Kynaston Wade and Granell with Ford, Bradnam, Davidson, Gregg and Blanford on row 6. Sherlock, Miles, Harrington, Evans and Hay in front of Romolo and Atwood. Fawkes, Dearden, Allison, Hassel, Hay and Wynn. And then we move into our mighty Super Cadets. Stinson, Murray, Jackson, Baker, Hutchinson and Bond with Watkinson and Hartley. And then the remaining field as well. Intermax. Our go. 7 minutes on the clock as Maria Roberto, who finished the final P2 yesterday, leads us through and up towards the right-hand heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner with Shaylan Srikantan in hot pursuit in the all-black cart with the green helmet. Mighty Super Cadets in the bottom right-hand corner are about to get themselves going as well. Indeed, we're away, and it is Harry Stinson who will lead us through from Ansel Murray. Good start by Baker, I think that is from the second row, and Ansel Murray will draw alongside Harry Stinson already as they run up towards the right-hander, and that's Logan Jackson going in hot and hard down the inside, and he's got it done as well. Great move by Logan Jackson in the 112, and that's going to force Harry Stinson all the way back to P4. As it looks like we've got Casey Baker down the inside, as Stinson will come straight back at and will be on the inside as they run up into the right-hander of Osiers. Stinson down to P4, back into P3. Points-wise, he could wrap this one up today, but would need things to go very, very favourably for him. I get the feeling that that will be one that will go to round number 11 at Shennington at the very least. Ansel Murray off at the front. There's Noah Wicklow, yesterday's final winner, with a robust defence on Charlie Heffer. It looks like he's moved himself up into third place for Noah Wicklow. Reigning Micromax champion, back for the first time in the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship this season, up into Intermax and up onto the top step of the podium yesterday for Noah Wicklow. At the front, though, Maria Roberto leads from Shaylan Srikantan, and they have a bit of a gap to Wicklow. Looks like we've got TJ McLeish now up into 4th place. Heifer's lost 2 places on that previous lap down into P5. That's Joshua Kinnaston Wade and Louis Granell with him as well. Gains on the previous lap as well for Leyland Bradnam and the championship leader Charlie Gregg in 10th place. Charlie Ford loses 5 to go down to P15. So just in the live chat, people asking when's Zayden's race. So he's already had heat number 1 in Micromax. That was around about half an hour ago. And his next one will be after the lunch break, which will be race 4 after the lunch for Zane's second race. But stick around for the grid walk that we normally do, where we go down all of our drivers. You'll be able to see everybody that's racing here in the Super One Championship. Wicklow with the fastest lap on the previous, was a 10th faster than this duo in front of him. Srikantan, who we have historically seen racing in the last couple of years in Honda Cadet, has now made the switch sideways into, sideways and up slightly into Intermax. Seen 1 or 2 go sideways into Micro, but Srikantan has finished his Honda Cadet career by the look of things and moves into the Intermax class, with it being effectively an interclass. They can race till 13 rather than Honda's, which is 12. Lovely move down the inside by the 144. In our Mighty Super Cadets, which still has Ansel Murray leading, but now has Harry Stinson up into 2nd place in that class. 45 is Joshua Kinnaston Wade. He's battling with Charlie Heifer. Arm is up in the air. TJ McLeish is backing this pack up slightly, as it's still McLeish from Heifer. Another fastest lap by Wicklow, but it's fractions rather than tenths that he's taking out of Srikantan and Roberto. But Srikantan has closed up massively on that previous lap with a personal best on Maria Roberto at the front. And they are starting to come together nicely at the right time in this race. This is your 3. With Maria Roberto and Shaylan Srikantan's got a decision to make here, as Noah Wicklow goes for a move that is probably a lap too early, sending it down the inside into that corner from that distance back. But Srikantan's got to make a decision here. Is he confident in his own pace that he can run in 2nd place? Because Wicklow isn't going to sit in that 3rd place for too long, I can assure you. He wants to win this. He doesn't want to overtake for 2nd, and in order to win, he's got to be in 2nd in enough time for him to challenge Maria Roberto, whose pace yesterday was sensational in that number 52 car. She would love to go one better on her Super One debut this season from the 2nd place that she scored yesterday. Came away with 3 trophies yesterday, did Maria Roberto. The one for 2nd place, the one for the highest privateer runner, or the rookie trophy, it could well have been, and the trophy for the highest finishing female driver. So it would have been top novice yesterday, sorry, not privateer. Here goes Wicklow for that 2nd place, and that will give him enough time, I think, to potentially now try and challenge Maria Roberto, particularly because they, in the heats, when they run on a mixed class format with Mighty Super Cadets, they'll split for the final, but they will now be entering lap traffic. Roberto, Srikantan and Wicklow, McLeish, Heifer, Kinnaston Wade, Xavier Davidson and Toby Miles both lost a handful of places on the previous lap. 5 for Davidson, 8 for Miles. Drops him down to P19. 2 laps to go at the end of this one, and Wicklow is starting to close in as the leaders see the blue flags for the traffic in front. The W plate trying to find a way through, and here goes Noah Wicklow on Maria Roberto for the lead. And I imagine will immediately switch to a slightly more defensive driving style than what he has when he's been trying to work his way through the field. See, defending in the run up towards the boot, but they're going to be slowed slightly here by the lap traffic, and they need to be mindful that if they get a front fairing penalty here in Super 1, it's a 5-place penalty, not 5 seconds. So even though this top 3 are clear to the tune of 6 seconds from the rest of the Intermax field, that they could potentially ruin all of their hard work. Onto the final lap they go as they run down the hill. There's more lap traffic. Roberto has to follow Wicklow, because if she goes wide, Srikantan, I can guarantee, will go down the gap in the inside. They'll both be slightly tight as Wicklow goes wide and uses all of the track. Srikantan's going to try and get the run on the exit, but he then gets balked by Wicklow taking a defensive line, and Roberto's going to try a run round the outside on Wicklow. So we're going to get a switch back. Wicklow gets on the brakes in the middle of the corner, prevents the run from Maria Roberto, and Noah Wicklow will win heat number 1 in Intermax from Roberto. And Shailan Srikantan, although Srikantan not showing on timing, but definitely in 3rd place. McLeish, Knayston, Wade and Heffer in front of Granell, Bradnam, Gregg and Davidson. There is Ansel Murray. He's got a good gap at the front, and he's doing what he needs to do. He needs wins to keep this Might E-Cadet Championship alive, and he has done just that in heat number 1. Ansel Murray takes the victory from Stinson and Jackson. That's your top 3 in our Might E Super Cadets. Wicklow, Roberto and Srikantan, your top 3 in Intermax. Murray, Stinson and Jackson, your top 3 in our Might E Super Cadet class. One more race before we have our lunch break. Don't go too far though. Like I say, when we have all of our drivers will head out onto the circuit along the start line. We'll send a camera down there as well, and we will get all of the action from our walk along the grid. Next up then, race number 8 of the day, which is our final heat before lunch. It is Senior Rotax. Championship cannot be wrapped up this weekend, skewed somewhat by the absence of Jarek Metters from the first weekend of racing. He's since taken part in 7 rounds of this championship. Number of finals won so far, 7 for Jarek Metters. He is playing catch up because of them those 2 rounds missed. We count the best 10, so it will go down to the final round. He will start round 10 from the P1 berth. He's got Caden Welch alongside him, his best qualifying position of the season in P2. Morgan Hudson-Brown and Rory Hinckley. The championship leader George Cole and Max Chown on row number 3. Returning champion for the first time this season, Lucas Blanford starts in P7 with Lewis Holt and Ronnie Smith in front of Billy Edgecombe, Isaac Parkinson and Molly Griffiths on row 6 in front of Kieran Denyer and Harry Gill. Jacob Barron and Max Lorna Bennock with Kate Broadbent and Rory Berg in P18. Steele and Eastick, Brain and Nottingham with Rowley and Tracy on row number 12. Pellini, Mason Lewis and North in front of Greenland, Barlow, Newman on row 15. Williams, Lawton, Stoner and Raul Foliano, your final runner. Eyes on the lights. And we're away as Jarek Metters leads us up round the first corner. Good start there by Morgan Hudson-Brown off the second row in third place to follow the leader through as we run up towards the first corner at Christmas. So far, no, it was okay until the camera caught it not being okay, and we've got 2 or 3 drivers round in the mid-pack, one going up and over the nose. Find out who they are at the end of this lap, but field making their way through at the front as Metters and Morgan Hudson-Brown trying to get away at the front of this race before the rest of the field get themselves into spirits. We've got 5 at the front then. Metters, Brown, Hinckley, Welch and Cole. 3 seconds nearly the gap back as Morgan Hudson-Brown goes down the inside of Jarek Metters for the lead. Smith, Parkinson, Holt, Burke. Rory Burke with a great start. Started in 18th, is up inside the top 9 now. There's a contact warning for Ronnie Smith. Rory Hinckley there down the inside. Jarek Metters is going to get squeezed back here to P5 behind George Cole. Caden Welch still going well in the Lightning McQueen 95. Brown with a big look over the shoulder, and you'll see a gap of around about half a second. Those drivers on the opening lap, looks like we've got Tom Williams out. Max Chown was one of them, Molly Griffiths as well. So we've got Jasper North and Salvador Newman falling down on the previous lap. Still waiting for North, Newman and Chown to cross the timing light. Williams as well. Looks like we could have 4 out of this race already in the opening couple of laps. There's Ronnie Smith, P6, with Parkinson and Holt. Waved yellows over the start line. Normally means that we've had a few off. There we've got the 2 as the 34 of Isaac Parkinson throws the cart over the curb. So 2 drivers out in the heel of the boot, which is why we've got waved yellows in that complex of corners. Smith sliding those tyres in. All of these drivers on the tyres that did yesterday's race day here as well. So one set of tyres for both race weekends. As 8 of Billy Edgecombe under pressure by the 7 of Kieran Denyer, the top 10 running seeded numbers from last year. So anybody with a single digit number is their finishing position from last year's championship. So 1, 2 and 3 all back. Looks like Blanford was off on the opening lap as well. There's Salvador Newman and Max Chown. So Blanford down in P24, having started in 7th. Looks like he had an off on the opening lap, your returning champion. Metters 2, Brown 3. Denyer and Edgecombe 7 and 8. We've got Max Chown as number 5 seed from last year as well. So plenty of returning talent from last year's championship. Still waved yellows in that final corner. I wonder if they'll be in before the end of the race, because it will hamper the drivers, particularly in the run up towards the boot. Doesn't hamper them up to Christmas though. That's Jarek Metters going down the inside of Caden Welch for 3rd place. Welch is going to try and come back at him, but I think that was more to stop George Cole getting ideas over 4th place. Got a bit of time now to catch up onto the back of Rory Hinckley as Jarek Metters needs to give himself an opportunity to keep this run going that has seen him win every final that he's contested so far this season. Interviewed him yesterday after the final victory. Powered on track by Aurum Racing Engines, powered off track by Whilton Mill Biscoff Milkshakes. Was what he said. Reckons they're worth half a second. It needs to find a little bit more than that to reel in Rory Hinckley with 2 minutes on the clock. Still got Welch and Cole with them. Pick up the 20 there of Lewis Holt. Currently running in P9 behind Rory Burke, just in front of the 28 of Max Lorna-Bennett, who is on the entry list for the British 24-hour kart race next weekend. Good to see Max there. Fastest lap on the previous lap by Jarek Metters as he takes the gap to Rory Hinckley down to conveniently half a second. At the same time, Hinckley has taken a bit of time on the previous lap out of Morgan Hudson-Brown, and I think will have taken a bit more out of him as well. It's a Joe Weaver Racing 1-2 at the front. They'll cross the timing line with 45 seconds on the clock, and they've been doing 45, 46s. So it may well be that they see the last lap board at the end of this lap, but they are starting to come together nicely. Welch and Cole aren't entirely out of this either. We saw in Junior Rotax, it only takes a few corners of battling and all of a sudden everybody is back nose to tail. Smith and Parkinson still 6th and 7th. They've managed to pull away from the rest of the field though in their respective positions, with Rory Burke, Lewis Holt and Max Lorna-Bennett, Kieran Denyer still pretty much nose to tail. Second back then to Billy Edgecombe, who is battling with the 17 of Robin Brain. Will we get the last lap board as they come through? We will not. They've got round in just enough time. And will that be enough time for Rory Hinckley or Jarek Metters? They were both faster than the leader on the previous lap. Welch is defending 4th place from George Cole, so I think they're going to back themselves out of an opportunity to challenge for the victory. As you can see, Caden Welch taking that defensive line in the run up towards Ashby. Lap and a half to go. And Hinckley needs a strong run through the boot to benefit from the slipstream in the run up towards Christmas Corner. Semi-defensive on Jarek Metters. Up and over the boot they go for what will be the penultimate time. Final lap board is out, and the tide has been stemmed by Morgan Hudson-Brown, who is a 10th and a half quicker than Rory Hinckley. Hinckley will defend in the run up towards Christmas Corner. That will help Morgan Hudson-Brown, but take nothing away from the number 3. The pace has been there throughout this race to get to the front and maintain that gap as Hinckley and Metters battle it out now over second place. Game over for the victory. Metters just needs to be careful. He needs solid points in terms for the championship rather than just for the grid on the race day. He thought about a move down the inside there, but played smart. Tries to get the run out the final corner by bouncing over the curbs. Hinckley has done just enough to hold on to second place. The feat, though, belongs to Morgan Hudson-Brown, who wins by 1.6 seconds from Hinckley, Metters and Welch, with Cole, Smith, Parkinson, Burke, Holt and Max Lorna-Bennett completing a top 10. Denyer, Brain, Edgecombe, Eastick, Gill and Nottingham are recovering. Lucas Blanford back to P17. Dylan Tracy, Lucas Steele and Jacob Barran, with Ollie Rowley and Riley Mason-Lewis in front of Kate Broadbent and Luigi Pellini in P24. Stoner, Greenland, Folianu, Griffiths, Lawton and then Barlow retiring out of P30 with 4 to go. North, Newman, Chown and Williams also retirees with a few laps to go. So we'll have carts being collected from out on circuit. The circuit though will fall silent for around about half an hour to 45 minutes time as we head towards our lunch break. Don't go too far away though. We'll have our drivers parade out on circuit in around about 10 minutes time, where you'll see all of our drivers Prior to that, we'll hear from our series sponsors, HWE BIM Services. We'll also have interviews from our final winners yesterday here from round number 9 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. Don't go too far away. We've got the second heats and the finals from round 10 coming up this afternoon. Historically, we've struggled to get a smile out of you when we've won. So I refuse to start this interview until you smile at that camera down there. There we go, got one. Happy, there's a win. You've had a win today, another good one. Championship as a whole, though, you've missed a weekend, which means you've got to be perfect between now and the end of the season, really.
Yeah, just sort of win the next tomorrow and Shennington, and then hopefully the trophy's mine.
It will go down to the wire, obviously, because you missed that double header. Today, it was a good battle at the front between yourself and Oliver.
Yeah, at the start I gapped him a little bit from the start, and then he closed in on me, and then I made a mistake going into the double left-hander sort of bit, and then I managed to get down the inside of him going into the boot.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, once he got down the inside there, I thought he'd done you, but there was a cart width and a millimetre, and your cart was in it.
Yeah, it was I was kind of scared.
It was a good move, though. Credit to him, because he put the move down on the inside. You went in a slightly defensive line into the left-hander, into Ozzy, as he always had that lined up, but you wouldn't have seen that because you were at the front. Tomorrow, though, what are the plans? Where do we start quali? Because it start where you finish in terms of your grid quali position, so you'll be sort of 3rd or 4th heading out of the gate, I think?
Hopefully, yeah. If the points get updated. If they don't, it's 4th, but hopefully they do.
Good. Heats today, we didn't qualify particularly strongly and had to come through.
Yeah, we had a bit of a strategy, like sort of difficulty in qualifying, but then we managed to get through the packing heat 1 and then heat 2, and then the final was, yeah.
Yep, straight out the gate, P1 all the way through. We led all but about 15 metres of that final. Obviously, we know that you don't just turn up by yourself. There's a few people that help you out. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank BRK, Chris and Charlie. I want to thank my dad for the motivation, and I want to thank my mum and sister for the support sort of thing.
Dad off on a jolly this weekend?
Yeah.
And by that I mean work?
Yeah.
WRC again?
Yes.
Somewhere European, I think.
Finland.
Finland, lovely.
Yeah.
Poland last time, wasn't it? Or Slovenia or...
Estonia.
Yeah, it's all rallying, isn't it? They're all good at rallying, Estonia's, Finland's, people like that. It's all good. Right, congratulations, Henry. Victory at round number 9 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship.
Thank you.
Jake Cozzy, interesting final. Talk me through it.
Started P7. First lap went round the outside at Christmas of quite a few people. I think I got up to P3 at that point. Red flag, and then just got going again. And then, just picked them off.
Okay, so it was a 3-kart battle going into the final lap. Nelson Taylor led us over the line. You were in P2, P3 on the final lap, but managed to get towards the front.
Yeah, just an incident in front of me. Obviously capitalised on that, and then, came home with a win.
So championship-wise, it's been quite tight at the front. I think you led us into the previous round and I think came out of it not leading the championship, but it swings with every round and different drivers at tracks that they're strong at. Are we confident going into tomorrow?
Yeah, confident as always. I'm not giving up, and going to give it my all.
The main thing is, what are we like at Shenny on championship weekend?
Never been, but yeah, I'll probably win it.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? If you're a quick driver, you're a quick driver everywhere, and we've seen it many times this season. There's a lot of quick drivers at the front of that junior. Tomorrow, what are the plans?
Send it.
Send it. Good stuff. Well, that's standard junior. Every junior sends it. It's good stuff. Jake, congratulations on your win here at round 9 of Super One.
Thank you.
Started to make a bit of an habit of this, haven't we?
Yeah, 7 in a row now, I think. Been a good day. Just on the back foot of quali again. I need to try and sort that out on my side. But yeah, to be honest, it feels really good. It was first win actually at Whilton because it's one of my weaker tracks. But yeah, it's a really good day.
Good. And rewarded yourself with whatever that was that you were drinking.
Yeah, Whilton Mill Biscoff milkshakes are literally unmatched. Like, they're expensive, but they're worth it.
How many have you had?
First one.
First one. I was about to say I've had one before every heat, so that's the secret. And I know there was one kid I know he has a whisper before every heat, like obviously the chocolate bar, not like a quiet word with himself. Good performance again. It's always quite good. And obviously the returning champ back as well, and you beat him.
Yeah, it was nice to race Lucas again because obviously last year I was very unexperienced, but it was still like a decent. We normally tried and made a good race, but. Obviously, with a bit more experience now, I actually managed to bring it to him for once, which was really good. And it's nice to see him return as well. Like, it's weird. It's the first time I've seen number 1, 2, and 3 all on the track at the same time. But it was a good race. So yeah.
I think we've got in that. I think we had 8 of the 10 from top 10 back last year, running seeded numbers. We didn't actually catch the overtake on the stream. Might be disappointing for you, but talk me through it.
So it was at the start of the race, I was just noticing that Lucas was struggling quite a bit. It just looked like he had no grip, and obviously, I don't know if they went low on a tyre pressure or something, but yeah, we just got the tyre on. The kart was perfect the whole final, and down into Ashby, we just made the move stick and then controlled the race from there. I think we pulled around a 10th gap at the end. So yeah, it was just a nice, chilled control race, to be honest.
You're too old to be doing that 6-7 joke, by the way. So I'm pulling you up on it. It's unacceptable behaviour, and that will be a 5-place penalty for tomorrow.
Great.
Good stuff. Finally, we go to Sheddington for the final round. What we like round there?
Yeah, I've got quite a lot of experience there. Won the Super Prix there once before. The last Super Prix we were 4th, but hopefully this time try to bring home I want to try finish off the season with every single round I've done. I've won the final, so I want to finish that off.
Good. Finally, and this will be like a rinse and repeat, but who are we thanking?
Obviously, Aurum Race Engines. Can't really fault them today. Also, the Pop-In Cafe, Select Motorhomes, Mum and Dad, Cam on the Spanners, and TDR. Just same all the time, just great. I just can't fault them.
And Biscoff milkshakes.
Yeah, and Biscoff milkshakes, of course. 5 temps in them.
5 whole tents. Congratulations, kids. Get yourself the cafe Biscoff milkshake, half a second in them. Jarrett Metters, winner, round 9, Super One. Matthew Pearson, I think there we go. So we just do the interview like that. You can interview yourself. There we go. Right. The heats, talk me through them. They were quite close between you and Jason, the heats.
I qualified P2, and in both the heats, Jace pushed me for a couple of laps. I pushed Jace in heat 1 until the last lap, and then I got in there. Heat 2, I got away in first, and Jace pushed me to the last corner. Then the final, Jace pushed me for the first couple of laps, and then I broke away and won.
Well, when you say broke away, that's an understatement. It was 5.6 seconds. It was a really big lead at the end. I think you'd done enough, and once that sort of slipstream was lost, you were away at the front.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Obviously, it's tight in the championship, but we do look like we're in prime position. Confident that we can get this one wrapped up by the time we get to Sheddington?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Finally, obviously, I know that, competing in championships like this, you don't just turn up on Saturdays and Sundays. We put a lot of time in, and we're allowed a little bit of time off. So is there anyone you want to say thank you to?
My school for giving me the time off, Tim Larego for the great engines, and Paul Ambition for the coaching.
Good stuff. Who's Stealth Motorsport Academy as well? You're wearing their T-shirt?
pool ambition.
Oh, good stuff.
Yeah.
There we go, because he does a little bit outside of ambition as well, doesn't he? He does some coaching aside that. Good stuff. Well, you'll be running out of space for them big trophies, but hopefully there's enough space for an even bigger one if we can wrap the championship up at the end of the season. Matthew, congratulations, and hopefully we can add round 10 to round 9 as well.
Thanks.
Noah Wicklow, first time that you've been here for SuperOne this season, and we've taken a nice big trophy home. Happy?
Yeah, very happy.
Good. Now, obviously, coming back as the reigning Micro Max champion, but first time in Inter in this championship. It's been a strong day, I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, very strong day. Just qualified pole, just went for it.
Good. It's been tight at the front. There is a couple of drivers there challenging you. Obviously, qualifying will be the big issue. Yes, you put it on pole, but because of the way the format is that you basically leave the dummy grid in championship order, you had to go off the back for quali, which must have been interesting.
It's very interesting. It's just like putting the hard work at the back, you can get to the front.
Certainly is. Obviously, very unlikely we see drivers coming and then putting it straight on the front row, but obviously you've got a bit of pedigree. Any changes recently?
No, just putting the hard work in a lot.
But that's the thing, isn't it? You know, what people don't see is they don't see the test days in between the race days. They just see drivers turning up, and you know, it's all about putting in the hard yards, isn't it?
Yeah, very much.
Good stuff. Hopefully another one of them tomorrow.
Yeah, I try my best.
Good. Space in the van for another one?
Don't know.
Don't know. Well, strap it to the roof, it'll be fine. Good stuff. No, anyone you want to say thank you to?
I'd like to say thank you to my mum and dad, my family, MGR and Orem.
Stuff. Noah Wicklow, back on the top step. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Santi Amico. We had a few extra iArmy Water Swifts this round, and we started right on the back of the micros as well, so it was quite an interesting race.
Yeah, it was.
Good.
And it was also very fun.
Good. Talk me through your day as a whole.
Huh? What did you say?
Talk me through your day. How did the heats go?
Yeah, pretty good. I won basically everything.
Well, you can't get any better than that, can you? It's all about winning everything. Obviously, it's very interesting, you guys going off the back of them micros. Do you have to sort of plan how you go about racing when you've got lots of carts in front of you like that?
Yeah, most of the time you do.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you were starting, like, you know, half a lap back or something, when we've got the full split classes, you'd have got a couple of laps before you start catching them, but you guys go pretty much straight off the back of them, and it does, you know, changes the way you go racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Good, but, you know, I guess, do you play a game with yourself on how many you can overtake?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Just keep yourself interested, innit? Just see if we can get up there, top 15. You got P15 overall today, I think, didn't you?
I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Trust me, look, we'll just tell him. You finished P15. I could tell you won, and you don't believe me. Santi, another nice big trophy, and leading the iArmy Water Swifts overall generally here as well. Think we can get another one tomorrow?
Hopefully.
Good stuff. Who's here with you? We've got a little one over there, haven't we?
Yeah.
Good. Who have we got?
Huh?
Who have we got? Who is it?
Leo. His name's Leo.
Leo. Is Leo brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. Right. Hi, Leo. There we go. Say hi, Leo. There we go. Right. You got one today. You need to go and get another one for Leo tomorrow. Do you think you can do it?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Santi, congratulations. Winner at round 9.
Thanks.
Okay, and individually on your own.
Why would you do this? I do this. Now, why would you do this? Because I can. Nico came first.
No more space. No more space.
Come on, drivers, smile. Big smile. Come on, big smile. Big smiles, come on.
No, there's no room in the film there.
Yeah, and then everyone just moves up.
I'll just wait.
And then I can stand up. You could just have hello. Oh, what are you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna come soon.
Come on, Billy. Even the girls are looking smart.
Delaney.
Oh, he stopped on you.
No, he's the one pushing me. Stop. No, he did it to me first.
I need to turn around. No, other way. What, hit?
Suits up. Down exhale, I'm still at the camera. Oh,
Suits up, guys.
You can stare at the camera.
I didn't see it. Oh, I couldn't do it.
You're there.
I'm not wearing the SuperOne gloves. I bet it was
Oh, I wish I could win it. Sad.
Mainly wanting you down there. You're wearing a range on the break.
next one the camera comes down is the TV one.
They want to make in the full famous.
That'll get blurred out.
No, sorry. I'm not in the team.
There you are. Archie! Where's he gone? Archie! Go on, next one. Next one. Archie! Who? Frank Pearson. Frank Pearson. And Harry Was. Hurry up, guys. Right, we've started something here at the last race, so if everyone would just like to wish them happy birthday. There we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tracy. Happy birthday to you. Great, well done, guys. Okay, the first one here was Nicholas Hampson. Okay, and then we've got a random draw that will be... Who wants to press it? Right, you've got to be here to win it, so... Logan Jackson. There you go, Annie's here. Okay, guys, have a great, safe weekend racing. Thank you.
Baba son çıkartıcı.
Well, hello and welcome back to Whilton Mill. We are ready to go with our second heats for our Might Ease. We'll get you a grid up in a few moment time. So Mighty then for their second heat are ready to go. We are due for a 1 PM resumption and it is bang on 1 PM. So we'll get you a grid up in a few moments time and we'll await our drivers heading out onto circuit. So it will be the same grid that we had in heat number 1 as qualifying sessions set both of our heats and then the heats set positions for the finals. Oliver Reynolds and EJ Deera will go off the front row with Max Tetlow and Joshua Chung in front of Aidan Castleman and Luca Peed on row 3. Row 4 will be Rafe Verdi and Teddy Veselovsky with Eli Parkhouse and Cruz Rogers in front of Harry Foley and Jax Wilmington on row number 6. Archie Watkins and Astro Matthews in front of Jack Voss and Dax Miller with Fraser Payne and Arton Odula on row number 9. Field will make their way around for a standing start. The weather's still nice and warm as it was yesterday. Yesterday was probably a little bit warmer throughout the day, but supporting the live chat coming in for the O plate of Luca Peed from Nanny Joe. Could be a momentous day for the Peed family as Luca comes into this race weekend leading that Mighty Championship and can, all being well, wrap this championship up this weekend if things go to plan. There are still 6 drivers in with a chance, but they are needing exceptional results, whereas Peed will just need to be finishing inside the top 3 throughout the rest of the day, and we'll give you an exact permutation before we head to the final. We're away in racing then. There's a UK plate of EJ Deera will lead us. Oh, we've got 2 up on the back of each other. Max Tetlow has a car up on the back of him. It was Joshua Chung who drove up onto the back of Max Tetlow. Tetlow is still going, so it looks like he's okay, which is great to see. Could have been far, far worse. But Max Tetlow will fall down to the tail end of the field. UK plate of EJ Deera will lead us through them with Oliver Reynolds just behind Aidan Castleman, who took the victory on track in race number 1 this morning, but dropped down to P6 after a post-race penalty for contravention of flag signals. Dropped him down into 6th place. So the win this morning was inherited then by Eli Parkhouse, who started in 9th place and then again on this occasion has moved up from that P9 start into P4. There he is on the back of this train. Big look over the shoulder from EJ Deera. I don't think they're going anywhere. Parkhouse and going somewhere is Luca Peed, and that place for somewhere was on the grass on the right hand side in the run up to Christmas corner, as he tries to get past the 25 of Teddy Veselovsky. Will that move come at Ashby? Yes, it will for the young Ambition Motorsport driver. Round Osey as the train of 4 go at the front. Peed will now be up into that 5th place, but he's got around about 0.6 of a second plus whatever he's lost in overtaking Teddy Veselovsky halfway round that lap to close back up on this train in front. There he is in the white helmet in 5th place. Has lost a little bit on that lap overall to that train in front, but that train in front have had a switch around as well as Eli Parkhouse moves through on Aidan Castleman into 3rd place, as Oliver Reynolds is going to go down the inside of EJ Deera. Deera had crowded into the inside of the track on the right hand side, but Oliver Reynolds was through down the inside and helped through as well by Eli Parkhouse, who was in 3rd place, just helping pushing him through. Deera's fallen down to 4th place, and all of that has allowed Luca Peed to close right up. Castleman's going to come back down the inside. Is he here for 2nd place? Yes, he is, and gets it done into the right-hander of the boot. Aidan Castleman, who, as I say, won that first race, but picked up a post-race penalty, so he'll be looking to right some wrongs this morning. Hannah Stevens in the live chat, supporting Eli Parkhouse, who comes out of the slipstream of Aidan Castleman, currently in 3rd place, right in the middle of this train of 5 for Eli Parkhouse, the Heat 1 winner. Down the inside goes EJ Deera, and again the driver picking up the pieces is Luca Peed. 5th place through into the lead of that train, the 2nd train in 3rd place now. So he will try and close in on Oliver Reynolds and Aidan Castleman at the front. Plenty of support coming in from trackside, as you can hear the shouts, because there's no engine noise, of course, on the Mighties, be that the Bambino variant or the Cadet or Super Cadet. So you can hear all the support coming in as EJ Deera and Eli Parkhouse go side by side down the hill out of Christmas Corner, and the battle for 3rd place now really has fragmented. So Teddy Veselovsky, Ray Ferdy and Joshua Chung. This is Max Tetlow trying to come back through as EJ Deera picks up a warning. Tetlow in the 57 going down the inside of the debutant Cruz Rogers to move himself back inside the top 10. And a change for the lead as Aidan Castleman has got past Oliver Reynolds, and that gap of 0.6 they had to Luca Peed has disappeared. .125 on the clock as Castleman now will defend from Oliver Reynolds. Castleman hails from Coventry, so not a million miles away from here in terms of where his kart tracks are, but don't get a huge amount of opportunities to test here at Whilton. The race weekends and corporates as well means testing is largely held on Wednesdays. Down the inside goes Luca Peed for 2nd place. Two laps to go as behind we've got EJ Deera and Eli Parkhouse side by side as well, and Parkhouse has found a way past EJ Deera. Almost 3 wide in the run up towards the Christmas Corner, and Oliver Reynolds is back down the inside of Luca Peed. Peed was trying to stick it out round the outside but ran out of track as they came through that left hand kink towards the flat out right of Inkermans. Reynolds right up onto the back of Castleman here. Time is down to 0, so we'll see the last lap board this time round, but who's going to see it first? It could well be Oliver Reynolds, who's got a really good run on Aidan Castleman. Luca Pede's going to try and do a little switch back that doesn't quite work out as well in the Bambino classes as it would in the seniors or juniors. Some lap traffic in front, and Eli Parkhouse is closing up onto the back of this, having found a way past EJ Deere on the previous lap. Was nearly 0.8 of a second quicker than this train in front. Will they get past the traffic before the right-hander at Christmas corner? Who's going to take advantage? Looks like Reynolds was going to get boxed in there. They'll go either side, and it's Castleman who will come out down the inside, and Luca Pede will have track position, as will Eli Parkhouse. Aidan Castleman has got enough of a gap here at the front. I think that this one is home and dry as long as he doesn't start defending fresh air. Normally drivers are encouraged to look forward, but on this occasion he probably just wants a little look over his shoulder, because he is indeed defending a position that didn't need defending, and that could give the drivers behind a little bit of a run round the boots. Look how much they've closed up. Will Pede or Parkhouse get the run out of the final corner? I think they may well be preoccupied with each other. Aidan Castleman will take victory in the second heat from Luca Pede and Eli Parkhouse. Oliver Reynolds and EJ Deere, your top 5. A recovery drive from last back up to 6 for Max Tetlow after an opening lap that saw him off the track after contact between himself and Joshua Chung. Chung finishing in P8 behind Teddy Veselovsky, Harry Foley, Cruz Rogers, Rafe Verdi and Jax Wilmington, with Archie Watkins and Astro Matthews. Will await the arrival of Jack Voss and Dax Miller, who will be coming into shot shortly. There's Dax, there's Jack Voss taking the line, and we've got Dax to come through as well shortly. So we'll have a quick drop of some positions into the championship spreadsheet to give you an idea of where I think Luca Pede needs to finish in the final to wrap up the points standings here at Super One. I believe you need the top 10 in the final to get this one wrapped up for Luca Pede in Mighty. Of course, may well still need to attend the final round, such as the way the championship regulations are written in Super One, that people eligibility is based on attendance at all rounds, but we'll see how that goes. Sometimes you can apply for special dispensation if you want to move into a different class, etc., for the final rounds. So, final Mighty second heat in the bag. We move up to what is waiting for us there on screen. It's IARMI M1. So they will head out onto circuit in a few moments' time. There's a waved green flag which will allow them to start their engines. Shay Downey will lead us out onto circuit. All runners are rolling. Shay Downey and Presley Knight then will go off the front row. Jack Rossi-Minot and Stanley Thurston, hoping for a little bit more luck than the first heat, will go off fourth place. Teddy Smith and Jules Nash on row number 3. Row 4 will see George Miller and Henry Exton in front of Frank Tingle and Oakley Rudman, with Nicholas Anser and Gabriel Chu. We're going to have Isaac Taylor and Sharon Gomi, James Talbot and Samuel Karakovic, with Zachary Das and Rex Everard in front of Timothy Robinson, Leo Butler, Albert Omi and Briella Stevens, who came through from P22 to finish inside the top half of the field in the first race of the day. Standing start for our IARMIs, as we'll have in a few moments' time with our Komas as well. Then we go to our rolling start classes for everything beyond that. 2 extra races as well when it comes to our final, as we split into Max and a few other classes as well. Honda Cadet and our Mighty Cadets get split. So it looks like we're about to go racing in our Army M1. Green flag at the back of the pack. And we are away in racing as they'll run up towards Crook and Oblivion. And off effectively the outside of the front row has gone Presley Knight. And it looked like Jack Rossi Minot was going to come round the outside as well. And until Shay Downey tucked in behind the 16. These carts very slipstream heavy and will always go faster if you've got 2 nose to tail than just the one of them. Thurston has managed to make it up and round Christmas Corner this time after the unfortunate outcome in heat number 1 saw him facing the outside of the track and nose into the tyres. I'm not sure he made a huge amount of impact into the tyres, but then took him a while to get that car out of the tyre wall and back onto track. So a warning on the opening lap for Shay Downey. Wasn't cleared on the screen as to what that may well be for, but he's going to push along with Presley Knight as down the inside goes 1, 2, 2 RCE karts, 3 RCE karts as Jules Nash gets the move done on Jack Rossi Minot. Thurston and Teddy Smith, the first 2 through. So Presley Knight will continue to lead this race. 3rd place in the championship last year, and has got a really good chance of going 2 better this time round. We've got support coming in for Isaac Taylor in the live chat. He's currently running P15, having started P13, so loses a few on the opening couple of laps, but hoping to make them up as the race progresses. Nash is going to go all the way around the outside there, is he? Stanley Thurston, who then tries to chop across on Jack Rossi Minot, but Jack Rossi Minot is in place already and he cannot do it. He falls down to P6, but we have a battle for 3rd place that sees us going all the way down to Gabriel Chu in 11th place at the minute. And then a second train of karts behind them, currently being led by the Dutchman Samuel Karakovic, which goes down to Zachary Das in 17th place. So duo at the front, still nose to tail, and at the moment being fairly friendly to each other in terms of just keeping out of each other's way, working together. And just a quick heads up, that wasn't a punt from Jules Nash onto the back of Teddy Smith, and that's called bump drafting, and it makes them go faster. So they're only really punching 1 hole in the air, then going up and over the back of the cart and under the rear bumper tries to pull the cart back. And if you've only got 1 hole there to punch through and 1 rear bumper getting pulled back, that's why you'll find trains of 2 carts, 3 carts, 4 carts will always go faster than 1 cart on their own. I'm not sure Downey's going to have enough here for Presley Knight. We still have 3 minutes on the clock, but lap on lap it's been edging out slightly. The gap's out to 0.3 of a second. It's only a fraction, but it's enough that Presley Knight might not have to defend in the final couple of laps. We've got a warning for Stan Thurston. This gap has broken from Exton, who's going well with this pack, and then you've got Rudman, Tingle and Chew in a train of 3 now that were on the back of this a lap or so ago. Thurston fourth in this train as Teddy Smith goes down the inside of Jules Nash. Nash is introduced to the curb on the outside of the right-hander, which he remonstrates about, but I'm not sure it's much about being put on the curb and more about the fact that he's just lost an extra 2 places for his troubles. As Minot and Thurston move through. Gap at the front is down slightly. We'll keep tracking that, but we're going to see a lot more action in this pack here as Jack Rossi Minot is through on Teddy Smith, and everybody's going to have a go at being in 3rd place at this rate. Smith's going to come straight back at Jack Rossi Minot as Minot drives all the way around the outside of him. Talking about driving around the outside, Smith got the nose chopped off him, and Stanley Thurston with a good little run has moved himself round the outside of the 19 and up into 4th place, and will now try and push away, I imagine, for a lap or so. Henry Exton with a move down the inside of Jules Nash. Good to see Exton running up in the front pack for first time in a while. Rudman Chew now in 9th with Frank Tingle dropping to P10, but still there in that train. There they go, side by side down the back straight as Minot once again makes an overtake in the run up towards Christmas Corner. He is strong up that end of the circuit. Nash and Smith resume their battle from a few laps ago and run side by side round Ashby. Leaders are clear at the front though. The gap is beyond 3.5 seconds now, and that is because at no point in this race have these two impeded each other. Knight has largely been 0.3 of a second clear on average of Shea Downey. Downey needs a little bit in these final 2 laps as Thurston will try to get to the inside. Jack Rossi Minot is not defended. He's going to lose at least 2 places here, I think, as Nash will try and stick it round the outside. He's done well to only lose 1 there as Jack Rossi Minot, but if the other 2 were half a metre closer to the back of Stanley Thurston, I think he'd have lost 3 to Nash and to Teddy Smith as well. Exton still on the back of this train of 5 for 3rd place. P7 may well be his best finish of the season so far. Nash having to get on the brakes there visibly as well, as he saw Minot coming across the front of him. Leaders will cross the timing line now just in front. They've navigated past some lap traffic and it has added an extra 10th to the lead battle. That traffic may not come into play for our battle for 3rd place, and if it does, it will be down towards the boot at the end of the lap. So it's going to be a interesting battle. In fact, they may well catch that earlier than expected as they come up towards the right-hander on the run into Ashby. We'll pick them up on the exit of the corner as they go either side of the lap traffic. Thurston is clear now then in 3rd place with Jack Rossi Minot and Jules Nash. And Teddy Smith has been hampered. Henry Exton is up into 6th place. It will be his best finish of the season. And I don't think they're going to be able to overtake. Was that a stationary yellow on the run into the boot? At the front, though, Presley Knight adds another one with Shea Downey in 2nd place. Thurston from Jack Rossi Minot and Jules Nash. Henry Exton, Oakley Rudman, and Teddy Smith, Gabriel Chew, Frank Tingle. Henry Exton picks up a contact warning that is shown on timing, although he has finished the race already, so I don't think that's going to be too worrisome for the young man. the 32. Still at the younger end, really, of the iArmy Bambino M1 scale. At 6 years old at the start of this season was Henry. Currently the 2025 Woodthorpe Kart Club iArmy M1 champion. Circuit based in Lincolnshire. Known as Strubby to the regulars there at Woodthorpe. There's a lot of cool little kart clubs that a lot of these drivers start their racing at, whether that be somewhere like Woodthorpe, be it Forest Edge or Wumwell. It gives these drivers a foothold into motorsport. So they'll make their way off track. They'll be replaced in a few moments' time by Coma C50. Just an advance apology for any silence, which is when we come back. But I'm plugging away, putting in championship points into my spreadsheet, which gives us a current championship update of where our drivers potentially need to be. Not that iArmy M1 is going to get wrapped up today anyway, but it does give us a rough idea of how things could well pan out. And it can feasibly get wrapped up, but it would require drivers to unfortunately have retirements, and I'll be honest with you, I can't see it happening in iArmy M1. So we'll wait for the Comas to head out onto track in a few moments' time. I think we have got karts just being recovered after that race, although not sure. I saw a trolley going towards the front, but I think everybody took the checkered flag. So unless somebody has rolled to a halt after the checker, not quite sure. Into the live chat, we've got people asking when Zane Sofawoglu's next race is. It will be after the next one. In fact, yeah, we did have a kart that stopped after the checkered flag, but everybody saw the flag, which was the most important thing. So I'm not sure. Ah, it's Teddy Smith in the number 19. His kart's being pushed back in by his dad Brent. Probably not the camera time that he was hoping for, but kart getting pushed back into the pit lane. Yeah, people on live chat just asking when Zane Sofawoglu's next race is. It will be after Comas, which is the next race. So sit tight for around about 10 minutes. Enjoy Comas, and the race will be with you shortly. Support coming in again for Isaac Taylor, and support by David Train all the way from Australia again for River Di Giorgio Miller. Can he drive through from the fourth row once again to get towards the front? We're about to find out. Pearson and Gallagher on the front row, Hannon and Hanley on the second, with Logan Grassi and Reggie Rhodes on row 3. River Di Giorgio Miller and Aidan Hughes in front of Sebastian O'Connell and Regan Abercrombie, with Tristan Begley and Ayrton Edward Jones on row number 6. Row 7 is Jacob Hayward-White with Henry Isles alongside him. Jude Campbell shown on the screen, but we haven't seen him on track this weekend for Jude. We could well be missing another driver as well. We've got 13 tripping the timing there in Coma. And I think it's Jacob Hayward-White. (13) there we're counting, and that's 13 on timing. So first of all, we've established it's not a transponder issue. It's a driver waiting on the left-hand side there in the white helmet. So didn't get out, but should be able to join potentially from the pit lane. But because it's a standing start, he will be allowed to drive round and just join up onto the back of the grid. And these carts are that light, 71 kilo with the driver in them, that you can just pick the back end up with the driver in situ, throw the cart round, and you can take up your position on the grid. And we are away and racing. It was a smoky start for Jacob Hayward-White, but it was a start. And he is in this race. 3 wide in the second pack. Matthew Pearson. That is a novel approach to the Kinkert Fine Lady as we take a trip across the grass. And it looks like there was a bit of debris there bouncing down the track as well. Not entirely sure what that was, but it looked small and black, and the fuel caps are small and black. So I'm just putting 2 and 2 together and making about 55, but they've all still got their cap on. That's handy. Top-mounted fuel tank on these combers. They have been known in the past to completely unwind themselves and come off completely of these top tanks on the combers. I mean, to be fair, given the size of the motor, they do only have 4 thimbles of petrol in them anyway, normally. So Matthew Pearson leads us over then from Jace Hannon, and a inspired after an opening heat 22 of Noah Gallagher. A little bit of a gap back then as that field did run over the debris that was in the track. Logan Grassi, Aidan Hughes and River Di Giorgio Miller, and they're off on the right hand side, and I think one of them could have been Aidan Hughes. I think the other was River Di Giorgio Miller, 5th and 6th respectively, as Logan Grassi is on his own in 4th place at the moment. It looks like it's the 53 of Robert Hanley behind. So yeah, there's the bit of debris just being recovered. It's not a fuel cap, I don't think, but whatever it was seemed to either bounce off a cart or was run over the cart from a previous race. Gallagher with a bit of snap oversteer, and so it certainly bounced down the track at the start of the race. But Hannon with a slightly more defensive line will need Gallagher to push along. Gap is out to around about half a second when they went over the timing line on the previous lap. Just going to keep an eye out when we come back down the hill towards Ashby here for a potential change for 4th place. And indeed there is. That is Robert Hanley up into P4 in the 53. Another driver from Lincolnshire. Bambino Racing is rife in Lincolnshire, looking at where all of our younger drivers are from on the entry list. He's now up into 4th place with Logan Grassi and the S-plate of Regan Abercrombie. S as the Scottish champion is very unlikely to be from Lincolnshire, as the rest of the field appear to be. Grassi from the northeast of England. So pick this battle up for P4. Just went silent there just to hear for the lift-off points of where our drivers were coming off the throttle on the run up towards Christmas Corner. Support coming in, I think, here for the 22 of Noah Gallagher. Currently running in 3rd place, but certainly not looking out of position with these two at the front. See battles as River Di Giorgio Miller and Reggie Rhodes. Miller up through and into 10th place now, having fallen down the order as himself and Aidan Hughes. There's a contact warning on the overhead gantry for Reggie Rhodes, although that I thought that was out for the previous lap, but he's picked 2 up on the timing system that we see here in the commentary box. 2.5 minutes to go. Pearson He was 3/10 clear, but he's going to come out in P3 as Jace Hannon gets a good run. He's pushed along by Noah Gallagher. They go down the inside into Christmas Corner. Matthew Pearson, who won the final yesterday but lost out in heat number 1 to Jace Hannon, has now got work to do from P3. Round Osier, still plenty of time to go. 1:04 is roughly the average lap time for our Coma C50 runners. Pearson has the luxury of taking a wider line to get the switch back because he hasn't got anybody to defend. Up and over the timing line, there you go. We're going to have 3 more laps and Jace Hannon driving the cart down the middle of the track. I'll say not the most defensive line because given the width of these comas and how wide this circuit is, if they've got enough of a run, they can just pick a side. But at the very least, just parks it down the middle and just gives them that mental edge that he's not out on the white line. And if they are going to go down the inside, it is going to hamper their run. This is your similar battle for 4th place. There's a train of 3, Hanley, Grassie and Abercrombie. Nose to tail, back to the leading trio, and there is absolutely nothing between them. Nose to tail, and as you can see there from that camera shot, at most there was millimetres between the front nose. These drivers driving well beyond their years, 5 to 7 years old at the start of the season for our Coma C50 runners. They may well turn 8 in the mid part of the season, but they are young. As round goes Gallagher, he was tight on the inside, but it was more himself there, I think, being mindful that he didn't want to launch over the curb and tag the rear brake, and we're down to a train of 2 as Jace Hannon with the helmet tap, but a little look to his right. We'll see that he's got a few kart lengths, but the slipstream evaporates that very quickly in the run up towards Christmas Corner. Through the flat out left kink, we're going to have moves as well now. These 3 will potentially have sights on Noah Gallagher as that kart gets itself back up to pace. They're only around about 3/4 of a second off. Time is down to 0. Another helmet tap from Jace Hannon. Matthew Pearson, though, given where his points are in the championship, I don't think he'll be too disappointed with a P2. Given there's only a single point between 1st and 2nd place. Having said that, half a sniff and he'll be straight down the inside, and I do expect Jace Hannon to defend this lead quite hard as we head up towards the timing line. Last lap board is held out to the driver's right and shown on the overhead gantry as well. And expect Hannon to go towards that right white line on the right hand side and not leave it until he heads up towards Christmas Corner, as Pearson will try and draw alongside. Will not be able to go round the outside, but will carry more momentum down the hill. But as mentioned earlier, this right-hander does sometimes stop the potential switch back, but it's going to happen. Pearson down the inside, he'll run wide. Hannon will then carry the pace, but will be tight and will need to squeeze Pearson to the inside to try and get the switch back in the middle part of this straight, as Pearson immediately switches into a defensive mode. The boot will be the final opportunity. Can Hannon try and drive all the way around the outside? It's going to be brave, and I don't think he's alongside nearly enough. Can he do the little switch back and draw alongside Pearson? He cannot. And it's going to be 1 apiece in the heats between Jace Hannon and Matthew Pearson. Pearson wins heat 2 from Jace Hannon, who is still happy with his work in P2. Noah Gallagher finishes in 3rd in front of Robert Hanley, Logan Grassie and Regan Abercrombie. And it's going to be Aidan Hughes and River Di Giorgio Miller. Those 2 off the track in the opening couple of laps, recover to 7th and 8th respectively. Sebastian O'Connell and Tristan Begley, with Henry Isles and that's Reggie Rhodes in the all black crossing the line now. Ayrton Edward Jones will cross the line, and that will be Jacob Hayward White in the background coming through for P14. And that is Coma C50 second heat. Consigned to the history books. We'll do a little bit more of internal commentary box admin as we just update the championship points for our comas, and this class can get wrapped up by my Matthew Pearson today, but he will need, I believe, a win in the final, or at the very least a second place. So we will keep our eye out for our Coma C50 class. So just doing a bit of internal admin. We do like it in the live chat when people throw compliments at me, and to Alpha Live, of course. But I will take all of the plaudits for that. I'll obviously pass on the thanks. So thank you very much to Drumming Spain. Compliments will get you absolutely everywhere. He's got a ruptured bicep. Andy's back in the commentary box, and we're talking about injuries. So he's done us a favour there, Andy. We are going to talk about that in a few moments. We're going to segue into injuries. We're going to move on, though, to our next class. It is time for Micromax and iArmy Waterswift Restricted. So Micros are just going to head out onto track. Hanley and Drummond on the front row. Hatton and Sofawoglu in front of Galloway and Delaney, with Ward and Hunt, Bailey and Scott completing your top 10. Holt and Cale in front of Ewart and Hope. Hudson, Reed, Edwards and Robinson Matthews are in front of Max Stone and Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. Smith, Fuchs, Ewart, DeBrio, Selleck, Dempsey, Thompson and Lathrope are your Micromax runners. Then we've got Santi Amico, Archie Johnson, Harley Bebb and Archie Ashworth, your iArmy Waterswift Restricted runners. Drumming Spain has got a ruptured bicep. Andy, you've got hurty shoulder.
I have got a hurty shoulder. Yeah, I need to remember I'm actually no longer 18 years old and I shouldn't ride my son's scooter.
Well, we've all done silly things. I broke my foot at a karting event once because I went out in the evening and jumped off a stage and broke my foot. I was majestic in flight but not in landing. I thought I was Swayze, and I was until I was in a crumpled heap on the floor.
Yeah.
You were in a crumpled heap on the floor because you decided to play on a kid's scooter.
I did, and it was a proper crumpled heap because I ended up dislocating and breaking my left shoulder. And it's surgery 2 weeks ago. Went very successful. Thank you, NHS. And it looks like we're going racing there.
Yes, we are. We go green on the timing system, and Caden Hanley will lead us through, pursued by Will Hatton in the yellow helmet. Looks like everybody has made it through thus far round the Oblivion and Crook corners up towards Christmas, the first major pinch point, and we have got a few drivers jumping out of the way, but largely they have managed to make it through unscathed. Jensen Drummond is down to P4. It could well be P5 as the YouTube chat favourite Zane Sofawoglu. No, it's not. He's off on the outside. The championship leader is off and he's struggling to get back on. He's going to have a charge through the field now in the 54. Not only is he back behind the micros, he's behind the iArmy Waterswift restricted runners as well. He went down the inside of Jensen Drummond, and that was the last we saw of him.
I'll tell you what, though, if he managed to get a comeback drive on that, that's going to be amazing.
He has got some talent.
He's got some speed behind him.
But having missed one round already, not a full weekend, he only missed one round, the Sunday at GYG, he has got a little bit to play with in terms of drop points provisions, but not as much as some of our drivers have.
Well, this is where in this championship, each round your points, they start to add up. They add up. You can drop 2 rounds. So if you miss rounds, they will become your dropped rounds. So, these last final 3, I'd say. So today, and obviously we've got the last one at Shennington coming up. This is where everyone's points are really going to start mattering. They are so tight on some of these.
It is critical, isn't it? I mean, individual points between finishing position in heats, 2 points between first and second and third respectively in the finals, then back down to single point increments as well, although almost double points for finals. It's 34 for a win in a heat and 60 for a win in a final. So, and
I do wonder if these young kids out there, it goes through their heads. They know they're in that winning streak. They know they can bring back that big trophy. Do you think it gets them, or I don't think it does. I think they just go, that helmet comes down, visor shuts, and I think they're going to race mode.
I genuinely think until we sort of get into the interclasses, or at least the older drivers in the cadet variant, so Micromax and Honda Cadet, and any other cadet, where unless they've been given a very firm instruction at the start of a race, particularly on finals championship weekend, which we'll have at Shennington, is very much a case of just go out and do what you can. And, parents and mechanics won't want to give the driver too much to comprehend. They've got loads going on, let's be honest. They're doing the best part of 50 mile an hour at 7 or 8 years old, an inch off the floor in close quarters with every other kart as well.
Every time I get in a car, I break a rib. More injuries for me. But again, there's one thing about SuperOne. The consistency of these drivers has been amazing throughout this championship. We've done championships, other championships around, and you normally get people drop into the first 1 and 2 and realise it's not for them, and they come out and things change. But looking at the names on the boards here, it's been consistent throughout this whole championship. It's good to see. The paddock life in the evenings is wonderful. The kids are all playing together. It's like they're little. Oh, got one in the grass there.
Yeah.
Who was that?
It was one of the Jack Dex karts. It could well have been. It's either Max Stone or who's the other one?
I think he's going to be joining at the back there.
Yeah, we'll pick it up in a few moments' time. There's Zane Sofawoglu starting to come back through the order in the 54.
There he is, back. So the ones who spent off there has just joined at the back of the pack now.
But that's the thing, in terms of your drivers. What I have found is you will see in a lot of national championships, and it's everyone's prerogative. The drivers will go, or their parents will say, right, I think we're ready for national level racing. They'll do the first couple of rounds and maybe realise that it can be quite tough, and not just on track as well. If you're going down, if you're northern based and you're going down to Clay, or if you're based down there and then you've got a round up at Rowra, your drivers coming back, they're not going to bed till midnight, as down the inside goes the 12 of Jensen and Drummond on Cooper Galloway. Galloway will hold that until at least here, and then there'll be a switchback. That's Charlie Cale coming through. He's had a tough weekend so far.
But that's some lovely driving there, but is he going to hold that?
Running
he's got
well.
The inside line, but they're two abreast there.
Yeah, could be on the outside for the boot, and it's pretty much as you were. It's like these drivers, they do what they do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but they're back in school on Mondays. And if they're not back till midnight and you've got to get a tired, weary driver up to go to school at 7:30, the commitment from drivers and parents,
it's huge
to do this sport. And I remember going to explain to my son's school why we needed Friday afternoons off, because at the time they didn't really understand karting. They thought that all of these drivers just rocked up on a Saturday and everything was there for them.
They don't realise
and to some drivers it may well be if you're in a team, but for your privateer runners, where they've got to go and pick the cart up from somewhere, then they might have to go and pick the caravan up from storage, and then they've got to drag it.
Then you've got to get
6 hours.
So we normally travel on a Thursday, so we travel on a Thursday, so we're here, ready to go. So we set up on a Thursday, and then Friday's obviously our practice day. And I think that's so important. These families, doing this, but the kids just build from it. Zach Turns from is a different kid now since doing karting. He's learned how to win. He's learned how to lose. There's some good driving here, though. Right at the front pack, they're being very sensible. They're not taking risks. Clearly got the draft there, so he's got the toe, but they're not. We have some movement, but the smoothness of the driving. At this age, Jensen's pulled the fastest lap. You can see that, just by the style of his driving.
He's 2 seconds back, and we'll really need these two to start squabbling if he's got any hopes of drawing in. But he's pulled a gap now on Cooper Galloway and Charlie Cale. There's a gap back then to Ralph Ewer, who has moved up from P14 into 6th place.
That's a good drive. We've got 1 minute and 1 lap left, so this is going to be a 2 or 3 lap race now. We've got some movement in the big pack there.
Yeah, that's Buster Scott in the 85 in the Lando Norris inspired helmet. It was running in roughly about between 10 to 15 on the previous lap, but I'm trying to pick out where he is on time. He's P8 now for Buster Scott in that second chase.
Hanley and Hatton are down the road. I think this is where they need to be sensible. Don't fight too early. You can see it. It's going to happen. You can see not the aggression as such, but you can see the driving. The driving's changing slightly.
Yeah, look over the shoulder. Hanley looks fairly comfortable, and by that I mean not in his position, just he's picked up a warning, whether it's for leading, whether that's for being overly defensive, I'm not sure, but just appear to be confident at the moment that Hatton isn't going to send a move down the inside on him. They'll see the last lap board this time round, though.
Thing is, this is Heat 2. So your points are, are building. This will get where they're going to start in the final. If I was those drivers there, I'd expect them to stay within that. It's safe. They know they're going to cross the line, P1, P2. They're going to have a great start in the final. And that's when you can really start that racing technique. But he's pushing. Hatton is definitely looking. He's going for that inside, side by the pods there.
He's going to keep his foot in there, is he?
He's going. He got it.
Oh, nearly. nearly for Will Hatton, was so close on Caden Hanley, but I think that's his opportunity of taking the victory out of the way.
Yeah, the gap's grown now. He lost his racing line.
Yeah.
He lost his speed coming at that corner, but it was a good try. It was a good attempt.
Battle's going on for 4th place. That's Ralph Ewer now up into P4 in front of Cooper Galloway and Charlie Cale. So Ralph Ewer has gone from P14 to what will be P4, and he's going to give himself a real opportunity for the final. He's charged through. He's done what he needed to do, but at the front, Caden Hanley will start the final from pole position in a
Yes, that's the the checker flag is gone.
weekend that he won yesterday. So Hanley from Hatton, that'll be your front row for the final. Drummond can't be counted out. Ralph Ewer will be higher up than where he qualified. That's for sure. There's a very, very happy,
That's a very happy celebration.
Nedim Selik in P21. Finishes in front of his Turkish compatriot Zayn Sofawoglu, who recovers back to P22 after the opening lap excursion at Ashby.
I can see that celebrational photograph being on the parents' wall very soon. That's going to be a good little photograph that got done by the
I do
photographers.
like it. There was, I think, iArmy M1 earlier on for Heat number 1. Every driver celebrated coming over the line, no matter where they finished. They just enjoyed the experience of
There you
racing.
go.
But
that's your top 10. So P1 we've got Hanley, P2 Wilton, P3 Drummond, Urim P4, Galloway P5, Cal P6, Delaney P7, Ward P8, Scott P9, and Holt finishes your lineup top 10.
So Hanley and Hatton have been the top 2, but I think, Andy, the final's going to be a very different story.
Do you know what? I am looking forward to the finals today.
Ralph Ewer's going to be right up there if that charge through from P14 to P4 is anything to go by.
Between Zach Racing, we've been out there watching these kids drive. I think we've got Honda Cadet next, haven't we?
We do, and Mighty Cadet as well. Mighties will go off first. Honda will generally, and I make no apologies for this through the heats, they'll normally get a little bit more coverage just because of the way the timing system works here, and then we'll end up with the rest of then they split for the finals, which is lovely because then we get to put all, and rightly so, the focus on the Mighty Cadets. So next up then, Honda Cadet and Mighty Cadet heat number 2.
Here we go, line up in the on the pre-grid there. Do you know that Ollie Ratton, we used to run a sponsorship competition for Zeneco Racing. Ollie Ratton was our first ever winner.
Lovely.
He won it just over 2 years ago, or 3 years ago.
Really good driver, Oliver Ratton.
We watched him, build up. He was grassroots when he won our sponsorship competition. We supported him for 12 months. Zach and Ollie are really good friends now. Always see him on track. It's really good to see him. And here's your starting grid. Go for it, David.
Daniel Stangarian will be on pole position. He's your champion-elect. He's got Junior Wright alongside him, Jacob Amos and Heath Smith with Harry Voss and Freddie Howell on row number 3. Row 4, Frank Pearson and Gianluca Hudson with Emily Christie and Samuel Kenny. Archie Annesley and Jax Wong are on row number 6. Then into Hondas, Oliver Ratton and Henry Colborne, Nico Veselovsky and Phoebe Shelton with Archie Edgar and Freddie Williams on the 3rd row for Honda. Luke Hamill and Kabir Singh, Reggie Duffersey and Thomas Pregnell with George Lilly, George Bridger, Fabian Smith and Ollie Spooner Green, who's been getting a little bit of love in the live chat earlier on.
Yep, we've got Cameron Henry, Dad's watching for Finland.
He's on a jolly, and I say that because he's not. He's working. He's working at Rally Finland.
But watching the live stream.
Last night I said to him, "Your dad's on a jolly," and Henry just went, "Yeah," and I went, "Well, no, he's at work, isn't he?" So then his dad then put a message on the interview saying, "I'm definitely not on a jolly. I'm definitely working really hard."
I'm sure Henry's going to reply on the live chat very, very soon. So this is going to be a good race. This is Heat 2, and are we going green? We are green. So the Mighty Cadets are out.
Side by side, Harry Voss in the orange helmet, currently in P5, going side by side with Gianluca Hudson.
And then pit screen there, you've got the Honda Cadets coming around. Nice clean start, and they're racing as well. We've gone green.
So Ratton will lead us through in Honda, and indeed does, in front of the green and white BRK chassis Henry Colborne. It's been a good start by Phoebe Shelton. She is up into 3rd place. Here. Colborne making early inroads.
I think Colborne and Ratton in this race, I think, are going to fight. I think it's going to show true racecraft, and who's going to come out in that P1, P2. As long as they keep those 4 wheels on the tarmac, I think it's going to be an exciting race. But then, you know, we've also got Wilowski. You know, again, a really, you know, Nico is a smooth little driver. He's making his way up there all the time. It's just, you know, some of these kids, the talent, the raw talent they have is amazing.
Junior Wright leads from Daniel Stangarian. So we say timing in the top left-hand corner, not always correct. We try our best, and we certainly will for the final. Jacob Amos there, then in third place in front of Heath Smith.
Phoebe Shelton has popped up. I think Phoebe's taken into P3. She's taken third.
Or Jax Wong trying to make a move down the inside of the number 75 machine. Didn't quite work out for him. But we'll see whether anybody can do anything about Junior Wright at the front. There's a warning for Phoebe Shelton.
That could be where she got the overtake. But it's only one, as long as you don't get too many. But we've got some movements in at the front there, so the Mighties all over the place. Junior Wright has gone into P1, Smith in P2, and Stangarian into P3, and Jackson in P4. I think that's going to be some close driving there.
Yeah, we've got Jacob Amos up there as well. The timing is getting manually sorted by Rachel.
Oh, is Rachel's fixing it?
Oh, yeah, Rachel Bullard, our timekeeper.
Well, I think the electrics in the electric carts seem to play havoc with
yes,
timing lines.
Now, I know some series run a car transponder and it works well. However, it depends on what... it's not the transponder that's necessarily... It's the timing
cables,
issue. Yeah. It's the timing system. So whatever timing system has to be compliant with the transponder that's required. But that is right from Smith, Amos and Stangarian in P4 for our Might Ease.
So yeah, these are going well. So I think we're going to try and get a little bit of Honda coming up.
Yeah, it'd be good to see where we are in Honda. I think they're just coming up and over the timing line about now, and they're already starting to catch up, I think, onto the back of some of the Mighties. Veselovsky now in third place as they run up, and Ratton here just playing a smart game, I think, with pushing Colborne. We've already had a nibble in the live chat. I've gone fishing and I've caught his dad nibbling, who's come back in to tell me that he is definitely working hard.
The fact he's got time to update on the live chat to respond to us. So look at this. So I think, so this happened yesterday on the Hondas. So Ratton and Colburn were so close. You know, they're literally millimetres away from each other. There was lots of movement, but it just wasn't. The risk wasn't worth it sometimes for that overtake. You know, if you take that risk and you make a mistake, you are going to be cutting the grass and you're going to drop right to the back. You know, their points are so close. They know that it's between these two at the moment for this round.
Ratton in his second weekend at SuperOne made his season debut at fullback and challenged Henry Colborne on home turf. Ratton pushing away. Colborne needs to be of the two, needs to be the more sensible, because he missed a round of the championship earlier on in the season when it clashed with other commitments.
So he's got no drop.
So he's got no drop round. He's got to be near perfect, and he didn't have a particularly strong weekend at Clay Pigeon due to engine issues as well. When he was running, he was winning races. When he wasn't running, he wasn't running.
No, yeah.
And you can't win races in the paddock, so...
No, but I think, so these top two, Colvin and Ratton, I know we're talking about the cameras on them. I think Ratton's been really sensible here. You know, we've got 2 minutes 14, 1 lap left. There's no point taking a risk right now. If the pair of them work together, they can get that gap. And once they've got that gap, then they can start, you know, having their little ding-dong together.
Well, it actually helps Colborne having Ratton there, because Ratton is actually taking
He's
points off Veselovsky and Shelton as well, and Duffy.
And you can see Ratton's not changing his line. He's literally, he's in there, they're working together. They know they've got to get that gap, because the moment they start fighting, Nico, Phoebe, and Archie are going to catch him.
Got Archie Edgar on the back of that. Luke Hamill is in 6th place in front of Reggie Duffy. They will now be catching lap traffic, I think, at the end of this lap.
Yeah, this is where...
We've got 1 or 2 in front there, and...
This could throw a few temps off their lap time.
But this is where now they've built up that lead to be able to effectively, if they need to, lose a 10th or 2 without it causing them too many issues. And see, I guess I think Colborne would have braked a little bit earlier so as not to go into the back of the kart in front and then get the drive out the corner and get it done in a straight line.
The only thing is obviously they've had to lose a bit of speed there, approaching Christmas. So going up that Christmas is going to be a very different ball game. You can see here that everyone's got past.
Allowed Archie Edgar to close up, hasn't it, as well, on Veselovsky and Shelton. His debut weekend in Super 1 this weekend for Archie Edgar.
But still, our 2 front runners, they are being sensible. But the pack is catching. What's the gap there? We've got, it's literally...
Veselovsky gained a 10th, didn't he?
Yeah.
Through traffic. Now, time is in the top left-hand corner, but that's not based on the Hondas. That's based on the Mighty Cadets, because they were the first ones over in junior right. Kabir Singh picks up a warning.
It's going to be close, though. The Mighties have got 20 seconds, 1 lap.
Yep.
So we're looking at 2 laps for both Hondas and Mighties.
And we're, as we were, Wright, Smith, Amos and Stangarian, still leading from Jax Wong and Harry Voss, but it is 4 and they are clear. And that is a change for the leading Honda in the bottom right-hand corner, as Oliver Ratton has had enough of looking at the back of the flame-covered helmet of Henry Colborne. Colborne's going to come back down the inside of him into the right-hander at Ashby, and now we are going to be 5 deep for the lead all the way back to Archie Edgar.
Yeah, now this is where it's all going to happen. This final lap, let's see who's going to come across that line.
Shelton is through for 3rd place as well on Nico Veselovsky. Archie Edgar there waiting to pick up the pieces in P5. Luke Hamill's in 6th, but needs these to really start squabbling, and now they could well get fragmented in the middle of the boot as they come up to some lap traffic, and 2 or 3 have managed to make their way through, but Veselovsky hasn't managed to get through. Neither has Edgar, and Hamill is right up on the back of them as well.
Yeah, so this last lap now, got to be sensible. You can see here that Ollie's moving around. He's looking for that overtake. If he does that there, the chances are Colborne will get the switch back. The next opportunity, I think, is going to be the boot.
Hamill is through on Archie Edgar for 5th place as they run down the hill towards Ashby. Colborne will defend, and that may well put him wide and allow Ratton to get a switch back. Ratton's going to have the momentum, but Colborne will move over to the left-hand side. Shelton is the one that's going to be able to react the best here.
Yeah, if these 2 front runners make a mistake, Shelton's going to go
He's
straight
down
through.
the inside is Ratton. They'll be side by side into the boot. Ratton didn't keep his foot in there, which I'm a little bit surprised at.
I think that was a safe option.
Colborne wins the ace, frustrated though for 3rd place. Mighty in cadet did take the checkered flag half a lap prior, but rightly so. They were side by side in Honda, and that's why we stayed with it. Wright, Smith, Amos Stangarian, Jax Wong, Harry Voss, your top 6 in our Mighty Cadets. Colborne, Ratton, Shelton, Veselovsky and Hamill in front of Edgar and Duffersey.
That was some sensible, mature racing there. That was a good race.
It was almost like they'd gone, right, this is just a heat.
Yep.
Let's not go gung-ho. If that was a final, I'd have expected Oliver Ratton to have kept his foot in there, and whatever happens, happens.
It does. But now we jump up. Look at them on the grid. It's time for junior Rotax.
It is.
Okay, so here we are. It is time for those juniors. We're up in the speed, we're up in the age. There was some tight racing in Heat 1, some interesting post-race penalties. That's really going to change things going. But let's have a look at our grid where we start. Okay, we got the lead there. Mr. Jake Cosley in P1, Pudderfoot P2, P3, Rond, Laurie McVeigh P4, Nelson Taylor P5, Archie Ray Watson P6. Row 4, we've got Warwick Milam. I think he's chasing that win. Isaac Jameson in P8. Alex McCullough, P9. He had a bad day yesterday, but he's making his way up today. Travis Dolby, P10. Fletcher Grounds doing an amazing job. Rookie, P11. Noah Clare, he should be up higher. I think he's going to make a comeback. Amy Peacock, P13. Tyler Banks, 14. Evan Miller, 15. My boy, Zach James, P16. Charlie Hayward, 17. Harry Ward, P18. And last and final, Timmy Shahini, 19. Jerry Duffersey, 20. Harry Search, 21, William Kicklass, 22, Tyler Odrich, 23, and young Elijah Hartley, 24. Cooper Moore, 25, Jack Brown, 26, Neve Allen, 27, Ryan Wheatley, 28, Aidan Young, 29, Sam Stocko, 30. He's got a welded chassis at the moment, so we might see a little bit slower speed from here. Alex Adams, Kia Hundle, Jacob Lammas, and Rafi Haydar. That makes up your grid.
Looked like we had one driver struggling to get out of the dummy grid, was a little bit slow and getting pushed along down towards the tail end of the field.
So, yeah, Stocker had some damage yesterday. He had his chassis welded, so he's run the welded chassis on his front. You know, Wilton's quite hard on your chassis, so that could affect his positioning today. We've got a driver there trying to catch up.
Yeah, one's just got, well, we've just had one going out the gate as well, really, really late on, which I think could have been the 65 of Kian Hundle.
Okay, so because he's got the lead here, he's slowed them down. You've got to put the foot literally to his right. You can see put the foot looking over. They get ready to go. Now remember, they can't accelerate until they hit that line.
And of course, the big news coming out of heat number 1, Warwick Milan picked up the win because Jude Pudderfoot had picked up an infraction for overtaking under yellows. That wasn't even the big call out of it. We'll talk about that in a few moments, Sandy, because we're away and racing.
Okay, we're going round, so this is always a risky area. With 3 or 4 abreast as we come up to the top of Christmas. This is where we're going to see some moves being taken place. Are we going to get through, though, in one piece?
Up towards Christmas corner, it's okay so far as the rest of the juniors make their way through. The big news coming out of the second of the first heat was the driver in 4th place, Laurie McVeigh.
He did. He,
removed from the standings for a technical infringement for McVeigh, so he'll be looking to bounce back.
He's got to get himself up there. You know, he's got to make up his spaces because currently, you know, he's not going to be at the front of the final, so he's got to do well this round.
So Jake Cozzy leads then from Jude Pudderfoot. There's Nathan Rond in front of Laurie McVeigh. That's your top 4. Archie Ray Watson in the green car in P5. It's Nelson Taylor P6. Milam, Jameson, McCullough and Dolby. Milam, who did re-inherit that Heat 1 victory. Came so close. Came so close. And there he goes down the inside. He is... The first time I sort of came across Warwick Milan was around about 2 years ago, and the pace was there, but I don't think and I've spoke to his mum and I've spoke to Warwick since then. I don't think that the maturity of being a driver was quite
and
at that level.
Are very different things.
And now, he is a very, very accomplished driver.
Very, very quick. Yesterday he'd done so well. He's been doing really well for this whole championship. But here we got the top 3. As expected, we've got Cozzy there, we've got Pudderfoot, we've got Rond. We've got McVeigh close behind. I think McVeigh's going to make that gap up. I think they're going to close. Well, who've you got off here?
We've got a driver off on the outside. We've got that's Alex McCullough, one of the top 5 in the championship. And that looked like it was the 75 as well. We've got Jameson dropping down the order, Evan Mellor dropping down the order, and I think that was Alexander Adams.
Oh, the marshal's about to clear that track, we're all going to start going Battenbergs.
Waved yellows being covered at the moment. We're still green out on circuit. 5 minutes to go of this 7-minute plus 1 lap second heat as we head up towards the zone of waved yellow flags. There is the driver on the right side. It is indeed Alexander Adams in the 75. Full course yellow.
Here we go. As expected, Marshall's now going to do their thing. We've got to make sure, obviously, that all our drivers are okay out there. The Marshals...
They'll see it now, won't they? Battenberg being shown. We still use the Battenberg flag. Alex McCullough being shown the mechanical flag. But given that he was bouncing down the track in what looked like a bent rear axle, I'm fairly sure that, given the fact he'd rattled most of his teeth out, so he'd be aware of that.
Yeah, most people say, what's Battenberg? Battenberg basically makes half speed. So it's down to Jake Cozzy now. He will bring the carts down to low speed. It should be half pace, all going to single file. And safely bring it around, and it's to ensure that the track is all cleared and everything's dealt with. The only thing you have with this is when you have a full Battenberg, any gaps that people have made, it closes up. So when it comes to greens again and we start again, they're all literally bumper to bumper.
It's good. What it does, it backs the pack up into single files, but what it does is it gives the marshals time to work. Whereas like normally at the start of the race, at the end of lap number 1, there's 20 seconds between the front and the back, which means that if there's an incident, the marshals have got 25 seconds to clear something. And what you don't want is carts coming at you when you're,
not at 70 mile an hour, you don't want.
Marshals normally tell you, try and face the track at all times so you can see what's coming at you. But when you're hooking up a cart with a strap to pull it out of the way,
when we're on track filming, you've got to keep your wits about you because those carts are doing near enough 70 mile an hour and they can't run those corners. One move and they're going to come off.
They go off sideways and hit your ankles. Your ankles aren't winning.
As long as they don't hit my shoulder, I've got one shoulder that works. So Cozzy's doing a good job here. Jake's really slowed them down. It's how many, the timing clock is still going down. Here we've got the driver up on his feet walking off the back of the marshal post. It's good to see. We're still on those Battenbergs, but are we going to go green when we come across that finish line?
See, at fullback, it was great because I was in the timing tower and I could hear them say, right, green this lap.
Green this
but
lap.
at the moment, we have
guessing.
no idea. Cozzy's backed them up superbly, which has given the marshals enough time. Now,
this is where there's risks of plugs oiling up.
So
I think we're going to go green.
I think we will be, as now it's all about Jake Cozzy here. When does he
About that start.
power down?
He can only he can only accelerate once he goes across that line, but it's going to be a single file. You see he's pinching his cables, thing there to stop him going. Here we got green, and then we're going
He's
through.
backed them up, but if I was him, I'd have gone as I came out that final corner. And
It's clean though through Christmas, and as we get to top of Christmas, are we going to be too wide, or are we going to go single? We've got McVeigh going for a move. He's going to make it from the outside. He's going for the outside.
Oh, he's done
taken
one.
Peeled foot.
He's done two.
He's done two. What a move! You can't knock him for that. That was an amazing move by McVeigh there, but put a foot straight on his tail. We've got more carts going side by side to come through.
one is special round the outside of Christmas corner. Two.
It takes some guts to do that, but he's side by side now.
Yeah,
with,
you clip that
23.
up and watch it back many, many times.
But he's straight behind Cozzy now, right on his tail. That's
Nathan.
going to be an interesting race, this front two. Who we got there? That's Fletcher Grounds and...
Who's that he's on top of? We can't see at the
it's
moment.
Fletcher Grounds is on top of.
It's one of the Project One
Project
cars. It
One.
could well be Noah Clare, I think.
No,
could it
that's
be in the
Grounds.
44?
It's
Yeah,
Fletcher
and
Grounds.
the 39 is Tyler Banks.
Yeah.
Both
he
of them
seems okay. He started again. He's got back
Yeah,
off
they
again.
look worse for wear. Is he going to go round the outside again? Is Laurie McVeigh? Not this time.
No.
Jake Cozzy sees
Can't
it
get it
coming.
twice.
Straightens the steering wheel up mid-corner, but this one is going to be
It's going to be
all
Pudderfoot's
action.
going for the outside now.
He's got squeezed, hasn't he, by Archie Ray Watson. There's a
But he's still
defensive
going.
line by Nathan Rond. Still a mechanical flag for Alex McCullough. That's a risky move for Pudderfoot.
But he's pulled it off.
A little round of applause in the combox for that one.
Yeah, that's pulled it off. And
He's going again. He's going again.
He's on the grass.
He's run out onto the outside for Pudderfoot.
Yeah, he had to come back there.
He's come out of it not too bad though. We're still in P3.
But there's lots of contact here.
Oh, everyone's getting nudged up. Who's
Yeah,
that?
oh,
Oh,
that-
hard into the wall for Nelson Taylor.
Nelson Taylor. Are we gonna if he doesn't get back on, we're gonna go back on to Battenberg. He's back
I think
on.
we're clear, but I think that could be a bent rear axle the way he went in there.
But we're back to the front here. It's all go. Yeah, so Nelson's gone back straight in the pits. So he's obviously we got.
Jennings is off on the left.
Yeah, he did complain the grass was too long. He's obviously having a little bit of a closer inspection for that.
Mechanical flag for Tyler Banks as well. I think that might have something to do with the fact his left side pod was dragging all the way down on the ground. So
what a race this is turning into be. But we've still got these two front runners. We've got Cozzy and we've got McVeigh and we've got Pudderfoot. I haven't seen a race this close for a while.
It's going to be over before we know it, though, because the time is down to 0 because of that mid-race Battenberg flag. It was a lull, but it's come back with a bang.
There's some movement there, but this is going to be close. This last lap, I think, as we're going to come through here, top of Christmas, is going to be interesting. I think the boot's going to be interesting.
Cozzy then from McVeigh, Pudderfoot, Ron, Clare's in there as well, sets the fastest lap. Watson, Milam, Dolby, Halewood, Peacock, all in the same camera shot as we run 1st to 20th up the hill because of that Battenberg flag. We've had a few laps of racing, but it's been an epic few laps of racing. Pudderfoot tries a nose down the inside, can't get it done. I think that's his shot of second place gone. It's going to be Cozzy versus McVeigh for the lead as Pudderfoot will have to defend from Rond. Clare's picking up pieces as well.
Going into the boot now, it's going to be interesting. This is where it's going to happen. I don't think McVeigh's that close, though. I think Cozzy's got this.
Watson's up into 4th place. Clare's down a few. Top 2 are going to come through. I don't think McVeigh's going to be able to get the run on Jake Cozzy. As Cozzy takes the checkered flag.
Lots of movement there.
Plenty on the final lap. We haven't seen anybody falling down the order too much, which means everybody came out the last lap.
No, Zach did.
Clean.
He done a bit grassy.
I
think he was up to about P12, and he's down P21 now, bless his little cotton socks. But there we go. So Jake Cozzy crosses that line. Laurie McVeigh coming boots behind. Pudderfoot, what a race between those three. Watson, Rond, Marlon, Clare, Dolby, Peacock, and Halewood. That is your top 10. What a drive by everybody there. Be interesting if we got any drops, though, because there were some contacts.
Yeah, there certainly was, as the field all sort of came together after that mid-race Battenberg flag. In any case, it can only serve to whet the appetite for what will be a superb, and I can assure you of that. That is a spoiler rather than anything else for the final later on. Here we go then.
Here we go. So that's clear.
McVeigh is clear. Pudderfoot, he's looking down. He's clear as well. Archie Ray Watson clear. Nathan Rond.
You see, I was expecting to
Straight
see
down.
some drops at their front.
I thought we were going to have a few more. Milam is clear as well. The 44 is Noah Clare.
You see, Zach always gets a drop. So I reckon when we get to Zach at the front, we take it.
You've done them all a disservice here,
I know.
Andy. There are none so far. None? No, not one. None
Do
for
you know
John.
what? I might say that again because obviously this curse of the commentator doesn't work when I'm in here.
Yeah, no drop downs so far in what was a race where they were all running nose to tail.
Look at the rubber on that bumper.
Yeah.
It's still there. These
Hayden-
nose cones must be made of
Hayden
concrete.
Young. It's clear. Someone's... Oh, look at that in the background.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's the exhaust popped off there.
I don't know, but that's a drop there for the 41.
Oh, that's Alex. Well, that's Alex McCullough, and he got a mechanical flag twice.
And we've got another here.
So I'd be surprised if he
we've got another one
keeps whatever position it was anyway for Alex McCullough.
Yeah, Fletcher took a hard hit. He's going to go.
To be fair, with Alex McCullough there, having seen the mechanical flag and then coming in right at the end, I'm surprised that he didn't see the black flag.
Well, we've got next race coming up.
We have Intermax next up then, and Mighty Super Cadet.
Well, I will see you for the final. I'm looking forward to it.
So Intermax and Mighty Super Cadet then are up next for the final time that we'll see them together throughout this race day. They'll get their own finals in around about an hour and 15 minutes time for each of these classes. So Andy's gone to have a debrief with Zach and find out why he did indeed go across the grass on the left-hand side. But we will run you through a grid for our Inters. Maria Roberto will lead them out as they get the green flag on the dummy grid, so they'll come through the shot shortly. Shaylan Srikantan and Charlie Heffer with TJ McLeish and Noah Wicklow, Joshua Knayston Wade on the third row. Louis Granell and Charlie Ford, Leyland Bradnam and Xavier Davidson with Charlie Gregg and Ollie Blanford on row number 6. Calvin Sherlock and Toby Miles, Aubrey Harrington Evans and Amelia Hay with Eli Romolo and Arlo Atwood on row 9. Finley Fawkes and Evan Dearden, George Allison and Harley Hassel with Nixie Hay and Oliver Wynn on row 12. And we move into our Mighty Supers, Harry Stinson and Ansel Murray with Logan Jackson and Casey Baker in front of Jacob Hutchinson and Jaden Bond. And it's going to be Harry Watkinson, Brandon Hartley, Zachary Parr and Oscar Dudley. Roberto will bring them round, though, of course, the one to watch. Noah Wicklow there. Going off the inside of the third row. It's the driver who has been in some serious form here this weekend. Won the final yesterday. Won the first heat today from P5. Can he do it again? Can anybody else stop him? We're away and racing. 7 minutes on the clock as Shaylan Srikantan sets off in hot pursuit of Maria Roberto. So they run up towards Christmas Corner, but it's Charlie Heffer who's going to come down the inside, and Wicklow's not wasting any time as well as he comes through into third place. Mighty Super Cadets are green as well as Harry Stinson leads us through in front of Ansel Murray. So they run up the hill. Logan Jackson on this occasion can't make the moves as Murray's going to try and go down the inside. Stinson closes the door on that. No. Got one round in the mid-pack from our Mighty Super Cadets at the front in Inters. Maria Roberto trying to pull out a bit of a gap already. So Stinson leads from Ansel Murray at the moment, in front of the 139. Who is Casey Baker. From all the way down on the south coast in Southampton for Casey Baker. Got a green flag, which means we had a yellow at some point. No, we can't really see anybody off in the background, but Wicklow is up into second place here. Charlie Heffer in P3. Shaylan Srikantan in front of number 74 of TJ McLeish. And Joshua Knayston Wade going with them as well. A bit of a gap back. Louis Granell is falling down all the way down to P24 in Inters, having been inside the top 10. So that would explain that yellow flag. Has rejoined though. Srikantan down the inside of Charlie Heffer. Really good move into Oziers. Wicklow closing in now. Had set the fastest lap, but that's immediately eclipsed by the driver in the green helmet there, who, despite making an overtake mid-lap, still manages to set the fastest lap. Shaylan Srikantan charging in the number 18 Inter. Stinson leads then from Ansel Murray, Casey Baker and Logan Jackson still in the Mighty Super Cadet class. There is Shaylan Srikantan still in the green, being pursued by Charlie Heffer and TJ McLeish. Pretty much as we were still in the Mighty Super Cadets as we bounce between these two classes. Stinson from Murray. Stinson, in terms of points, I believe can wrap this up today. If he, but we'll probably need a win, I think, in the final, potentially. Second place may well be enough, but Ansel Murray needs wins, not only in heats but in finals as well, given where they have been throughout the season. Stinson so far with 13 victories to his name. Looks like a tie wrap on the top of the steering wheel there for Ansel Murray. Up in the air, don't know whether he can actually see it. I know it's right in front of him, but the drivers we've got. Oh, that is a slow moving Ansel Murray. And he was right on the back of Stinson. I don't know whether he'd had a problem there coming out of the final corner. That's going to drop him down into fourth place. And that will not do the championship points any good at all. And that will mean that Stinson will have an opportunity. I do think that it's going to require either of them to potentially retire from finals, but first and second in the final between the two of them, if Stinson beats Murray in the final, Stinson will be your champion. Murray needs a win in the final to keep his championship hopes alive, by my reckoning. Got Noah Wicklow falling down the order. That's a technical problem with a right rear being pushed in for the 14. That is rubbing on the chain guard, and that will not do either the tyre nor the chain guard any good at all. But yeah, we've lost it on camera, but Noah Wicklow has fallen down the order from running towards the front in our Intermax class. He's in second place. And he's picked up a mechanical flag, and that is why he is in the pits. So as the time starts to head down, it's going to be an end to what would have been a good run for Noah Wicklow. Final yesterday in the first heat today, but he's going to have to charge through the field from the mid-pack at the very least. As we run 3 wide up, and we're going to have a little bit of a spin there by the 144 of Zachary Parr, who went down the inside and just tagged the brakes on the run up towards Christmas Corner. Baker and Jackson now battling it out over second place. Murray, P4, seeing his championship challenge ebb away corner by corner. We'll start the final lap now when the inters come round. There's Charlie Gregg in the 8. Not really spoke about the championship leader too much today. Oh, yesterday for that matter. He's currently in P12. He's not had a strong weekend here at Whilton, but it's a strong season so far, and it may well be enough by the time we come to the final to get this wrapped up, depending on where he finishes. And if not, it's almost an inevitability that will be done on the Saturday at Shennington. Final lap, half a lap for Maria Roberto. In the colours of KR Sport, but running as a privateer this weekend. Under pressure from Shaylan Srikantan. Can she get the 52 stopped and pitched in? Up and over the curbs we go. And out of the final corner, Maria Roberto wins Heat 2 from Shaylan Srikantan and Charlie Heffer. TJ McLeish and Joshua Knayston Wade in front of Charlie Ford. Ollie Blanford with a really good run up to P7 from P12. Similarly as well for Toby Miles, 14th to 8th. Xavier Davidson, Aubrey Harrington, Evans and Charlie Gregg in P11 with Leyland Bradnam, Eli Romalo and Arlo Atwood. We're still going at the front in our Might E-Super Cadets. And Ansel Murray, I think, has got past both, and he has, Logan Jackson and Casey Baker, and recovers to second place and immediately looks down to his right-hand side where the cart was. So we're going to see whether he needs to win the final to keep it alive, by my reckoning, for Ansel Murray. So there are your results. Maria Roberto taking victory from Shaylan Srikantan and Charlie Heffer in our Intermax class. Just doing a bit more admin, which I appreciate doesn't make for quality TV, but is the necessary evil of having races where championships can get wrapped up later on. And it's nice to be able to give the drivers something to watch back when they cross that timing line. They can watch it back many, many times if they have been successful. Right, thank you for everyone that's getting in touch with the live chat. We'll be into that in a few moments as the final heat of round number 10 here at the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship is waiting to go out, and then it'll be our first final of the week of the race day. Race 16, it's Senior Rotax heat number 2. Had loads of support coming in for juniors, particularly from Emma Barrett, for all the drivers from Vitesse Racing, Milan, Ron, Banks, Allen in juniors, from Anders Lad and Dad as well. Support for Jake Cozzy, Emma Barrett, echoing that with a well done all. So let's get some love in the live chat for the seniors. If you're watching one of the seniors, let us know. Jarrett Metters, though, will go off pole position. Caden Welch. Heat 1 winner Morgan Hudson Brown in front of Rory Hinkley, with George Cole and Max Chown on the third row. Lucas Blanford and Lewis Holt with Ronnie Smith and Billy Edgecombe, Isaac Parkinson and Molly Griffiths on row 6. Kieran Denyer and Harry Gill in front of Jacob Baran and Max Lorna Bennett, Kate Broadbent and Rory Burke with Lucas Steele and Kian Eastick, Robin Brain, Tom Nottingham, Ollie Rowley and Dylan Tracy on row 12. Luigi Polini, Riley Mason-Lewis and Jasper North with Max Greenland, Leon Barlow, Salvador Newman off row 15, but I don't think Barlow's taking part. Williams, Lawton, Stoner and Folianu. 34 on the grid. I think we're going to get 33 out on track. Maybe one or two less as well. But definitely no Leon Barlow. Saw him taking the engine off his car earlier on. So he is out of the rest of the weekend. Shout out to Tom Nottingham, whose mum provided me with what can only be described as school cake. And for those of you who don't know what that is, cake with icing and then bits on top earlier on. It was delicious, and I had it just after my breakfast because I am just a proper hero, aren't I? Jarek Metters gets us going then from Morgan Hudson Brown. Brown again managing to sneak through from that odd-numbered berth down the inside. George Cole does the same again from 5th up into 3rd place. So it's as exactly we were in the in the first heat earlier on, now in the second. Support coming in for the 33 of Emma Stoner in the live chat from Drumming Spain once again. Jarek Metters, though, will lead us through. As we mentioned earlier on, has contested 7 finals out of the 9 rounds thus far this season and has an unblemished record when it comes to getting it done in the main event of the race day. This morning, though, it was Morgan Hudson Brown, and already Jarek Metters feeling the need to defend from the number 3 of Morgan Hudson Brown. I wonder if this is going to be a race-long defence or whether he's gone low on tyre pressures. It'll only be as long as he can hold him back, but if he's gone low on pressures for Jarek Metters until he's waiting for them to come up. But as you can see, Hudson Brown frustrated. Lucas Blanford all the way around the outside. Came out of nowhere. Was P4 on the previous lap. Morgan Hudson Brown had a contact warning, but that was from the previous lap. We've got a mechanical flag for Tom Williams. Lucas Blanford, who returns this weekend for the first time, was on the podium yesterday, but the day belonged to Jarek Metters, who is now being hounded, as he has been from the start, by Morgan Hudson Brown, who I imagine won't be finding this particularly amusing, mainly because that's going to allow Lucas Blanford down the inside of Morgan Hudson Brown. And given that Lucas Blanford isn't challenging for championship points and doesn't have those sort of worries, I don't imagine he'll be as gentle with Jarek Metters. So Blanford making his way then up into that second place. Fastest lap of the race by Rory Burke in P13 on that previous lap. So we go all the way down to Molly Griffiths in 9th place. Her first weekend this season in the SuperOne Championship in the number 84 machine, racing with GMS. We've got one of the Joe Weaver carts off on the left-hand side on the grass. And now I get the feeling that Metters is up to temperature tyres-wise, because he's not having to make the same defensive positions as he did a few laps ago. Lucas Steele is dropping a few places. Tom Nottingham drops 1. I think it was Salvador Newman going all the way down the order. It's the driver that we spotted out on the grass. And now we are defending once again. Metters on Blanford. Brown on Cole as well. 3.5 minutes to go. And 1st to 9th are split by very, very little. Through the boot. Cole fastest lap on the previous. Metters is opening the gap up at the front, but that will sort of diminishes throughout the lap, and then as they get through towards the boot, he just gets the power down, and that does show the timing at being around about 0.4 of a second, but that gets reeled in. We're now fragmenting this battle as I think we've got 7 there down to, or 6 down to Isaac Parkinson. It's just off the back of this. I think Caden Welch is missing on timing, but he's definitely in there in the number 95 car. That's why we're still we have got 7 at the front, but it's down to Parkinson in the top left-hand corner. There's a gap back then to Ronnie Smith, who comes in now in the turquoisey colour. Lewis Holt, Molly Griffiths, and they've actually backed themselves up largely into Edgecombe, Burke, Lorna Bennett, Tracy, and that is Lucas Blanford down the inside for the lead on Jarek Metters, and Metters is out onto the curb on the outside. Tried to stick it all the way around the outside, and it did not work out there for Jarek Metters. Getting shuffled back to P3 behind George Cole. Cole, Metters and Hudson Brown are your 3 battling it out in terms of points at the front of the championship. Rory Hinckley's up on the back of Morgan Hudson Brown as well there in the number 12. Parkinson is the driver in the blue. We've got a stationary number 44. Lucas Blanford, though, is off and into the distance now that he's got to the front. Those behind battling and blocking each other. Sees Blanford with a 1.1 second gap. Luigi Pellini was the driver on the grass a lap or so ago. Tough opening heat for Blanford as he fell down the order and picked up points well outside the top 10. So this will give him a decent tally in terms of points towards the final grid, but wouldn't be expected to see him inside the top 8. Running with the zip colour scheme on the kart, but it's an OTK chassis underneath him. Green in colour. Emma Stoner out of the race. The number 33 Project 1 kart to a halt on the final corner. The gloves are off, they're in the seat. And Emma Stoner is unfortunately out of the race. Wave yellow flag in the boot then. Whilst that kart is recovered and Stoner moves to safety onto the final lap. I'm not sure we'll move that kart during this race now with us being on the final lap. It may well stay yellow down at the final corner. Blanford won't mind. He's clear as Jarek Metters tries to go round the outside. Runs out of tarmac in the end as George Cole holds on to second place. Morgan Hudson Brown, Rory Hinckley there. Still got Parkinson and Welch just behind them. Ronnie Smith, Lewis Holt, Molly Griffiths, your top 10. Blanford is down the road as we head up towards the boot. So down the inside goes Morgan Hudson Brown on Jarek Metters. Blanford, though, will take the victory from Cole, Brown, Metters, Hinckley, Welsh, Parkinson, Smith, Holt and Molly Griffiths. Good little battle going on there all the way down the order. Denyer, Burke, Lorna Bennett, Edgecombe, Tracy, Gill, Broadbent, Brain, Steele and Rowley. Top 20 in front of Tom Nottingham, Kian Eastick, Riley Mason Lewis and Jasper North. Max Greenland finishes in P25. Remaining runners Salvador Newman, Ralph Foliano and Izzy Lawton, the final driver to see the checkered flag. So a few drivers, that's probably about as far away as you could want to collect a kart from. Hands on the hips tell us all of the story for Salvador Newman, I think that is. It's not, he runs to 79, it's one with a 7 at the end of it. We're picking out everybody else saw the checkered flag. So we had Stoner, Pellini, and the 87 of Rory Burke, who finished in P12. Well, at least he saw the checkered flag. That's handy. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a wait to get that one back, given where he's at. So luckily, when they do get them, there is a gate just on the exit of the left-hander at Inkermans. Marshall there with some helpful advice that we did pick up, which was, well, if you get it round the corner, you can just roll it down the hill. There's a wise man talking from experience. Oh, we'll do a bit of championship admin as we crack on. Not going to deal with Honda because that definitely isn't getting sorted this weekend. Junior Max as well won't be sorted till the after this weekend, but Intermax may. So let's just do a little bit of admin on Inters. Charlie Gregg and TJ McLeish are your two that may well have a charge, and to be TJ McLeish has picked up a penalty out of his preceding heat for an incorrectly positioned front fairing. That drops him down from P4 into P9 for TJ McLeish. Charlie Gregg was in P11, which now means that Charlie Gregg can certainly wrap up the championship. Very much depends on where TJ McLeish finishes as well. But if McLeish takes the victory, Gregg pretty much just has to finish any higher than P23 to get this wrapped up. Anything beyond that, and it's outside of... so McLeish really does have to win. Right, we move on then to the first final of our day. 2 extra minutes and 1 lap on the clock for our Might Ease. So Mighty's making their way round then. It's going to be Eli Parkhouse and the champion-elect Luca Pede on the front row, Aidan Castleman and Max Tetlow with Oliver Reynolds and EJ Deera on row number 3. Row 4, Teddy Veselowski and Joshua Chung, Rafe Birdie and Harry Foley with Cruz Rogers and Archie Watkins on row 6. Astro Matthews and Jax Wilmington, Jack Voss and Dax Miller with Fraser Payne and Arton Odula on row number 9 for your 18 runners. There is Eli Parkhouse in the blue and red cart. Final few words of advice. In fact, Eli Parkhouse just got picked up there by the steering wheel on the back of his seat and repositioned by his grid helper. So drivers into position. In fact, we are heading back. Are we gridded correctly, or are we going to have a? We need to go back a grid position, I think, for all of our drivers, do we? To allow the front row the opportunity to see the digital the lights, because they go up on the overhead gantry. So our standing start classes do normally. They're a grid position back normally for our runners. So here we go then for our Might E's, and we are away and racing in our Might E class. And Luca Pede goes round the outside of Eli Parkhouse to get to the front as they run up towards Christmas corner, but I think he's left the door open. We've got one spinning in the mid-pack, which is the 44 of Cruz Rogers going round. Pede led, but he left the door open. He's been swamped by the field. He's been nudged slightly wide there by a driver going up and over the curb. And he's down into P6. Max Tetlow, I think, has worked his way through towards the front. Indeed he has, having started in 4th place. Leads us down the hill in towards the boot. It's slightly downhill. Reynolds, up onto the back of Pede. Goes the 25 of Veselovsky, and he does well not to end up in the pits. And then there's contact between then Veselovsky and Ray Verdi. And I think he might have a bent track rod potentially on the front of that one, the way he was just holding that steering wheel. It's been a troublesome couple of opening laps for our mighties, particularly for the one driver that doesn't need or want to get involved. And Veselovsky looks like he's pulling off on the right-hand side. I did say I think he might end up have a bent track rod, and that kart does not look like it's going where he wants to. He pulls off to the left-hand side on the grass. And that kart will be recovered. Driver will be moved to safety. At the front, though, it's Tetlow and Parkhouse, and then Reynolds and Castleman together in 3rd and 4th. EJ Deera looking left and right. Behind him, Luca Pede and Joshua Chung. There is Teddy Veselovsky pointing down to the front end. Explaining to the helper there that it's not going where I want it to, mate. So he is out of the race, unfortunately. And we'll begin to drop down in the top left-hand corner. Waved yellows until we get up the hill here. All of our youngsters complying with the instructions of the flags. So credit where it's due to the mighties. There goes Luca Pede down the inside on EJ Deera, and that may well have allowed Joshua Chung to get a run on Deera as well. Deera has to fight back and holds on to what is now 6th place. Tetlow and Parkhouse still nose to tail. This is your battle for 3rd place with Aidan Castleman and Oliver Reynolds. The leaders have got 20 metres or so, which is around about a second, but we need to be mindful as Aidan Castleman sets the fastest lap. Still a waved yellow at Marshall Post 2. They have got a green further up, as we've got Oliver Reynolds going down the inside of Aidan Castleman. For 3rd place. We've got another helper running, so we've got a 2nd stationary kart on track. Or is he just going to get a better vantage point? We'll see. Tetlow with a big look to the left-hand side for the driver of the 57. Took the final victory at both Clay Pigeon on the Saturday and Fullbeck on the Sunday, did Max Tetlow. So Eli Parkhouse still waiting for his first final victory here in HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. Will today be that day? Oliver Reynolds, he's had a final victory at round 6 at Clay. That was on the Sunday. Castleman has taken heat victories, but would quite like the final one as well to go with it. Parkhouse just pushing along with Tetlow at the minute, and they are extending the gap to Reynolds and Castleman. Luca Pede currently in 5th place. He's got EJ Deera just behind him. But as it stands, as long as he stays inside the sort of top 15, I think he is okay. is P13 he needs, and no matter who is leading. So EJ Deere is through and up into 5th place. Pede is still in P6 in that white helmet and the ambition colours for the championship. Mentioned earlier on, obviously regulations state that drivers just need to be present at the event, so age-wise we'll see whether Pede fancies trying a cadet variant of one of these at the next round at Shennington. Could see that drivers making the step up if they do. Tetlow with a big long look over the shoulder. Eli Parkhouse won't have gone anywhere, I can assure you of that. But Reynolds and Castleman were 4/10 faster on the previous lap, and I put some money on it. They're going to be closer again, 2.5 this time, 1/4 of a second. Gap is down to 9/10 off the back of Eli Parkhouse to Oliver Reynolds. And is that because Max Tetlow is defending? And I think it is, because 2 laps ago he was on the white line on the outside and now is hugging the inside like his favourite teddy bear. Lap traffic in front for them to contend with as well, which is normally about the same time in a 7-minute race that they catch the lap traffic at the tail end. Now they're going to try and go all the way around the outside, and Parkhouse gets it done without losing time, and then Reynolds gets slightly sideways with Aidan Castleman, and we may well have a change for the lead here. And we do, as Eli Parkhouse goes down the inside of Max Tetlow. Minute and a half on the clock. They all stay tight to the inside. We are heading towards what could well be a 4-kart battle at the front here, as Tetlow's going to try and go all the way around the outside. It's a long way in any kart, let alone a Mighty. And that is bringing Reynolds and Castleman back into things here. And they are nose to tail now. I say Reynolds has had a victory. Tetlow's had one. Reynolds is going to come down the inside here, I think, for 2nd place. Eli Parkhouse and Aidan Castleman are still waiting for their first victories in Super 1. As the door slightly opened there by Eli Parkhouse. There'll be 2 laps to go at the end of this lap. In the background, EJ Deere and Luca Pede, the champion-elect, hoping to follow in the footsteps of Felix Tandy, who was last year's champion. He's 2 laps away from having an unassailable points lead. At the front, though, we are 4 for the lead, of which 2 of these have already won finals. The door was opened there by Eli Parkhouse as Oliver Reynolds tries to get down the inside. Reynolds is on the grass. Parkhouse holds firm in the lead. There's a little bit between them there as Aidan Castleman has lost a place as well to Tetlow. And before you know it, EJ Deere and Luca Pede are in the mix as well. In fact, that's Deere up into 4th place. Parkhouse holding on from Aidan Castleman and Max Tetlow. More lap traffic for them to contend with as they run up to the boot. And all of a sudden, from 1.6 seconds back, EJ Deere and Luca Pede are in the mix here as well. Deere down the inside of Tetlow. Traffic for the leaders to contend with. Get the switch back. Beautiful by Eli Parkhouse. Last lap board on the overhead gantry. 1 of 6 will win the final here. 2 of them at the front haven't won a final, and they are the 2 currently in 1st and 2nd place. Down the hill we go. Aidan Castleman, a little bit of a jump in the seat there, willing the kart to give him a little bit extra. So he tries to go all the way around the outside, and I think he may well have track position, but he's being squeezed by Eli Parkhouse, who is going to defend that with everything that he's got. EJ Deere in the mix as well. Oliver Reynolds is down the inside of Max Tetlow. They'll run up to the boot for the final time, and the two leaders are side by side. Aidan Castleman's going to try and go all the way around the outside, and he'll have track position into the boot. Will it open the door for EJ Deere? Castleman has come through to take the victory here, has he? Parkhouse is going to get the run. They'll be side by side to the line. Castleman's going to win. Castleman wins for the first time. Luca Peed is your champion. Castleman, Parkhouse, Deere, Reynolds are your top four. Luca Peed and Max Tetlow will take trophies home as well today. And at the end of the season, it will be Luca Peed who will be taking the Champions Trophy back home to Silverstone. Luca Peed takes the championship. Aidan Castleman, though, will go to the top step. The day belongs to the 46. He won a heat. In fact, he won both heats, and though one was taken away from him because of a flag infringement, but he has been the one to beat all day as the top six crossed the timing line. Split by 0.8 of a second. Joshua Chung closed in on the final lap as well in the number 42. Castleman, Parkhouse and Deere your top three. Reynolds, Peed and Tetlow, 4, 5 and 6, taking trophies home as well. Congratulations to Aidan Castleman on his first Super One victory, and as well to Luca Peed, your new 2026 HWE BIM Services Super One champion in Might E. Next up then, it is time for iArmy M1. Still got to get that senior road tax off. Should have just carried on. Well, I don't know. He might have a. Let's have a quick look. Anything to see? Should have just joined in the last race. I think he might have won at a canter in that senior road tax. Veselovsky's cart is in the foliage on the right-hand side, having been lifted over. So we are going to just await a few carts being collected. Next up, then, it's time for iArmy M1. So iArmy M1 has been in terms of championship points, has been a two-horse race really between Jack Rossi Minot and Presley Knight. This one cannot get wrapped up this weekend, so we are going to go down to the final weekend at Shannington for our iArmy M1 Championship. There is Veselovsky's cart just being recovered. Obviously found something in the Marshall went to hand him something back that wasn't his. Right then, iArmy M1. Best get started soon, or I think that might be Frank Tingle's dad, might have another yawn. So your grid then for our iArmy M1s, we'll see Presley Knight on pole position. He'll have Shay Downey alongside Jack Rossi Minot and Jules Nash, with Teddy Smith and Oakley Rudman on row number 3. Frank Tingle and Gabriel Chew are in front of George Miller and Henry Exton, with Stanley Thurston and Briella Stevens. And it's going to be Samuel Karakovic, Isaac Taylor and Shana Gomi, with Zachary Das and Nicholas Answer in front of Timothy Robinson, Leo Butler, James Talbot, Rex Everard and Albert Omi. Your final runner in our iArmy M1s. There's Veselovsky's cart being recovered back into the pit lane. just go out full beans, these iArmy M1s. Not a lot of tyre warming going on, that's for sure. They just race round at pretty much race pace on the cold tyre. Not a lot of weaving unless we go a little bit further down the order, but Presley Knight's going to have a couple of minutes to wait here at this rate with the speed in which he's gone off. Let's see whether it's going to be the same as the two heats, though. It's been Presley Knight and Shay Downey just pushing away at the front and then hoping that there's enough of a gap on the final few laps, although largely by then Downey has fallen a few tenths off the back of Presley Knight, and Knight hasn't had to defend, so we'll see whether this one goes to plan. 9+1 again on the overhead clock to the left hand side. Grid being cleared. Final runner James Talbot is left by his grid helper. Green flag at the back. And we are rolling. It's a good start by Shay Downey. I'm not sure he's going to have enough to go around the outside. In fact, it's an even better start by Jules Nash in the 18. And now will he take up the mantle of trying to push Presley Knight away and disappearing off at the front in what can be described as a two-horse race. Oh, we've got one round there, and that's the 15. A few making contact as well, but I think that Zachary is okay in the 15. We'll rejoin the race. Did look like a heavy impact, but pace-wise, we're probably doing around about 40 miles an hour for these iArmy M1s as they've scrubbed a bit off going round that corner as well. Here goes Shay Downey down the inside of Jules Nash. Nash is going to get his elbows out and say no thank you. Downey, though, is still there and now is through, but may well be they're going to have to work together now to catch up onto Presley Knight. This has historically, I've mentioned on a number of occasions, has been my favourite class because we've had any one of about 8 or 10 drivers be in a position to win races in this iArmy M1 class, as Jack Rossi-Minot treats Oakley Rudman to the side of the track, and Oakley says, no, not at all, you're going to have it back, and he holds on, and that's lost Jack Rossi-Minot a place to Teddy Smith. As Smith goes down the inside of Jack Rossi-Minot, he'll have track position, and now we're starting to fragment at the front because Jack Rossi-Minot is back down the inside of Teddy Smith. And now Shay Downey is going to keep pushing away here with Presley Knight. And whilst I have been very complimentary, of course, of iArmy M1 and how much of a favourite class it has been, and this is by no means a criticism because in the end he has been absolutely rapid, but when you've got Presley Knight and one other, be that Jack Rossi-Minot, be that Shay Downey or Jules Nash, pulling away at the front, it does turn it into a two-kart race. And I was really enjoying the battles of 12 karts earlier on in the season and at the back end of last season. So more of that would be lovely. But I'm fairly sure Presley Knight isn't going to slow down, so everyone else is going to have to try and find a tenth or two. Going with him, though, at the moment is Shay Downey and Jules Nash at the front of the race here. Have a gap then back to Oakley Rudman, who is with Jack Rossi-Minot and Frank Tingle. Third of the race in then now. You can see they're so deep up to that braking zone before they even lift off the throttle. There's not a lot of braking going on, but they do have a lift as they go round the right-hander. Downey took a chunk of curb through the middle part of the Christmas down to Inkermans, and that did allow Presley Knight to break away, but now Shea Downey is closing back up onto the back of Presley Knight. Have a quick look at not just the standings of this championship, because it is Presley Knight versus Jack Rossi Minot at the front of the points in this championship. And Jules Nash isn't a million miles away, but when you add in drop rounds, it will take him out of the charge for the overall championship lead, but currently sitting in third place so far. Teddy Smith with a final win at round number 3. Hopefully Rudman's had a couple of heat wins to his name as well. Smith with a win at round 4 as well. He had a really strong mid part to the season, but has fallen away. There he is in the 19. Didn't have his strongest outings at fullback. Did okay yesterday. It was much better in the final than he was in the heat, so it's just started to grow into this race weekend as Teddy Smith currently running P6 behind Oakley Rudman and Jack Rossi Minot, leading what is now a duo. They were a trio previously, but Shea Downey's fastest lap on the previous was 0.2 faster than Jules Nash, and that's pushed him right up onto the back of Presley Knight. Downey, who's had heat victories at round 6 and earlier and yesterday as well for Shea Downey. He's still looking for that elusive final victory here at SuperOne. There's Jack Rossi Minot, round 6 winner from the Sunday at Clay Pigeon, being pursued by Oakley Rudman and Teddy Smith. Oh, that's Henry Exton. All 4 wheels back down on the tarmac for the 32. Oh, pretty much nose to tail then from Frank Tingle in 7th down to George Miller. I think that is in P11 off the back of that in the white cart. Behind Briella Stevens, who runs in P12, which was her starting berth. Still a few laps to go in this one as Downey and Nash, both faster than Presley Knight on the previous lap. There they are in front, but Nash this time round and Downey a little bit fall away, so Presley Knight putting a little bit more daylight between himself and the 2 behind. Here goes Oakley Rudman on Jack Rossi Minot. That was a nice move up at Christmas corner. Minot's going to come back at him down the hill, and indeed does. Rudman will stick it out round the outside, just slots back into the place that he was in a few corners prior. Teddy Smith can't take advantage as the leaders now. Oh, and all the way around the outside goes Shea Downey as they encountered lap traffic. And Shea Downey will lead them from Presley Knight. Jules Nash still within touching distance. 3 laps to go as the drivers are doing 57.5s, which is about now, and they're well past the start finish line. So Downey from Knight, Jules Nash around about 3/4 of a second back. The rest of the field have already made their way through the lap traffic as well and come out in the same order of Jack Rossi Minot, Oakley Rudman and Teddy Smith. Knight is still in that second place, and credit where it's due to Shay Downey, but he's pulling a gap here. So we have half a second between each of the top three. Rudman is through on Jack Rossi-Minot, although as they've pretty much changed position every corner, as Rudman swaps positions with track sides of track there with Jack Rossi-Minot, and that allows Teddy Smith to run through and take a position. Time is now well down to 0. As Oakley Rudman tries to hold off Jack Rossi-Minot, but it's going to be one of these three for the lead. I think the distance between Downey and Nash will be the same at about a second, but Presley Knight is drawn up onto the back of Shay Downey, and Downey will have to defend this with absolutely everything he's got in that 51. So he goes to the inside. No, he doesn't. He's left the door open, and Presley Knight does not need an invitation like that, and through he goes to retake the lead. Down the hill they go. More lap traffic. Now Knight will defend off from Shay Downey. Downey will take the wide line. Some lap traffic in front as Knight goes up onto the curb on the inside. Downey will be wide round the outside. Nash is closing up as well as they run up towards the boot, as Nash got a favourable run through that lap traffic. Into the boot they go. Presley Knight, Shay Downey, Jules Nash. I think that's going to be your order. Knight does the championship charge. No harm at all. Knight from Downey and Jules Nash. 1, 2, 3. Jack Rossi-Minot on the final lap gets past Teddy Smith and Oakley Rudman in their race-long battle over P4. Smith, Rudman, Chew, Exton, Thurston and Tingle. Your top 10. And it's going to be Briella Stevens there. Here's Albert Omi crossing the timing line. He'll be classified in P22. That is Isaac Taylor for P13. He is happy with that. Then it's going to be Samuel Karakovic, and equally as happy Timothy Robinson in P15. Nicholas Answer and Cheyenne Agomi. Butler and Talbot race to the line for 18th and 19th. And there's Zachary Das after his spin on the opening lap and then got collected. He finishes in P20. Great to see our I Armies just enjoying their racing as they came over the line there. Knight, Downey and Nash will be on your podium. Minot, Smith and Rudman will be taking trophies home in 4th, 5th and 6th. We go to Shennington in 4 weeks' time, where we'll find out whether it will be Presley Knight or Shay Downey taking the championship trophy home with them. Talking about championship trophies, next one up is Coma C50, where points-wise, again, this one could be wrapped up with Matthew Pearson holding a points lead coming into this final. He will start from pole position. We'll check out the rest of the grid in a few moments' time. So we saw Pearson on P1. He will have Jace Hannon alongside him on the front row, with Noah Gallagher, who has pushed them both really hard throughout the race day, going off P3. Robert Hanley, Logan Grassi and River Di Giorgio Miller on row number 3. Row 4, Aidan Hughes and Regan Abercrombie, Sebastian O'Connell and Tristan Begley, with Henry Isles and Ayrton Edward Jones going off row number 6. Jacob Hayward White and Reggie Rhodes will be your 14 runners in Coma C50. Standing start once again. It'll be our final standing start class of the day. before we then move into our rolling start classes, the first of which will be Micro Max, where we will have a grid that will be a little bit mixed up after a troublesome second heat for one or two of our front runners. Green at the back, 9 on the clock, 5 seconds on the board. That'll be go now when we are away. A few drivers bouncing in the seats just to try and get going as Pearson and Hannon will run side by side up towards the left-hand kink of Crook before we go to the Oblivion. Gallagher's going to try and move down the inside there. That was Robert Hanley, I think, going all the way around the outside to emerge in third place. Yes, it was. In front of Noah Gallagher, fourth place. Then it's going to be Logan Grassi, who's now going to be on the outside but will slot back in front of Aidan Hughes, who is running in sixth place, in front of River Di Giorgio Miller and the S-plate of Regan Abercrombie. Gallagher trying to nose down the inside of 53 of Hanley. Not close enough on this occasion to get himself down the inside of the 53. So Pearson leads us over the line then in the 45. From Jace Hannon. Hannon, who has fallen away off the back of Pearson on that previous lap, but now has 4 carts to push him along, with Hanley, Gallagher and Grassi, who, if they all play it smart, could end up in a battle for the lead here. If they don't, they'll all end up in a 4-cart battle for second place as they watch Matthew Pearson drive off into the sunset. And that's what I mean about not getting too involved early on and working together. Pearson at the front had a gap of 0.8 of a second on that previous lap, and I get the feeling it could be more this time round. That looks well over a second for Matthew Pearson. So Hanley drops down into P6 after that trip onto the grass a few moments ago. Hanley now having to defend off from Aidan Hughes behind. River Di Giorgio Miller, with the fastest lap on the previous, is up onto the back of this battle for second place now. They are going to have to work together for the greater good if they want to close up onto Matthew Pearson at the front of this race. Gap at 1.1 seconds. That is Sebastian O'Connell, just trying to get a start, but looks like he could well be out of 9th place and out of this race. The gap is going out at the front. There's a contact warning for the 27 on the overhead gantry of Tristan Begley as O'Connell does get going. 0.6 faster at the front, under his own power, without being pushed along or a slipstream, for Matthew Pearson as he sets the fastest lap. And we're going to be 2 by 2 now as River Di Giorgio Miller tries to go down the inside of Logan Grassi into Christmas Corner, and that drops them both off the back of Noah Gallagher and Jace Hannon. We'll head towards half race distance this time round when the come towards the timing line, plus that one lap at the end, but can't see any way that these two can get back at Matthew Pearson. 1.7 was the gap. It's out to 1.8. They've got to stem this tide and start taking a couple of tenths a lap out of Pearson. Given where we are on timing, they're still going to, we're not, in terms of number of laps, we're not at half race distance yet, because that one added, and the way that the timing may well be elapsing to zero just after they've crossed the timing line, that we may well end up with a 10 lap final. However, it may well be a 10 lap cruise to the checker for Matthew Pearson as Grassi and River di Giorgio Miller side by side once again on the run down towards Ashby. Personal best on the previous for Jace Hannon. So we'll need more of that. As the gap at 1.8 seconds goes out to 1.9 again. Pearson a little bit faster. As we follow this battle for second place, Hannon in the blue helmet, Gallagher in number 22 behind in the white, red and orange. Grassi defending fourth place from River di Giorgio Miller in the number 82. Still with less than a year's experience for River di Giorgio Miller, and still at the younger end of the age scale. Remember, 5 to 7, 8 years old when we end their journey in this class, unless they've moved up early. River still only 6 years old, the Anglo-Australian driver. Started racing last October, so I say less than a year's experience, and already running inside the trophy positions here in Super One this season, and already now running in front of Logan Grassi as well for River di Giorgio Miller in the 82. And up towards Christmas Corner. For the first time, Jace Hannon's taken time out of Matthew Pearson. It was a quarter of a second, and he's going to need more of that, please, if we are going to get to the front. He's going to need a bit of help as well from Noah Gallagher. So having a quick look at River di Giorgio Miller's final results. I think we've had a P6 yesterday, so we have had trophies here at Super One already for River di Giorgio Miller, but fourth place in the final will be their best result if they can hold on to it. Gap again is down at the front to 1.4 seconds here. So anything either of these can do about Matthew Pearson. Miller defending from Logan Grassi as they run up the middle of the track towards Christmas Corner. And this battle for the final trophy with Aidan Hughes, Robert Hanley and Regan Abercrombie, 6th, 7th and 8th place for them. 44 of Jacob Hayward-White has come up from P40, 13 on the grid, to run in 9th place after what was a very smoky second heat for that kart. Didn't quite have the pace under it that we know Jacob can display. 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Again, the gap's come down, but it's going to be too late at this rate unless they can find about half a second and put a little bit of pressure on Matthew Pearson. Hannon with a little bit of a helmet tap to ask Gallagher to work with him. Time is now down to 0. Your race leader and also champion-elect Matthew Pearson. Leads with a gap of 1.2 seconds as they cross the timing line on the previous lap. May well be slightly less this time, but it might be enough of a cushion. Again, it's another 2/10, but at that rate they'd need 4 or 5 laps to close up onto the back of Matthew Pearson at the front of this race. He may well have a little bit of traffic to contend with, but the train behind is starting to battle as Noah Gallagher thinks about coming down the inside of Jace Hannon. Don't think they're going to catch the traffic for Pearson. Who last season won the Camberley Kart Club Championship and the London Cup down at Rye House. At national level, he is less than half a lap away from being crowned the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Coma Champion of 2026. Into the boot he goes for the 45. His sister Lucy is his biggest fan. We're all his fan today. Matthew Pearson is your champion with a round to spare. Pearson from Gallagher and Hannon. Gallagher getting through on the final lap for the second step of the podium. River Di Giorgio Miller with the season's best P4 in front of Logan Grassi. And Aidan Hughes will take the final trophy in Coma C50 in P6, with Jacob Hayward-White happy with his work in P9. Reggie Rhodes and Henry Isles seeing the checkered flag. There is Ayrton Edward Jones coming out of the final corner. We'll see Tristan Begley shortly, and the final runner was Sebastian O'Connell, who spent a good half a lap sat on the grass waiting for his engine to be restarted. I do get the feeling that Pearson won't know just yet that he's the champion. It would be very unlikely at these young ages that we tell the drivers before the race. We just let them get their heads down, drive fast, drive to the checkered flag, take the victory and the championship. Matthew Pearson, race winner once again in Coma C50, is your 2026 Coma C50 champion. Pearson, Gallagher and Hannon from River Di Giorgio Miller, Logan Grassi and Aidan Hughes, your trophy winners from round 10 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. Next up, we don't have to worry about championship permutations. That one's definitely going down to the final championship weekend at Shennington in 4 weeks' time. It's Micro. So we'll run you through a grid because plenty of things happened in the second heat that mean that this probably will have some of our usual front runners a little bit further down the order from where we would normally see them. Are we going to see an epic charge through the field? Are we going to see a new name on the top step of the podium? Caden Hanley and Jensen Drummond on the front row. Will Hatton and Cooper Galloway in front of Ralph Ewer and Tommy Delaney on row number 3. Row 4, Alfie Ward and Charlie Cale, Buster Scott and Ellis Holt with Zane Sofawoglu and Hayden Bailey going from row number 6. Row 7 is Sam Hope and James Hudson, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage and Matty Smith with Leo Hunt and Logan Edwards going from row number 9. Row 10 will see Jackson Fuchs and Jensen O'Connor. Rowan Reed and Yegin Nedim Selick off row number 11. Max Stone and Ezra Robinson Matthews will go from row number 12. William Ewer starts P25, Daniel DeBrio, Ralph Dempsey and Daniel Thompson with Harvey Lee Lathrope before we move into our iArmy Water Swift runners. Santo Amico will start P30 overall, P1 in iArmy Water Swift. Archie Johnson, Archie Ashworth and Harley Bebb, your runners in Iami Water Swift. Field making their way around there. We've got a few off on the grass. That is a novel approach to warming up tyres. Looks like we're in position. We're ready to go racing for our Micro Max runners. Sofuoglu came in as the championship leader. However, due to the fact that he has missed a round, means that this will not get wrapped up this weekend. Up towards the start we go. Lights out and we're away and racing with 9 minutes on the clock. And again, it's Hanley and Hatton will lead us through. There are my Water Swift restricted runners, and we have had a false start. I'm sure it did go green, but then we've had a false start after that. So we are going to have another go at this one then in Iami Water Swift restricted. Jackson Fuchs just making his way around there in the number 17 machine. We'll back the field up again as they come round Osiers. Caden Hanley, who made his first SuperOne outing of the season yesterday, took the victory in the final. Will Hatton in the 31. He's gone strong so far here this weekend. Again, another driver in his first SuperOne outing of the season with a P3 in yesterday's final. For Will Hatton, it was Ralph Ewer on the podium with them in second place. My one to watch, though, if he can get away with the leaders on the front row and get away, is Jensen Drummond in that number 12 machine. A few drivers waving. There's clearly a fan club on the outside of the booth. They will have to put all of the focus into the pedals and the steering wheel as we head up towards the timing line. And as we're still going to have another false start. We've provided them with nice yellow tram lines that we do like them to drive down before the lights extinguish. And as they came out of the final corner, there wasn't many of them still in the tram lines. So it's less about pace and more about getting into position. I've seen a few wobbly noses already there, which is a bit of a problem for those drivers that oh, and who's that facing the wrong way? I think that could be Ježit Nedim Selik in the 59. Santo Amico just slowing down the 4 Iami Water Swift restricted runners. Just doesn't want them to be too close, and we have had a red flag, which is we're just going to stop the field, and then I think what we're going to do is just remind them that we have got yellow tram lines and we would like them to be used. So it does happen every now and again. I don't think it could well be that the fronts are going a little bit too quick. As well as they come out the final corner. But as it has been red flagged, those drivers that have had floppy noses, and because it's been red flagged inside the early part of the race, bearing in mind we didn't get started, should be able to have their noses reset. We've got one there with his arm up, and that looks like it could well be Alfie Ward, who's just asking if someone could have a check on his front end. Although nobody paid any attention to it, so hopefully they've looked at it and said, yep, that's okay. Katie Fuchs in the live chat saying, go on, Jax. You will roll off P19 will Jackson Fuchs for this race. So he'll go off row number 10. I think leaders are just having a chat on where they need to be accelerating from. Although to be fair to Caden Hanley, he's done most of the rolling starts from P1 this weekend, so hasn't been his first rodeo. It's the mid-pack that are shotting themselves all over the shop. Would it help if we were going a little bit slower? Maybe it would. And I think we may actually just go from here. If everybody gets going, I don't think we need a full rolling up lap, and it might help keep the field tightly bunched together around that final complex of corners. Support, of course, coming in for Zane Sofawoglu in the live chat. Cooper Galloway, I'm being told, is one to watch. Wouldn't disagree with that. He's been inside the top 5 for most of the season as Cooper Galloway in the number 32 Jack's Motorsport liveried cart. So we'll get given the go-ahead to start their engine shortly. I think the live chat having chats with each other, but someone said it's a second restart, which it is. Someone said second red flag is diabolical. We've only had one red flag, and it's just to basically resort the grid out. So one red flag, 2 starts. There we go. They get the go ahead, and we are away and racing. So did have 2 goes at starting, and I can fully understand why both of them were false starts. So field rolling round, we may get this going just from this point. Everybody's nicely positioned. I don't see the point in doing an additional lap for the sake of it, but we're going to. But I thought that they're really nicely packed there. Look, I just let them go now. Just green flag it up at the up at post 2 and let them go. We have taken 2 minutes off the race time though for that delay. Less time for our drivers to make the moves that could well see them towards the front of the pack. Just need to be nice and slow round the final corner and stay down the middle of them yellow lines that have been painted on the circuit, and we'll be good to go. So, can we get going at the 3rd time of asking for our Micro Max runners? 2 attempts so far, false start, and then just a bit of a rejig to get them going. There are your Army Water Swift restricted runners. You will try and charge through the field. We head up towards the boot. As we say, a 9-minute final reduced down to 7 due to the red flag, just to regrid. So normally we see red flags for some serious incidents, but this one was just to make sure everyone was regridded, and a few drivers got their noses reinstated with it being a red flag early before the race. So with 7 minutes on the clock, this championship will go down to the wire at Shenington because of drivers missing events, but we head round the final corner. This one looks nice and tidy. The 39 is out and down the middle, but we are away and racing as we head up towards the first right-hander at the start of the race. It was Ellen and Shelby Parsonage driving down the middle of the circuit, and I think she got swamped at the first corner, but we head up. Hanley leads then from Jensen Drummond. We've got a few spinners in the mid-pack. 34 and the 59 around. The Iami Waterswift restricted runners make their way through. It's Rowan Reed and Yezhit Nedim Selik going round on the opening lap. There's the one to watch, the 54 of Zain Sofawoglu, starting P11. Looks to have already made up 1 or 2 places, but Caden Hanley has been the one to beat throughout this race weekend here. Jensen Drummond will look to try and keep him honest and challenge in the final few laps, I'm sure. Largely it's been Will Hatton pushing Caden Hanley away throughout this race weekend and then challenging, but he's down in 4th place. Cooper Galloway in 3rd in front of him. Tommy Delaney and Charlie Cale with Ralph Ewer. There is Ralph Ewer going down the inside of Charlie Cale, and I think that's moved himself up to P5 because I think it was Tommy Delaney on the outside of both of them. Zain Sofawoglu up into P6, Buster Scott and Ellis Holt in front of Alfie Ward and the Scotsman Hayden Bailey in P12. There's Sofawoglu, he's past Tommy Delaney, he's up into 7th place. That will make the live chat happy as Ewer goes very, very wide. Sofawoglu will pick a side to go, and he's going to push Charlie Cale down the inside, I think. He's going to wait for them to see what happens. I thought he was going down the inside with Charlie Cale there on Ralph Ewer into the entry into the boot, but with still plenty of this race to go. No unnecessary risks to be taken. Hanley, Drummond and Galloway with Hatton, Cale, Ewer, Sofawoglu. Delaney dropping from 5th down into P8 on that lap. Jensen Drummond up onto the back of Caden Hanley, who had 3 or 4 tenths of a gap earlier on. He's had that reeled in by Jensen Drummond there in the number 12. It's been a strong weekend so far for Caden Hanley. A win on debut yesterday in this championship. At the moment, he's being pursued by Jensen Drummond, and we can't discount Galloway and Hatton either. Hatton with the fastest lap on the previous lap, and they look noticeably closer, certainly, than they have been to the back. Sofawoglu still toiling and trying to find a way past Charlie Cale and Ralph Ewer. Ewer is looking both which ways to try and find a way through. Charlie Cale is defending hard over 5th place in the mid part of this race, and if either of the drivers have got aspirations of challenging for podiums, they need to find a way through early, and Sofawoglu is going to make the move on Ralph Ewer. Ewer's had a couple of laps to try and find a way past Charlie Cale, and Zain Sofawoglu feels that they need to progress that a little bit faster than what he has been doing. He moves up now into P6, so still 2x2 for the front duo. Hanley and Drummond, then Galloway and Hatton as well. Hatton arguably faster than Galloway, but needs to find a way through or push onto the back and try and close up the gap. But Galloway not closer. Sofawoglu up into P6 with that move on Ralph Ewer a lap or so ago. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a move coming on Charlie Cale at some point. Ralph Ewer's going to try and go round the outside. That's not going to work out, but then that's also cost Sofawoglu a few kart lengths as well off the back of Charlie Cale, and Cale is really backing this pack up now. It goes all the way down to Leo Hunt, I think, in around about 13th place off the back of Charlie Cale in P5 in the number 8. So running a seeded number from last year is Charlie Cale. He holds on to what is currently P5. No change for the lead. You actually hear the kart slap as it goes over the curb and lands back down on the ground. They're still pulling away ever so slightly from Galloway and Hatton. Can Cale get the run up towards Christmas Corner again, or will Sofawoglu try and find a way through as Santo Amico in the Hayami Water Swift starts making his way through? It's as you were in micro from P5 down. There goes Sofawoglu down the inside into Ashby. on Charlie Cale for P5. Might not have come out though, because I saw in position, because I'm fairly sure I saw Ralph Ewer challenging Zane Sofawoglu over P5. Sofawoglu's picked a warning up in the mix of things, and the turquoise car is finally through and into P5, but it may well be too much now with a minute and a half to go to close up on the back of these karts in front. He's just got to try and pick up as many points as possible towards his championship charge as Charlie Cale falls all the way down to P13 behind Leo Hunt, which was that entire train of karts that he'd kept behind as Ralph Ewer down the inside of Zane Sofawoglu. Buster Scott just behind them in that bright yellow Lando Norris inspired helmet, and down the inside goes Will Hatton on Cooper Galloway in the downhill run towards Ashby. Change for the final step on the podium. Trophies down to P6 here in this inter-class or cadet class, and we've had a change as well as they come through the lap traffic for the lead as Jensen Drummond is through on Caden Hanley. 2 laps to go as we are under the threshold for completing another full lap at the end of this one. Drummond from Hanley, and the gap is half a second. Will Hatton in third place. Galloway, Ewer, Sofawoglu. Scott, Delaney, Alfie Ward, Ellis Holt. Charlie Cale back up from 13th into P11 in front of Hayden Bailey and Leo Hunt. And we've got O'Connor, Hope, Logan Edwards, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage and James Hudson, Jackson Fuchs, Ezra Robinson Matthews, and then you're leading Ayami Water Swift restricted runner of Santo Amico. Still Ewer and Sofawoglu over 5th place. They are pulling away though from Buster Scott and Tommy Delaney, Alfie Ward, Holt, Cale, Bailey, Hunt. O'Connor's there as well. There's a little bit of a gap back to Sam Hope as the leaders will cross the timing line now, and Jensen O'Connor is turning the screw. Gap is out to 9/10 of a second from yesterday's final winner, Caden Hanley. To be fair, everybody in the top 6 appears to be pretty much as they were and have reasonable gaps as well. Galloway has been passed a few laps ago by Will Hatton, and Hatton started to gap away. Ralph Ewer doesn't seem to be particularly happy, but Zane Sofawoglu is through as Ewer defended on the inside, and I think Sofawoglu's managed to get the run. Yesterday he was unlucky in the heats, was Jensen Drummond. I said pre-race that he was one to watch. The prediction has been vindicated. Jensen Drummond wins at round 10 here at Super One from Caden Hanley and Will Hatton. Cooper Galloway will finish in P4 in front of Zane Sofawoglu and Ralph Ewer. Scott, Delaney, Ward and Holt. We've got Hayden Bailey and Leo Hunt falling down the order on the final lap. They still haven't crossed the timing line. They were 12th and 13th respectively at the time. We saw a marshal running to the left-hand side on the exit to Ozier's, and it looks like they have both come into harm and fall outside the top 25. Jensen Drummond, though, takes the victory in the end by 1.8 seconds from Caden Hanley. Got somebody running. He might need a trolley as well. He's making his way over to have a quick check-up on those two drivers. Drummond, Hanley and Hatton, your top 3. Galloway, Sofawoglu and Ewer will take silverware home with them as well. Scott, Delaney, Ward, Holt, O'Connor, Cale, Hope and Edwards down to P14. Parsonage, Hudson, Fuchs, and then your winner in Ayami Water Swift Restricted, Santo Amico, once again taking victory in that class in P18 overall. Ezra Robinson Matthews, Daniel Thompson and Matty Smith, William Ewer, Archie Johnson, your second Ayami Water Swift runner, finishes P23 with Daniel DeBrio, Daniel DeBrio, Ralph Dempsey, Hayden Bailey. Did eventually cross the line in P26, Rowan Reed, Max Stone and the rest of the field after that. So, thank you very much for everybody in the live chat. It does seem to get very excited when Zane Sofawoglu does race, and we are very grateful for all of the live chat. Zane will head towards Chennington as the championship leader still, but has still got a little bit work to do. To get this championship wrapped up in Oxfordshire. Just a confirmation that Leo Hunt has just been checked over by the medics, but does appear to be okay. So we're getting reports back in off the track for Leo Hunt. There he is walking away. His cart will be recovered. He'll just get a little once over from the medical team here at the circuit here at Whilton Mill. So they make their way off circuit. Next one up then, it is time for Mighty Cadet, and they'll run on their own for the first time today, which will be great. We can put all of our focuses onto our Mighty Cadet runners. So in the live chat, we're getting support in for Jensen Drummond from Timon Pajak, his JSR teammate, so Timon racing with us at fullback. Cart being recovered then for Leo Hunt, and we'll have our Mighty Cadets heading out onto circuit. We have a champion-elect potentially in Daniel Stangarian in our Mighty Cadet class. We'll have a quick look at the points in that class for Mighties. After a P4 and a P3 so far today for Daniel Stangarian, he really does just need to finish this final to be crowned the champion. He's had a stellar season so far, taking final victories at rounds 1, 3, 4, and then a day at fullback, well 2 days at fullback, where he remained unbeaten all weekend, took all 4 heat victories and the one in both finals as well. So cart is still being recovered. You can see it in the distance, although you might not if you've got a small telly. If you've got a 50-inch telly, you can probably still see the logo on the fella's t-shirt, but we certainly can't. He's just going to head back into the pit lane with that cart for Leo Hunt, and then we'll get our Mighties out on circuit. And it'll give us an opportunity. We spoke about your injury earlier on, but what we haven't talked about is the new suit that Zach's been wearing.
Yep, so I popped back in to just help you out on the Mighty E's and the Hondas. But yeah, Zach has a new suit. But here we come to the starting grid. We don't want to miss that. We can go on to that suit. So we got row 1, Junior Wright. Next to Heath Smith, Daniel Stangarian, Jacob Amis, Jack Swong, Harry Was. And we go row 4, we've got Freddie Howe. 8, Frank Pearson, Gianluca Hudson, Amelia Christie, Samuel Kenny, and Archie Anstey in P12. And that is your run-up. But yes, no, Zach is so an aero suit. It's the new FIA approved, what's known as a skin suit, I suppose. It's very, very tight, shall we say.
I have one of them, but it's only because I bought it 4 years ago and I'm a lot bigger now.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, you just buy a suit that's a bit smaller, isn't it?
And you call it a skin suit.
No, but it is noticeably thinner in terms of material as well.
It's lighter. Let's say it's made by Danro. It's supplied by the only UK supplier, Custom Racewear. Lucky enough, we've been able to try that out this weekend. We can be wearing it for the other rest of the championships. See how it goes. But it's turning heads in the paddock. But we can talk about that more because we should be able to see it when he's in the final. But we're about to go racing.
Does seem to like it though, doesn't he?
He does like it, yeah. We're getting a lot of comments. Even though he's dressed as a Power Ranger for the parade, which I was a bit surprised about.
Which isn't FIA approved.
Which isn't FIA approved, no.
Be clear on that. Junior Wright then will lead us through from Heath Smith. It's been a good start by Daniel Stangarian as he goes all the way around the outside of Jacob Amis in front of Jax Wong in the 76 as they run up in front of Harry Voss into the first couple of corners here then at Whilton Mill.
You see, with these Mighty Cadets, when I'm out there watching it, I miss the grunt of the petrol engine. But what you can hear with these carts is every bit of contact they make, every tyre screech.
Yes.
I've got some on the grass there. He's managed to recover that well at 71.
Jacob Amis.
He's done a good recovery there. We've got someone very upset behind him, though. I think it might be Jack's wrong banging his leg. But he can make that time up. He can get closer and closer, but that was a good recovery. But yeah, no, I think the electrics is coming the way forward. Look at Rotax. The Rotax electric carts are coming through now. It's exciting times. Times are changing.
I'm a big fan of them at Bambino level for sure. I talk about it on a regular occasion, even when we're covering club meetings, because we're seeing an increasing number of the Mighty Bambinos turning up.
The grids are just growing.
I mean, for the first time, I think last weekend at a club meeting, we had more Mighty Bambinos than we had Coma Bambinos last weekend.
It's a great little class.
And what it does do as well is it brings in it makes it less intimidating for the parents as well, because you come in, you don't have to have a mechanical background. You don't have to go, well, what am I doing with this engine? I have no idea what I'm doing with it. Whereas, we've seen many engines where you've got to change things like jetting, and the gearing is fixed to a large extent now in a lot of the smaller classes.
It reminds me of like the interclass, the fixed gearing. But obviously, they're on electric motors and they're all even. They're evenly matched.
As well, you can focus though. Just at least when you go out on track that right, my driver's half a second up. My driver must have improved.
Yeah.
Whereas sometimes the normally aspirated engine, the weather conditions change. The sun goes in, the sun goes out. The humidity, the air temperature changes everything.
So
particularly on engines that with no disrespect to Coma, but it's 4 horsepower. So if you're down by 0.2 of a horsepower, it's a lot of horsepower because you're not using the first 3 really.
Especially at this level of racing. Just looking at these youngsters here going around. Look at their timings. Very evenly matched. Yes, you've got gaps. It's going to happen, but these top 5. Within just over a second between them, and we think that's a blink of an eye. For their age.
Yeah, certainly is. And I love the fact that that is the intimidating thing. All of these drivers start somewhere, and not all of them have got families that have got a motorsport background. I was lucky. My family does have a motorsport background, but not in karting. But mine was in autograss as I was growing up. And then I went into karting sort of in my sort of early 30s, and now my son's followed suit. But Andy, Zach races. But what's your background in motorsport before Zach came into this?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I didn't even know there was, when we started for Honda Cadet, I didn't even know there was actually a right way to put the tyres around. I only found out after a few months that the actual wear indicators aren't supposed to be completely flat. So we had no experience in motorsport. We've learnt as we've gone along, and this is the thing about karting. This is the joy of it. When you first start this sport, there's people in paddocks to help you. There's teams to help you. It's a friendly atmosphere. You can get into it, especially these age Mighty Cadets. When you walk around the paddock, all the kids are playing with each other. They're having so much fun there. All the parents talking, barbecues are on, and you learn. You learn very quickly, and it's the wonder of karting. It's a wonderful way to get into motorsport. Now we're addicted. We can't stop, and big things are happening with us. Zeneca Racing. This will be Zach's last season in karting because we're going to cars, and we're going to vlog that, and we're going to tell all the kids how to do it. But let's get back to this racing because this is getting close. We've got 4 minutes 52 seconds, 1 lap left on the clock. We've got no real movements. We've got Wright in P1, Smith P2, Stanger in 3, Wong 4, and Amos 5. That's your top 5 currently, but they seem quite evenly matched. Nice space in between them. I don't think we're going to see too many changes at this part of the race. I think maybe if they start closing up last 2 minutes, we might see some challenges coming in.
Yeah, Amos and Wong do swap round in the middle of the boot, but that was largely done on the straight. They just ran side by side for so long. They've just lost that gap that off the back of Daniel Stangery, and they're going to have to maybe work together for a little while. Jax Wong there in the 76 off the back of the AMD tuning livery, number 71 of Jacob Amos. They're trying.
I think they're going to close up. We've got 2 carts together there. Got the toe there. That's going to speed them up slightly. So you've got 2 packs of 2. I think they're going to join up and form a 4. When they join that 4 train, I think Mike can start catching up to Wright.
So Wright with a gap of around about 0.8 of a second at the front at the moment. He has been the one to beat this weekend. Has dipped in and out of this Mighty Cadet Championship throughout the year as junior Wright. Daniel Stangery in 3rd place just needs to keep his powder dry for the remaining 3.5 minutes and 1 lap to be crowned the 2025 champion with a weekend to spare, such as his consistency throughout the season there in the number 22. But at the moment, The day has belonged, the weekend in fact has belonged to Junior Wright at the front.
He has driven really well this weekend. He's been up there right at the front all the time. He's kept it smooth, he's kept it clean. He's a credit to his class. But all these kids are credits to their class. They're not teenagers, not juniors. These are young kids. They're racing out there. And their abilities and their maturity for their age is amazing.
You touched on it earlier about how it teaches kids to win, but more importantly, it teaches them to lose. You look at your junior road tax that'll be out in about 25 minutes' time. You have one winner, there's 34 on that grid. It teaches you to lose, and let's be honest, in karting, you lose far more than you win.
Oh, yeah.
And it teaches these drivers, I mentioned it many times walking around paddock, how resilient these young drivers are, and it's setting them up for, not for now and not for next week, but let's be honest, life isn't fair.
No,
and it's basically...
And Nor's karting.
Yeah, and it's teaching them that for way into the future that
there is a lot of luck involved in karting as well. In these drivers here we're watching now, they could have a mechanical fault. They could lose their space. They could, make one small mistake.
But if that was in a heat, they've got to dust down and go again an hour later. So
they've got to pick themselves up, get back on the horse.
That's the thing. It's teaching them you can do everything you can, but something that is out of your control may well.
Don't get it wrong. You
take you out
of
something.
See, kids upset when they come off track if they haven't won. But it's still teaching them. They're learning. They're learning the fact that you can't always win. Where there's a winner, as Emma says, my wife, there's always a loser. But you pick yourself up, you brush yourself down, and you go again. That's what we always say, that's racing. But these are doing a phenomenal job. I don't think we're going to see a great deal of change. We've got 1 minute 32 seconds, 1 lap left to go. They're all very, very consistent driving here. They're all being very, very sensible. You can see their Wright's looking over his shoulder. Where are they? Am I got a good gap here? Can I continue? Do I have to push hard, or can I just drive relaxed?
Well, it's had the same gap pretty much since the end of the opening lap, hasn't he? Such as, again, we're just showing the parity, but if he's able to get that tyre switched on the opening lap and he's got a little bit more confidence on the colder tyre, looks like they run on the Vega Cadetti tyre that the Honda Cadets are out on.
The Vega's a hard tyre, really hard tyre. But I was wrong. I thought they was going to bunch up and be a 4. But
they last a long time, but they've got a really wide operating window. Vega. We tested them for the first time in our final year in Honda Cadet. And we went for a day and we ran anywhere between 12 and 22 PSI, and it did absolutely no difference whatsoever.
No, they're a really hard-wearing tyre. They're very resilient tyres. But yeah, they have got, a good working window. But you look at Mojo's on juniors. With Zach, the way he drives, his working window, that tyre will come on. He's probably got 2 to 3 laps of decent tyre grip before they either overcook or he'll start losing his grip. But we've got some interesting here. So who's that? There's that P2 and P3. It's
Daniel Stangerin on the back of Heath Smith.
Yeah. You can see that they're starting to close there. Amos is starting to close that gap slightly. It's less than a second. But are they going to bunch up? 5 seconds, 1 lap left. They've just got to cross the line. So we've got 2 laps left, basically.
It's amazing. All of them tyre squeals, they still happen in Rotax and in Intermax and in Honda. You just don't get to hear it. You don't get to hear them skipping as they tag the brake on the way up towards Christmas Corner.
It's like, I say to parents, if your kid's interested and wants to do this, come to your local track. Come to Whilton Mill, wherever we are. Wherever, if it's a national championship, it's a club round. People welcome you to come and watch and just see what happens. I
mentioned that there's more clubs than people think. When you look at you look at your big tracks, you look at the British and SuperOne and other championships as well, and they go to 5, 6, 7 tracks throughout the season. But you've got your smaller clubs, you've got your Woodthorpes, your Campbells, your
Bayfords,
your
Clay, yeah, you got them all there, and and I guarantee you have got a kart track within an hour of your house. Obviously, unless you're in the mountains in Outer Hebrides, but there is going to be a track there.
4 circuits up in Scotland.
Yes, and
4 circuits up there. There's plenty to go at. They have a.
I remember that was Zach's first ever taste of a national when we went up to Scotland. So he's never been in the most grids he's been into. He's like, who's that?
Gianluca Hudson, I think that is on the outside. A bit of a
thumbs up.
Yep, thumbs up. I'm okay.
The
cart isn't, but I'm okay.
Did Dad forget to charge it?
On to the final lap then as we head up towards the boot for the final time. Smith is going to try and defend off Daniel Stangerian, who has done exactly what he needed to do in this race, which was keep out of trouble throughout. Junior Wright will win on the day, but the season belongs to Daniel Stangery, and he moves out on the left-hand side. He is going to be your points leader. It's unassailable. Junior Wright takes the victory from Heath Smith, and your new 2026 HWE BIM Services Mighty Cadet champion Daniel Stangery finishes in P3 in front of Jacob Amos, Jack Wong and Harry Voss. With Frank Pearson crossing the line in P7. We'll have Freddie Howell, Emily Christie and Samuel Kenny as well. Gianluca Hudson. I wonder if he can get that cart going and round so he can see the checkered flag. I don't think he will. No. But we got a big thumbs up from him anyway, just to let him know he was okay.
So just for wonder, so you know the regs for Super One on most championships is if you come off, if you raise your thumb, it means you don't need medical attention. Because you don't know what happens in these carts. You know, you could literally get your foot caught in a wheel, could be anything. So that's why they put the thumbs up, so the marshals know they haven't got to run speedily. They know they're okay.
Yeah, well, you also get that time as well where people will say, well, why aren't the marshals helping them get back on track? Well, the marshal's job is actually to wave the yellow flag and warn the oncoming drivers, not leave post.
Exactly. There is runners out there on track.
Yeah.
Who would go out and retrieve the carts and help the kids get back on. You know, these carts are heavy. But here we are looking at our grid, so I believe it's going to be Honda Cadet, isn't it? All the parents there, mechanics, all getting ready. You know, it must be nervous sitting there on that front. And as a parent mechanic, you know, the nerves I used to have was, are they going to start? Are they going to pull out that pit? Are they going to go? Because if they don't, you've only got a very limited amount of time to get that car started. But Hondas, you know, they're a robust engine. It's pull and go. You know, this is one of the only classes you will see really where the mechanics will start the engine while they're on the grid because they want to get the warmth into their engine. You wouldn't do this in a Rotax because the Rotax will just clog up. But Hondas, you get them started. You can see the drivers there. You know, they're giving a little bit of acceleration. They're hitting their brakes, just giving a little bit of a tick over. I love the sound of Hondas. When they roar past that rolling start, it's an amazing thing to see.
So again, it's another one of them. It's a user-friendly engine for people
great
coming
class.
into motorsport. So if you haven't got a driver that's coming in at 5 years old, they're coming in at 7, 8, 9, 10 years old.
Honda Cadet is affordable.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many second-hand chassis out there. You know, don't go and buy off Facebook and that sort of stuff. You know, go to your local teams and ask around. Go to your local tracks to find those second-hand chassis because you don't know what's happening.
Now's a good time of the year as well because a lot of these drivers, you know, running at the front may well move up at the end of the season. So go through your championships, find out who's running at the front, try and get in touch with mum, dad, or anything like that, and just say, look, what's happening with your cart at the end of the year? It may well be a team cart, it may well go back to them, but it may well be their own.
You know, at this level of karting, chassis change regularly. You know, we budget for 2 chassis per season. You know, because we know, you know, the chassis takes a lot of anger from these tracks. And they do lose speed. You know, the level of karting, you know, there's 0.2 per second between P1 and P10.
Particularly your Rotax. Honda Cadet, I think you could easily do 2 or 3 seasons.
You could do 2 or 3
on
seasons.
A frame.
You know, they're hard frames, depending which frame you go. But, you know, people do change and get a new frame for new season.
The thing is with your Rotax chassis as well, because put it this way, if your chassis doesn't flex, then it doesn't help, and that's where you need to go.
That's where it starts breaking. Right, the cars are gone out, so our Honda Cadets are entering the tarmac area. Let's hope all 4 wheels for all carts stick on that tarmac and we have a great race.
Field already on the run down towards the right-hander at Ashby. It'll be Colborne and Ratton on the front row with Nico Veselovsky and Phoebe Shelton on row number 2. Archie Edgar and Luke Hamill will go off row 3. Reggie Dufficy and Freddie Williams with George Lilly and Kabir Singh going off row number 5. Ollie Spooner Green and Thomas Pregnell are on row number 6. George Bridger and Fabian Smith are on row 7.
So I think it's going to be a good race. You know, Heat 1, Heat 2 between Colburn and Ratton was very close driving. But you've got Nico and Phoebe, you know, they've been up there as well. But I think Archie and Luke Hamill are pushing their way through. I think it's going to be interesting. I think this rolling start's going to show how this race is going to end.
I was speaking with someone from Hamill's team yesterday. They've got Murray Adams down from Apollo and Sam Cassidy down running them as well. And I wasn't being too critical. I just said he looks like a driver that, I mentioned it earlier, that that thinks he's a P5, P6 driver and just needs that bit of confidence. Is he going to get it here?
He's going to get it here because here comes that rolling start. Are we going to go racing? And we have gone green. We are racing. So as we start approaching Christmas, are we going to go side by side? They're coming through. That's nicely done. We've got 3 abreast there as they come up. We've got clearly the first 2. They're going to hit Christmas corner nice and smooth. Now after this, they should start getting to almost like a single file, get themselves into the positions they want to be in, and then they start racing. This is where racecraft really comes in. How far do you push it? Do you go hard? Do you just slot yourself into a gap and just go? But you can see they've got themselves now into a nice single file. You know, you've got Ratton Shelton at the front there, as expected. But, you know, let's look at the back there. You've got some other drivers there. You know, Bridger at the back, Philip Smith, Spooner Green, all doing amazing jobs, trying to work their way through. But when you're in traffic like that, you can't get through as easy. You know, they are racing just as hard as Ratton and Shelton are. It's just that, you know, they are further back. But we're trying to get some footage of that as we go through here. So as grandparents sitting at home, we'll see if we can get some of that back markers.
Oliver Ratton went round the outside of Henry Colborne at the start, but then Colborne dived straight back down the inside on Oliver Ratton and his run up towards Christmas corner. So it was back to pretty much as we were at the start. Phoebe Shelton in 3rd place. Luke Hamill is just being disposed of P4 there by Archie Edgar as Edgar goes down the inside from P5. Nico Veselovsky has fallen back from his starting position on the 2nd row to run in P6 in front of Reggie Duffersey. This 7 will generally begin to pull away from the rest of the field and already are.
The top 3, they've got the tone out. They're going to start to go. They're going to pull away. And again, this comes down to racecraft. These 3 should sit like this. Do it like another good couple of laps. You can see their contact one coming for Ollie Ratton. You know, he's obviously pushing a little bit hard there. But if they're sensible, yes, if there's an overtake there and it's a clear overtake, take it. But if not, just stick together, get that toe and get that gap. Because you want to get as far away as you can from those behind you. Because when you start fighting, you are going to lose tenths of seconds. And people are going to catch you and they're going to come through.
Out onto the rumble strips they go. And here comes Oliver Ratton thinking that he can
go
a little bit quicker than Colborne and he's through. And that would be nice, I think, for Archie Edgar to see.
Yeah, and again, that was a safe overtake. You know, the door was left open. He had the out on Christmas. He had that speed up the hill. He had it. So, you know, he took that option and he took the overtake. That was a sensible overtake and it's good to see. But we're still, you know, Colborne's going to be on his back. There's going to be challenges coming. I think now that Colborne's been taken, I think he's going to push hard to get that P1 back.
There's Edgar in that 26. And he wouldn't have been too upset seeing them battle in front. And it's a little bit closer, but Hamill, I think, reeled him in. Hamill, I think, is really late on the brakes in the run up towards the boot and again at Christmas corner.
Well, so there's 5 tenths of a second between P3 and no, that's close. Even less than that now. There we go. So Colborne's telling Ratton, let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. I think he was telling Shelton, come with us.
Yeah, come with us and let's get a gap.
Us. You want to play with us. You don't want to play with 4th down to 7th.
Go there. Come up here. This is podium. This is where we get the dust collectors. There's some fighting at the back there. Some really good driving by those drivers, working their way through. A little bit of contact there. Wasn't intentional. You know, Ollie's obviously just got a bit of a later break, and Colborne just touched his rear bumper. It's to be expected, especially around Whilton. But it's, you know, again, nice, safe Honda Cadet. You know, sensible driving, some clear racecraft being shown by all the drivers on track here. They're setting themselves in. Contact warning for Lily coming in there. Obviously, you know, trying to fight their way through. And listen, you can hear that roar. Listen to that roar. That's a beautiful roar. The Honda. The Honda unit is an amazing bit of equipment. It's what you normally see on your lawnmowers, to be fair, when you're at home. But these are slightly more souped up.
Slightly more refined. They take the top tank off and put a nice exhaust on it
and some stickers.
A lovely sticker and a pulse pump on the other side to pull all the fuel through. But other than that, it's a fairly robust unit. I think, we've had Hondas since my lad was 7. He's now 13. I think we've blown 2 up in 6 years. It's not a bad effort, really.
We were lucky in Honda. You know, with all engines, they need to be rebuilt at certain hours to get the maximum out of them. So they will drop 8 horsepower. You know, whether you have a top or a full rebuild done, you know, that can be quite expensive when you start going rebuilds quite often. You know, a bit of a Honda, it needs less rebuilds, but you've got to be careful how many hours you put on these.
Good battle going on there from Williams all the way down to Thomas Pregnell in P13. Hamill down the inside of Archie Edgar for 4th place.
And as you said, you know, if those grandparents are home, you know, they're showing the whole field here. You know, that's the most frustrating thing as a parent when you want to see your kids out there racing. Because you can't be at track, you want to see them on track on the Alpha Live. So Ratton and Colborne, you know, still being sensible, still pushing forward there. In fact, they've put a gap between them and Shelton.
Yeah, that'll be that one overtake, and that'll be that'll be gone, won't it?
But then Ollie's starting to pull away a little bit there. You know, his tyres coming on now. You know, we're a few laps in, and we've got 3 minutes 30 seconds and 1 lap left. But they are definitely pulling away. These three on the race on their own. They could pull over and have a cup of tea if they want.
Archie Edgar back down the inside of Hamill, and that was Dufficy getting tipped slightly sideways. He's now in front of Nico Veselovsky as we run down the hill towards Ashby. I was hoping we were going to pick up that second train of carts. In fact, we do. We go back to it of Williams, Lilly, Singh, Spooner, Green, Bridger, Pregnell. There's Fabian Smith in the 99 coming through. So this is your battle for P8 with Freddie Smith leading the way.
The inside there, that was
George Lilly down the inside.
Yeah. That was a good little move. And again, you got little hand signal. They come. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go racing. Let's go catch up.
And you'll notice the actual overall lap times won't. You know, pace isn't. There's not a huge amount, no. But you'll notice there where they were all battling together is that, and we've seen it on a number of occasions where they come over the line. They're not in the same order. And we saw earlier on with Ratton and Colborne when the overtake came, Colborne didn't defend it. He was like, look, it's too early in the race to be defending that. And he just popped in behind him. They didn't lose any time, and they just cracked on with
Colborne
things.
Is currently quicker than Ratton, but literally by a split second.
Hamill was just defending there, Archie Edgar, and I think that allowed Dufficy or Veselovsky to go down the inside for what would have been 5th place. I think Hamill held on a little bit there in the rear quarter, but you can see the car getting that lift on the inside rear.
Didn't lose too much time there. The 51 coming to the inside there on the nice little overtake. That was George Lilly.
So Shelton in the distance there, you can see has been cast adrift, but he's still a very comfortable 3rd place.
And also fastest lap, just got purple lap time, 53.528. So, you know, not that close, but they could do it. There's if Ratton and Colburn start fighting as they come, which they will do soon, because you've got 1 minute 21 and 1 lap, so we've probably got 3, maybe 4 laps left of this race.
Yep, George Bridgie there in the white helmet, just behind Ollie Spooner Green and George Lilly, Thomas Pregnell, all new drivers to the championship this weekend. Big fan of, trying to pick out the number on that cart that is bright yellow. That's 64, that's Kabir Singh. Always big fan of drivers that wear bright colours, does make it a lot easier for the commentator.
And helmets. It's when they've all got the same very similar colour helmet, it becomes difficult, but yeah, colours on the livery carts, nice brightly coloured, makes it much easier to get their names.
Here we go for the lead then as Henry Colborne will slide down the inside of Oliver Ratton. He's gone under the timing gantry, so that we are within 3 laps of the end, and he's got the go-ahead.
Starting to go again, he's gone on the inside there. Is he going to catch it? No, he didn't quite have the power there to get past, and that gave Colborne the ability to move away. Yeah, but Ratton will catch him again. He's in that slipstream, he will catch him.
Going to be tight to get round. We are 15 seconds away, and into the boot they go. It's going to be really tight as to whether they see the last lap board this time round. I think they might actually make it before it elapses down to 0. It's going to be quite tight. What are we going to see? 2 laps to go.
2 laps.
Henry Colborne and Oliver Ratton are going to duke this out for 2 more tours of this Whilton Mill circuit in Northampton.
Yeah, they've clearly got the lead now. They're pulling away, but they are going to start fighting. Let's give Shelton the possibility of catching up as well. Anything could happen here. You know, anything's up for grabs. All they've got to do is be careful. But I do think Ratton's going to start making the move, and I think it's going to replicate Christmas. I think Christmas, if he gets a good out, I think he's going to take on Christmas Hill.
Colborne will almost certainly defend on that run up to that corner. We've seen it throughout this race. The last couple of laps, he parks it on the inside and makes it very, very difficult.
He's going to make that Honda Cadet chassis very wide for Ollie to get through. You can see there, you know, he's not leaving any gaps. He's white lining and rightly so. You know, you can defend. It's the final lap.
Around the first couple of corners, contact warning for George Bridger, who currently sits in P12, and as expected, don't expect to see Colborne on the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah.
He's going to be tight to the inside.
Is he going to get the switch? No.
It's not going to work, I don't think, for Ollie Ratton. What he's kind of hoping for here is that Colborne goes defensive,
which he is,
and then he can switch to the outside and then keep Colborne tight to that white line and switch it here on the run through Wilkins up towards Oziers.
There it is.
And he's going to try and go all the way round the outside. Oliver Ratton round the outside. They'll run side pod to side pod up towards the boot. Ollie Ratton, can he keep his foot in? No, he can't. Round the outside, but that was one hell of an effort. And now he's going to go back down the inside. They've come into contact with each other. Phoebe Shelton's going to win this. Shelton's going to win it. Shelton takes full advantage. Phoebe Shelton is victorious at round 10 from Oliver Ratton and Henry Colborne. Luke Hamill emerges in P4. Duffy, Edgar and Veselovsky, with Freddie Williams, Kabir Singh and Ollie Spooner Green completing your top 10.
And that's exactly what we said was going to happen. They were going to start fighting, and Phoebe was a couple. Just replay this.
There we go.
Oh, so lucky, but it was good driving. It was risky move.
It's the final lap. You've got to go for moves like that, and
they had such a gap. The three of them were going to get P1, 2, 3, unless they completely come off the track. It's whether they took that risk. They took that risk. It didn't work. Phoebe came through. Good driving by all there. You know, it's a 14 kart grid. Everyone, you know, drove to the best. It was a good race. That was good to see.
Ratton tried to go all the way around the outside of a very defensive Henry Colborne into Oziers. They ran side by side up into the boot. It looked like Colborne had managed to get it stopped. Oliver Ratton got alongside in the mid part of the corner. They ran side by side into the boot. And as they came towards the timing line, it was a driver that was in third place at the start of the final lap, Phoebe Shelton, that came through to take victory here at Whilton Mill from Oliver Ratton and Henry Colborne. Next up, it's the big one for you, Andy.
It is. It's Junior Rotax, lower bit junior, and it's going to be fun.
Next up then, Junior Rotax. Isaac Welsh in the live chat says Jake Cozzy is going to win the final. Well, he's going to be starting it from pole position, Andy.
He was confident. I spoke to Jake Cozzy earlier before I came into the commentary box to join you. He's very confident, but this is going to be an interesting race. If we go look at Heat 1, Heat 2, look at yesterday, you know, we've got some very quick drivers up the front there, and here comes with our grid. As expected, we've got Jake Cozzy and Warwick Marnham. Warwick Marnham is chasing that podium. Drew Pudderfoot on row 2, Archie Ray Watson, Amy Peacock, P5, Noah Clare, P6. Travis Dolby, P7, Charlie Hayward, P8, Timmy Shahini, 9, Neve Allen, 10, Nelson Taylor, row 6, next to Isaac Jameson. Then we have my boy, Zach Jennings, and next to Harry Ward. 2 X-Kart drivers next to each other. Nathan Rond, 15, Alex McCullers, 16. I was expecting to see Alex higher, but he's doing a really good comeback here. Fletcher Brown, 17, Kean Hundle, 18. Laurie McVeigh, didn't expect to see him down 19. I think we see a comeback drive here. William Kidd Class, Sam Stocko, Jerry Duffy, Harry Search, Aidan Young. And your last rows, Elijah Hartley, P25, Jacob Lammers, 26, Jake Brown, 27, Trent Cooper Moore, Ryan Wheatley, 29, Tyler Odridge, P30. And Tyler Banks, last there. And we are in tram lines. Here we go.
Up we go, keep an eye on the lights. They extinguish, and 9 minutes of racing is upon us. Just Jake Cozzy.
He takes that lead through. I think everyone that come through. We've got 3 asides as we come up.
Put a foot round the outside to hold on to second place. I think they're from Warwick Milam, Archie Ray Watson and Amy Peacock. They're going to concertina together.
Got 4 wides as we come up Christmas. That's not the best thing. They are really bunched here. So the front 5 or 6, they're all going to be fighting out.
Oh, there we go. We've got a few off on the outside. That looks like it's Alex McCullough is one of them.
Yeah,
who's that in the green helmet? That's one of your drivers, I think, from X-Kart.
Yeah, I think that might have been Harry Ward, not too sure. I know Zach was involved in that as well. He was looking at his kart as he came through. But there's about 4 or 5.
Through here from starting P5. Has had a fairly quiet day under the radar, Amy Peacock, to start this final in P5.
I think she's going to be a challenge, though. I think she's going to push her way forward.
Done what Peacock has largely failed to do through most of the season. She's always had the pace to win races. She hasn't kept out of trouble.
No.
And today she's kept out of trouble thus far.
And worked up to P6.
And been under the radar. Not under the radar, though, is Jude Pudderfoot. He goes down the inside of Jake Cozzy. They try and run side by side on the exit. and the run down the hill through Inkermans up towards Ashby. They have to slot back into order. Probably a little bit too early in the race for them all to be going gung-ho, and they all decide that we can...
and there we go. We've got the fallout there of that first start crash fest, and everyone's dropping.
Yeah,
like a
Peacock
stone.
trying to go down the inside there of Warwick Milam. That made her a little bit slow on the exit of the of Osiers, and now we've got Alexander Adams on the grass on the outside in the number 75 machine.
Yeah, I think my race for Isaac is over. I think he's pitted. He's not showing up. We'll find out. So as we keep going, so Cossy's at the front there. He's got a slight lead. Putterfoot, Milam, and Peacock and Watson, Howard and Dolby, Sheeny, and Laurie McVeigh's up to P9 already, and Nelson Taylor. They're your top 10 currently. It's going to be an interesting race. I can see these are all going to bulk together. I think one to watch is Amy Peacock. As you say, she steps under the radar this weekend, but now she's put herself planted. She's going to go for that. She's right on the tail. We've got someone coming inside.
Archie Ray Watson down the inside of Amy Peacock. He will have track position, I think, and she's allowed that one just to go back through. Warwick Milam now up into second place in front of Jude Pudderfoot. Jake Cosy leading, and will have a bit more of a gap. The cart's skipping through the boot.
It's a bit bouncy.
So Pudderfoot now, I think, will just push Milam for a little bit.
I think they're going to be sensible, but then, you know, this is the final. These are juniors. They see a gap, they're going to go for it. I think Amy's being very patient there. She's probably looking forward to say, you know, you three start fighting because I'm going to drive through. But Cosy and Milam, they're off.
Need to be smart here because Cosy could be away and down the road if overtakes come in the next couple of laps. Drivers have got to decide here whether they want to try and work together for a couple of laps to try and close in on Jake Cosy, or whether they're going to turn it into a battle for second place.
And I think if they do turn it in a battle, Cosy's just going to run away. But
we know he can do. He's done it.
He's done it before.
A few times this season, hasn't he?
But, you know, Milam, I'm not surprised in the P2. Putterfoot, you know, these are the people I expected to see in the top 5, and they are in the top 5. You know, again, McVeigh, you see he's going to push through. He's already in P8.
McVeigh making his way through. Alex McCullough, who had the issues earlier on, as down the inside goes Jude Pudderfoot on Warwick Milam. Don't think that'd have lost either of them a lot of time, and now he says, look, let's go forward. He clearly feels that at this phase in this race, and you mentioned it earlier about tyres, Andy, that you've got a 9-minute race and those tyres are probably going to be perfect for you for about 3 of the 9 minutes. You've just got to decide whether it's the first 3, the middle 3, or the last 3.
So that's down to your mechanic and your driver. You know, whether you go slightly higher to start with, which means you know those tyres are going to come on quickly, or you start going lower. You know, the Mojo tyre is a soft tyre. You know, and you will get 3 or 4 laps of the optimum, and then it will start to drop. You will see, because you notice the lap times will increase. And then near the end they will start to decrease, but that's when this is all about racecraft. You know, these young karters, they're going to start racing, they're going to start challenging. McVeigh there coming through again straight up. I think that's put him up to probably P6 now. He's working his way through the field. You know, it's to be expected. He's chasing that championship.
He's not out of this yet at all, because they will start scrapping. Pudderfoot has started to move away here from Warwick Milam, an overtake on the previous lap, plus 2 tenths he took out of Jake Cosy as well.
Pudderfoot is catching. You know, and the 3 behind are catching as well. I think they're playing it safe, you know. I think that top 5, obviously Cosy's aware. He knows he's behind. He knows he's going to be challenged soon. But I think they're all sitting there playing it safe. You know, if they get the clean overtake, they're going to take it. But they know they're catching.
And they're also pulling away from, well, it was Charlie Halewood, but now it's Laurie McVeigh. They've got a decent gap. There goes Archie Ray Watson for 3rd place, down the inside of Warwick Milam. At the front, though, Jude Pudderfoot is reeling in Jake Cosy with 3.5 minutes to go. Yesterday, he retired from the final. It was a final that, pace-wise, he was one of the probably 5 that you could say in that race he could win this, and he retired from that final. Today, different day, different story. Can he reel in Jake Cosy?
I think he's going to. You know, Jude, he's a quick little driver. You know, he's young. He's learning every time he gets in that seat. You know, he's up there at the front, and you know, he's chasing Cosy down.
McVeigh is drawing up onto this back of this battle for 3rd place that now sees Warwick Milam back in front of Archie Ray Watson, Amy Peacock, and then Laurie McVeigh with the fastest lap on the previous lap that was nearly 9 tenths faster than the trio in front of him.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We're down to 2 minutes 48 on 1 lap. I reckon within about the next lap, I think the changes will start to come. I think Cozzy's going to be caught by Puddlefoot. I think that's where it's going to be interesting. The two of them have got to be careful, not make a mistake and take each other out. They could ruin their championship if they do that. But you can see McVeigh in the back there. He is coming through. He's on the back of Amy Peacock. Amy's a very good defender. You know, but I think it's a bit too early to defend now, but you can see she's looking over her shoulder. She knows that Laurie's there.
I think the only saving grace that Jake Cozzy might have is that he is really quick through the boot.
Yes.
And then it gets him out of the boot a
and
little
there's
bit
Laurie McVeigh
quicker.
going on the inside. I don't know if he pulled that off. He's
Yeah.
next to
Yeah. Oh. That is a
Amy,
novel
yeah.
approach to rejoining the circuit there by Amy Peacock.
That's one way to get round.
Well, just tried to stick it out round the outside. Didn't quite work out, but she'll return to P6, and they've got a good gap back to Nelson Taylor. Look through here. Is Jake Cozzy, particularly this corner, just gets on the power and can pull away, and then by the time they get to the top of the hill at Christmas Corner, Puddlefoot isn't quite close enough. He's going to have to do the hard yards through the left-hander at Wilkins and the left-hander at Ozier's, I think, on the final lap if there's some defending going on.
There's risk. If you do the overtake at Wilkins, there's risk there. You are going to go onto that grass and you are going to go straight to the back. You know, the grass is quite high there. It's not an easy place to get back onto track. So if anything goes wrong on that overtake, you know, you could see Jude drop down the field.
We saw him at Fullbeck, didn't we, on the Saturday, running in second place. Didn't finish that race. Yesterday was running inside the top 5. Didn't finish that race either.
And I think it was that corner that he came off.
Got the pace to win some races. As Jude Puddlefoot has won some heats, would quite like a final to go with it as well. And I think this lap is probably the closest he's been to Jake Cozzy through there, and he needs to be,
now
because
it's going to start coming.
Milam is catching as well. He's being pushed along by Watson and McVeigh. Peacock's fallen away slightly, but is still comfortable in P6. So I said that, but she's not quite there. She is in the background. I thought she'd be a little bit closer still.
A gap there, but then
3 to go.
She's in there clean air. She's got no toe. You know, she's not going to be as quick as these, but these are going to start fighting. They're going to start dropping, you know, those tenths of a second per lap.
McVeigh's past Watson.
Puddlefoot's looking behind. He's trying to see where Milam is. He knows Milam's close. Milam's going to know that McVeigh's close. I think everyone's going to be going, oh, here we go. We've got Puddlefoot going for the inside. He's going to make it. No, he just didn't get further, but he's right on the tower, Cozzy. And that's given Milam the opportunity to close that gap. Closely followed.
Oh, Puddlefoot wide, makes a mistake.
And then side by side, we're going through. Side by side, going to Christmas Corner. Puddlefoot managed to hold it in. He kept that foot down.
He wasn't giving that up, was he? And he looked across at Laurie McVeigh.
McVeigh is now coming on the inside here again.
There he goes from a decent distance back as well.
Switch or not? Here comes a switch back, possibly. Can Puddlefoot hold? No, McVeigh's held it. Puddlefoot's going back again. No, McVeigh's held that nicely.
Defending now. We're going to have 2 for the lead here with that. And it just looked like that was the first time, really, that Jude Puddlefoot had been right behind
That's a shame. He was
another driver into that point and couldn't really see where the braking point was and looked like he just went a little bit too wide in the mid part of the boot.
He left that door open.
Yeah.
He made a mistake. But now we've got Milam. Milam is going to be chasing Cozzy down.
That's Nathan Ron.
Can he make that gap? You know, with this final lap now, Cozzy's got a clear 0.3 of a second gap there. Can it be closed up? We know Cozzy's approaching the boot. He's quick around that boot. We've seen it already. But then Milam is also a quick driver. McVeigh is comfortable in P3, Puddlefoot in P4, and Watson. But that's 5 quick drivers. Anything can happen on his final lap. I think the boot is where we're going to see some challenges. If Cozzy goes for that boot nicely, I think he's going to take that checker flag.
He's not having to defend, though, at the moment. He's got 2 or 3 kart lengths from Warwick Milam. As it stands, we're going to go to Shennington with a 3-horse race between Cozzy, Milam and McVeigh. And Cozzy's vulnerable there as Warwick Milam tried a late dive down the inside from a decent distance back, but it's going to be Jake Cozzy. Cozzy from Milam and McVeigh, the top 3 in the championship and the 3 that will fight it out at Shennington. Finish 1, 2 and 3 here at Whilton Mill. Cozzy, Milam, McVeigh and Puddlefoot from Watson, Peacock, Taylor, Noah Clare, Isaac Jameson and Charlie Halewood. Nathan Ron, Cian Hundle, Travis Dolby and Fletcher Groans. With Timmy Shahini. Grounds.
Grounds.
Throws me all the time.
It does get you all the time. Well, it didn't go well for us there. Zach didn't even make 1 lap.
You had an update?
No update, but I've had no message, so no news is good news. He's obviously pitted, he was looking at his cart when he came through, but here is your final result. You know, as said, Cossey, Myler, McVeigh for the foot, Watson, Peacock, Taylor, Clare, Jameson and Howard. That is your top 10. Going into the final round at Shennington is going to be an interesting weekend.
It really is, and a track that is A, very slipstream heavy, B, has a lot of overtaking opportunities, and
track.
Does generally, given the fact that if you don't defend up to that Stratford hairpin, and that you're going to get overtaken, but by defending, you back yourself, the whole pack up. It keeps
it's
huge chunks of drivers together.
Amazing watch. You know, for all the Alpha Live watching out there, you know, sign in to the final round. It's going to be great. Shennington with this level of driving is going to be an amazing weekend. It's one not to miss. Well, anyway, I'm going to leave you to carry on. I'm going to go and make sure my son's okay and his cart's in one piece, but I'm sure it probably isn't. And I will see you at Shennington.
Cheers, Andy. Thank you very much. Shennington in 4 weeks' time. The entries will be open soon. It won't just be for drivers that have competed in the championship. Come and, if you're familiar with Shennington, come and race at Shennington. If you want to give SuperOne a chance before a full season next season, come and see what it's all about at Shennington. Next up, then, it's time for Might E Super Cadet.
I will see you at Shenning.
So, Mighty Super Cadet, the penultimate final here today then. Senior Max will be the last one. That one will go down to the final round of the season in seniors because we've got Jarek Metters trying to close up in the points on George Cole and onto Morgan Hudson-Brown. He's missed 2 rounds at the start of the season for Jarek Metters. We await the Mighty Super Cadets heading out, and indeed they do right now. So, it is, in terms of points, a 2-horse race between Harry Stinson and Ansel Murray. They will go off the front row. Ansel Murray needs to beat Harry Stinson to keep his championship alive. Harry Stinson needs to beat Ansel Murray to be crowned the champion. It's as simple as that. Logan Jackson starts P3, Casey Baker P4, Jacob Hutchinson and Jaden Bond go off row number 3. Harry Watkinson starts P7, Oscar Dudley in P8 with Zachary Parr and Brandon Hartley going off P number 10. Murray in the O-plate that was won the weekend before the main championship started at Rowra in Cumbria. Stinson alongside him in the 178. Field nicely poised. 9 minutes of racing ahead of us. As Murray with a nose down the inside there has to get on the brakes as Stinson escapes in the run up towards the first corner. Logan Jackson thinking about a move down the inside as the rest of the field concertinas together, but everybody nicely through round Christmas corner as we head down the hill, and Ansel Murray makes the move early on Harry Stinson. Settles into the lead. Stinson in second place. May well have to wait for Shennington. But will give himself a really good opportunity as he tries to close in. We've got a contact warning early for Brandon Hartley in the 184. But Murray from Stinson, Jackson. Jaden Bond and Casey Baker just behind. Murray, though, will lead us up the hill. I don't think the camera never really does that corner justice, to just how steep it is on the way into that corner. And then we're pretty much back down to a level field by the time we get to this straight now that they're on and run up towards Wilkins. Murray a little bit deeper into the corner than what Stinson is, but once you're in there, there's no real overtaking point unless you're going in really, really hot. Leaders pulling away then, Murray and Stinson, with Logan Jackson in front of Jaden Bond. Up towards the right-hander at Christmas corner. Harry Stinson is down the inside of Ansel Murray. He's back into championship position for Harry Stinson. Clearly wants to get things wrapped up. So Stinson then from Ansel Murray. Jackson, Bond, Watkinson, Hutchinson, Baker, Parr, Dudley and Hartley. Jackson is close enough there to still be a threat. Jaden Bond in that 4th place. We're going to have a change, are we, for P5? Yes, we are. That's Jacob Hutchinson in the W plate going down the inside of the 139 of Casey Baker. We've got Zachary Parr on the back of them as well, with Oscar Dudley and Brandon Hartley in 9th and 10th respectively. Two kart lengths between them. That will close up on the brakes, but then we'll go back out when Stinson gets on the power earlier than Murray out of the final corner. There's Logan Jackson. P3 at the moment for the young man from Macclesfield. Murray still within touching distance, but behind we had Bond and Baker. Didn't see Watkinson in that 5th place there for a moment, which he'd taken from Casey Baker earlier on. Is still now being shown in P6 on timing. In P8, sorry, in timing for Jacob Hutchinson, some 4 seconds or so back. So, having moved up to P5, he certainly isn't there as the two drivers in orange come round the final corner. Half race distance in terms of time, as Stinson will think about defending and does, and he's later on the brakes up towards Christmas corner than Ansel Murray. Murray just feeling out where Stinson is in terms of braking point, lines, curbs, where he feels that A, he's stronger, but B, where he might need to gain a little bit, because if you can gain a little bit, it's not about being stronger than somebody in a certain area. If you can gain where they're strong and then you're stronger elsewhere, particularly the run up towards Christmas corner, you get to do overtakes like that. Ansel Murray down the inside of Harry Stinson. And all of that came from getting a good run out of the final corner. Closed up. He was a lot closer out the final corner than what he had been a few laps before. Bond and Baker currently battling here then over 4th place. Jaden Bond leading Casey Baker at the moment. Try and draw alongside over the timing line. It's a longer way round there for Casey Baker than it is for Jaden Bond, and we'll have to try and make the move on the run up towards Christmas corner. Cannot get it stopped on the brakes. And, has to remain in P5. Behind them, Watkinson now appears to be in front of par with Hutchinson, Hartley, Dudley, your remaining runners. Murray in front of Stinson, as we saw earlier on at the front. Will cross the timing line shortly. See whether Casey Baker can make the move stick this time. No, he cannot. Pulls out the slipstream again, but finds that Jaden Bond is that little bit later on the brakes than what he is. So we head into the infield section and we're going to see a dive down the inside. That is a super move by Casey Baker on Jaden Bond for 4th place. Really, really tidy overtake there by Baker. At the front, Ansel Murray has got a bit of a gap here, back to Harry Stinson. And as it stands, we're going to Shannington for championship weekend in this mighty Super Cadet class. Harry Watkinson there in the orange helmet, being pursued by the 144 of Zachary Part. That's over 6th place. Murray and Stinson at the front, and that gap is going out lap on lap here. Harry Stinson has done what he could in the early part of this race, but there's nothing he can do about the pace of Ansel Murray later on. In fact, Murray put in the fastest lap on the previous lap by a good margin as well. So he extends his lead by a second on the previous lap to Harry Stinson. Time is down to 0 and the leaders are heading out of the boot right now. There is Ansel Murray coming through and into camera shot. Again, the gap going out. In fact, Logan Jackson getting closer and closer to Harry Stinson, but will run out of time, I'm sure of it, to take 2nd place away from the 178 of Harry Stinson. Having said that, we might have a chance here. Stinson looking very, very worried and looking over his shoulder. And it's because, look at the right front. Right front's going to come off here for Harry Stinson. Can he get that round? He needs points. He's got to get some points. Down to P4, mechanical flag for Hartley. Stinson's got to keep going. Just drag it round on 3 wheels like Hamilton at Silverstone. Murray's going to take the victory. Jackson's in 2nd. Baker's going to be 3rd place. Where's Stinson? There he is. I think the bearing's gone on it. He's going to bring it round. Can he get to the line? He's holding the bearing. He's holding the wheel. And he holds on for P4. The championship's going to be a little bit closer now. It's 3 points lost from 2nd place. No wonder the pace dropped. What a valiant effort from Harry Stinson to get that kart home and to the checkered flag line. I'm surprised he's gone more than 10 metres beyond that checkered flag. I think I'd have got to the line and stopped, and I think he certainly has on the outside. There he is on the outside of the corner. He's going to be a little bit disappointed, but lost 5 points in the final there to Ansel Murray and will still go to Shannington as the points leader, and we'll have a really good opportunity of wrapping up what will be an inaugural mighty Super Cadet Championship. On the day though, Ansel Murray did everything he needed to do to keep his championship hopes alive by taking the victory. Logan Jackson and Casey Baker finish in front of the valiant drive of Harry Stinson, with Harry Watkinson, Brandon Hartley and Oscar Dudley, Jaden Bond, Zachary Parr finishing in P10 behind Jacob Hutchinson. So the cart will be collected, although I imagine we'll collect that at the end of the day. It is well out of the way. All we have to do is pack young Mr. Stinson off back into the pit lane, along with Jaden Bond. Oh no, the trolleys are on their way out. I thought we might have just left them there until the end, because we've only got 2 finals left for you today. We've got Intermax, where we could feasibly have a championship wrapped up for Charlie Gregg. And we have got Senior Rotax as well that remains wide open. So we move to our penultimate final of the day. It's time for Inter Rotax. So the crowds remain here at Whilton Mill, particularly for Inters, because we have a fairly big grid of them, so they'll be getting ready to watch the Intermax making their way round. Charlie Gregg is your points leader in this championship, and whilst there's a few drivers further down that haven't taken part in some of the rounds, overall Charlie Gregg has been the one to beat. He needs a top 20 finish, and that involves TJ McLeish taking the victory. So Charlie Gregg from the Isle of Man could well be taking not only the winner's trophy home today, although it's going to be hard work for him. He's had a tough weekend as Charlie Gregg, but has stayed largely points-wise within a few places of TJ McLeish in most of the heats. I have a saying. The saying is you win your weekends, you win your championships on your bad weekends. And he stayed within touching distance of all of the carts in front. This will be an interesting one though. We've got drivers that have not won rounds of SuperOne at the front. We've got drivers that are guesting this weekend at the front. We've got drivers that won yesterday that had mechanicals in the mid-pack because they had a mechanical flag in the second. And we've got the championship leader mid-pack as well. Shailan Srikantan will go off the front row with Joshua Knayston Wade, TJ McLeish and Charlie Heffer, with Charlie Ford and Xavier Davidson off row number 3. Row 4 is Ollie Blanford and Leyland Bradnam, with Louis Granell and Eli Romalo. Noah Wicklow and Charlie Gregg will go off row number 6. Row 7, Toby Miles and Aubrey Harrington Evans, Arlo Atwood and Evan Dearden, with Amelia Hay and Maria Roberto going from row number 9. Row 10 is Calvin Sherlock with Finley Fawkes, Harley Hassel and George Allison, with Nixie Hay and Oliver Wynn going off row number 12. To have a quick look back at Intermax heat number 2, and that will explain why Maria Roberto, who won that second heat, is well down the order for this final. Removed from the standings for a technical infringement for Maria Roberto. We've got Noah Wicklow down the order because he was given a mechanical flag and came into the pit lane early before the end and picked up minimal points, but at least he picked up points which Roberto wouldn't have done because of that technical infringement. Not sure what it was, we don't get details. Could have been underweight, could have been something to do with the kart. Nonetheless, the driver in the bright green helmet, the Honda Cadet graduate from last year, Shailan Srikantan, ran at the front in that class. He's run at the front in this one as well. Can Joshua Knayston Wade, can TJ McLeish, can they get away along with Charlie Heffer before the likes of Wicklow, Roberto and Gregg get through the traffic? There's a fairly good chance we're going to have a new name on the top step of the podium there's a good chance that we could crown Charlie Gregg as your Intermax champion, following in the footsteps of Logan Rolfe from last season. Can the young man from Crosby in the Isle of Man be taking the championship trophy home? We'll find out in around about 10 minutes' time as Shaylan Srikantan leads us through in front of TJ McLeish, who is the driver that needs to finish high and finish well. Does TJ McLeish to keep his championship hopes alive? He's still going to be up there inside the top 3 come the end of the season nonetheless for TJ McLeish. But we run down the hill towards Ashby for the first time, and Maria Roberto in the pink helmet going down the inside of a number of carts there into the right-hander at Ashby. And with a little bit too much gusto by the look of things, because we're off on the inside and we've got a cart with them as well. Would not be surprised if we went Battenberg here, given that we've got carts off and marshals needing to work to get them clear. So we'll see as we come round, but Shaylan Srikantan will lead us round up and over the timing line. The drivers are slowing down, and I think we could well have gone to a full course yellow. Well, it's showing as a wave yellow. There's no Battenberg out. There isn't a Battenberg. There is on the overhead gantry, but there's not on the flag. There we go. There we go. I wasn't sure on the overhead gantry. I was just looking at the flashy light on the side, but it did look like we all slowed down there. Maybe a little bit too early. We'll see, but we're going to slow things down nonetheless. And bring it round at a much more manageable pace. We did have one driver going up and onto the back of another in the mid-pack there. Could have been Joshua Knayston Wade, I'm not sure. I think it was a little bit further forward than that. Now, we did have a Battenberg out the whole time, along with the flashing light. We just didn't have the actual physical flag. There is Roberto walking away somewhat gingerly, but the move down the inside, and as you can see there, snap front left track rod, game over. Rear bumper mullered is the word as well by the look of things. It looks a little bit bent. And it's taken Toby Miles out of the race as well. So we did have a Battenberg. I had this horrible feeling that we'd slowed down just under a yellow flag, but good awareness by Shaylan Srikantan. It was Finlay Fawkes who went high and up and over a cart in front. So Srikantan, McLeish, Heffer, Knayston Wade, Charlie Ford and Ollie Blanford, with Noah Wicklow up to P7, having started in P11. Granult, Bradnam, Davidson, Atwood and Charlie Gregg, currently P12, your champion-elect, running in the mid-pack, but doing enough to what he can do at the moment to pick up some points. Up towards the timing line, will we stay Battenberg or will we go green? I think we're going to stay Battenberg. Of course we are. We are still fixing the tyre wall down there. We don't want to put the marshals in any harm at all. Charlie Gregg with a look over. There he is with the white nose on the cart and the white helmet with the pink sticker kit of Joe Weaver Racing. Shaylan Srikantan just keeping the field at a serene pace. Not weaving, not warming up his tyres. Full Kimi Räikkönen, he knows what he's doing. Around about 4 minutes on the clock when they cross the timing line here. Wicklow with a very aggressive chop to the right. That will keep some heat in the front tyres. Marshall still working to reinstate that tyre wall. As the Battenberg flags remain out. Now we're just going to drag it back into position. Mainly because I'm fairly sure that them bits of foliage were on the other side of the tyre wall before the two drivers went into it. So Marshall's moving away could well mean we could get this race going with, as expected, around about 4 minutes on the clock. Who's going to get the jump here as Srikantan looking to his right to see whether the marshal at the start line and see whether he can see if the marshal at the start line is holding a green flag. And we're going to stay Battenberg. The marshals have cleared that tyre warp. And we stay Battenberg. So we'll have 2 minutes roughly on the clock here. And this is a complete different mindset for the drivers now. When they come to do this, they've got very little time to make the progress forwards that they'd have been hoping for. In particular, that driver there in the white and blue who ducks out from behind the train, and we've got a slow-moving car up in the top corner at on the run down the hill from Ashby. I'm just going to have a quick look on the don't get sector times here. Trying to pick the number out on that. It could be Calvin Sherlock. It looked like it had a 4 on the right hand side. It is Calvin Sherlock. Just making sure it wasn't TJ McLeish. She had a 4 on the outside in the 74, but I know he's got a black suit and he's still there in second place. So it's Calvin Sherlock out of the race in P18. That car just being recovered. So it may well be that the plug has oiled up by going slowly under this Battenberg flag that has lasted for 3 laps, but for the best part of 5 minutes now. As we head round. And we've still got a Battenberg flag at the line. Surely we're going to go green. Are we not? We're not. Well, I am perplexed. Which is a long word for me. I'll tell you now. Visually, we can't see anything particularly wrong now with the circuit. The tyre wall's in place, the marshals and the officials are back in place. And if it was going to take this long, I'm surprised we didn't red flag it. Given that it was an opening lap infringement, which would have given us a complete restart of this 9-minute race. But with the exception of the first lap, bearing in mind we did 52-second opening lap, TJ McLeish was the fastest. We've been doing 2-minute laps ever since, so we have spent 8 minutes. Well, it will be 8 minutes because we might get a 1-lap shootout here at the end. And he's got a green flag in hand. We might get a 1-lap shootout here, but we've spent 8 minutes and 10 seconds under a Battenberg flag. We've done 52 seconds of racing at the start, and we might see another 52 seconds of racing at the end here. We are going to restart with the last lap. I mean, we've seen drivers lead the first lap and lead the last lap. I think this might be the first time that those two may be the only racing laps. Can Shailan Srikantan hold on? That's the question, because he's got the entire field behind him. Round the final corner, gets the power down, green flag, 1 lap of racing, let's go into Max. Srikantan will lead them then from TJ McLeish as they go up the hill. Noah Wicklow's going to make the move down the inside. Who's down the inside into the right-hander at the top of the hill goes Charlie Heffer. Srikantan, look over the shoulder. He's not going to have to defend. Charlie Gregg's still in the mid-pack as well, which means he will be crowned champion at the moment. Currently crossed the line in P11. Did Charlie Gregg, only needs to be inside the top 20. He won't mind that it's been effectively a 2-lap race. Neither will Shailan Srikantan. Into the boot they go. As I said, he led the first lap. He led the last lap. There were the only 2 racing laps, but Shailan Srikantan, on his debut weekend at Super One, takes the victory in Intermax from Charlie Heffer and TJ McLeish. Joshua Knayston Wade and Noah Wicklow, your top 5. Crossing the line in P10 will be enough for Charlie Gregg to be your 2026 Intermax champion here in the HWE BIM Services Super One Championship. But Shailan Srikantan takes the victory in Inters from Charlie Heffer and TJ McLeish. Joshua Knayston Wade, Noah Wicklow, Charlie Ford, Ollie Blantford, Leyland Bradnam with Louis Granell, and your new 2026 HWE BIM Services Super One champion is Charlie Gregg. Right, let's see if we can do 3 laps of racing. It's time for Senior Rotax. As has been mentioned, this one will go down to the wire in the championship with Jarek Metters, George Cole and Morgan Hudson-Brown all in the mix. And they will go off the front 3 rows. Xavier Davidson's cart just being recovered. Driver will get a front row seat here, I think, for Senior Rotax. So he will stay in the marshal's post until the end of the race day. Only one more race then will bring you a grid for what will, I'm sure, be a action-packed senior final. In fact, we've got a trolley coming out for that cart. Luckily, they can exit through the gates towards the right-hand side of your screen there near the mill circuit, so it shouldn't take too long. In fact, that cart will be getting pulled there. Xavier Davidson's number 20. Jarek Metters will start from pole position. Rory Hinckley alongside with George Cole and Caden Welch, Morgan Hudson-Brown and Ronnie Smith on row number 3. Row 4, Isaac Parkinson and Lucas Blantford with Lewis Holt and Rory Burke, Kieran Denyer and Max Lorna-Bennock go off row number 6. Billy Edgecombe and Robin Brain with Harry Gill and Dylan Tracy, Kian Eastick and Molly Griffiths on row number 9. Row 10 is Tom Nottingham and Lucas Steele with Kate Broadbent and Ollie Rowley, Riley Mason-Lewis and Luigi Pellini on row number 12. Row 13 will be Emma Stoner and Jacob Barron, Izzy Lawton and Jasper North, Ralph Oliano and Max Greenland in front of Salvador Newman. Points-wise, we'll have Leon Barlow, Max Chown and Tom Williams. Leon Barlow definitely won't be taking part, and we have only had 31 runners for some of our other races, so we'll see whether we are missing 1 or 2. Doesn't look like Max Chown is down there. He's got a black and white sticker kit, and I can't see one of them in the final few places, and it doesn't seem like we've got Tom Williams down there either. So we are just waiting for the go ahead for the drivers to enter the circuit. Still got 1 or 2 carts being recovered, but plenty of spectators ready to watch this final race of the day here from Whilton Mill. Thank you for those that have joined us throughout the day. I know there's plenty of karting action for you to watch and other motorsport as well throughout your race day, so thank you for joining us here at Super One. As we wait, these senior Rotax runners just being given the go-ahead to go out onto the circuit. There we go then. Green flag in the right-hand side from the grid marshal. Gets us out onto track. So Metters and Hinckley. Hinckley goes off at the front. He will be on the outside of the front row though. And Jarek Metters leading us as he tries to maintain his 100% record of final victories that he has contested so far this season. Didn't attend the first 2 rounds, both of which were up at Rowra, because we run 2 race meetings per weekend on 1 set of tyres. So drivers will purchase 1 set of tyres in senior Rotax and they'll use those tyres on both race days. Then some of our younger classes, those tyres last over multiple weekends, particularly in the Bambino classes. So Metta's working them front tyres hard in that number 2 cart, hoping that by the time we get to Sheddington, he may well be able to exchange that for a number 1 if all goes well in 4 weeks' time in the heart of Oxfordshire. Lights go out, and for the final time, we're away and racing. George Cole follows Jarek Metters through at the start with Rory Hinckley just behind in 3rd place. They'll run up towards the right-hand braking zone of Christmas Corner. Morgan Hudson-Brown trying to go down the inside from 4th place. Izzy Lawson in the 13 there, trying to go all the way around the outside. We've got 5, 6, 7 drivers off on the outside on the run out of Christmas Corner. We'll pick out who they are at the end of lap number 1, because we'll have around about 10 drivers all the way at the bottom and cast adrift from the rest of the field. Jarek Metters leads though from Cole, Hudson-Brown, Hinckley, with Ronnie Smith there in the green colour in 5th place in front of Isaac Parkinson. Caden Welch is falling down the order to P8. Lewis Holt, Kieran Denyer, Rory Burke, Billy Edgecombe. The warning goes out for Robin Brain. He's in P14 behind Max Lorna Bennett. P13, Harry Gill, who's down the tail end of the order coming through. We haven't seen Kearney stick through yet. We haven't had Jasper North, Dylan Tracy, Molly Griffith, Katie Broadbent, all drivers that were off on the opening lap and across the grass. Katie Broadbent was the one in the 45 that was facing the wrong way with the pink helmet. Suit-wise looked very similar to the green of Ronnie Smith, who currently sits in P5 at the moment. Billy Edgecombe picks up a warning. He currently sits in P12. Metters comes back into shot as the train of carts all the way down to P7, Lucas Blanford. Then you've got Caden Welch holding off Lewis Holt and Kieran Denyer over P8. Lucas Blanford down the inside of Ronnie Smith. Smith's going to go for a ride over the grass on the outside. So Blanford moves through. Smith there made the early call that he was going to go over the grass. Lewis Holt, though, goes all the way down the grass on the exit of Osiers and rejoins up near the boot. Smith making the call to go on the grass was probably better than trying to rail that curb on the exit of Osiers. He's going to lose another place, though, to the Lightning McQueen liveried 95 of Caden Welch. Slots back down the inside of him into the right-hander Ashby. Welch is going to try and run back at him in the all-red chassis. Looks like that's a red speed chassis for the 95 of Caden Welch. which has with around about 85% of the chassis is a Tony kart. They just paint them in different colours and call them something different. We've got the stationary kart on the outside. Harry Gill, I think that is in the 86 for Attack Motorsport. Leaders are starting to come back together, helped in part by George Cole's fastest lap on the previous. Caden Welch down the inside of Ronnie Smith. Can Lucas Blanford find a way past Isaac Parkinson? He's come from a fair distance back. I think they're in P5. Keep an eye out. Indeed, he is through on the blue-suited Isaac Parkinson. In the number 34 for Parkinson. Metters now under pressure from George Cole. Cole looks a little bit tidier through the right-hander at the far end of the circuit. And I wonder if Metters had gone lower on pressure to try and get away early doors. He's been given a track limits warning. First time we've seen one of them today for Jarek Metters. I do wonder if that's for the exit of turn number 2. Cole will also take a tight line in, but he was never going to go down the inside of Jarek Metters there. I think he was just trying to fend off Morgan Hudson-Brown and Rory Hinckley. Mechanical flag for Molly Griffiths. It's normally rear bumper's popped out or the chain guard has come off for Griffiths, and given that she was involved in the opening lap incident, I think that dropped her down the order. It could well be that there's a little bit of damage to that kart as a result of that incident. Everything coming together in the top 4. Lucas Blanford was 0.3 faster than Rory Hinckley on the previous lap, who in turn was half a second faster than Morgan Hudson-Brown. That's why we see the yellow helmeted of the 2 Joe Weaver racing karts in 4th place. That is a beautifully liveried Haas number 75. Another warning for Jarek Metters. It's Max Greenland in that 75 Haas. He moves through currently in P18. Fastest lap by George Cole. In 2nd place on chasing down Jarek Metters. 0.3 behind. A track limits warning for Lucas Steele. I wonder if it's on that exit there of the first complex of corners. There is Molly Griffiths in. The chain guard is still attached, and the rear bumper, at least this side, is attached. It could well be on the other side that is fallen down. Still following Max Greenland round, currently P18 for Greenland, behind Emma Stoner in the Project 1 number 33. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Blanford no closer this time in P5 as Jarek Metters will defend from George Cole. Metters will try nearly just to back Cole into the other 2 and hope the other 2 can start. They're going to run 3 wide up towards the left-hander. Hinckley's coming down the inside from P4 to take full advantage. Is that what Metters wanted? Let them all squabble, back them into each other. Rory Hinckley started this lap on P4 and Blanford is right on the back. He was 1 second behind, pretty much nailed on a full second behind. Another track limits warning for Jarek Metters. I wonder if it's actually blocking that they're not happy with rather than track limits, because he's not using all of the curve there on the first corner, so maybe they don't have a blocking button. So maybe they're not necessarily happy with the early defence from Jarek Metters. There goes Blanford down the inside of Morgan Hudson-Brown for 3rd place, and the Zip Kart liveried OTK is through. That's allowed George Cole through as well. They're backed up all the way to Parkinson, and is that Caden Welch on the back of things as well here in P7? I think it may well be. Yes, it is. Still going to have 3 laps at the end of this one. Metters is going to have to use everything that he's got in his locker to make that senior road tax kart as wide as a double-decker bus. And it's not going to be wide enough because there goes Hinckley. Blanford as well. Blanford's done them both with a superb switchback on the exit of Christmas Corner, and he will lead the field down the hill towards Ashby. And I get the feeling now that he will be off into the distance. Hinckley asks Metters for a little bit of assistance. Track limit warning for Blanford now. Could it well be the curb? We're going through the heel of the boot. The seniors do try and take as much of that curb as possible, and I think it may well be for that corner. So they fire the carts over there so that the smaller cadet and inter, and even worse, the Bambinos certainly can't do. Seniors with their weight. Rotax running to a weight limit of driver and cart at 162 kilos. Gets that cart bolted to the ground as much as possible. Blanford, having made up 2 places on the previous lap, will lead us through. The field will see the final lap board this time. Blanford, Hinckley, Metters, Cole, Brown and Welch all within single camera shot, and Blanford clearly confident that he can run all the way up. Metters is going round the outside of a very defensive Rory Hinckley. Great move by Jarek Metters, and he will now defend that second place, and I get the feeling Blanford's done enough with half a lap to go as Morgan Hudson Brown and George Cole go side by side just in front of Caden Welch, who is currently running in P6, now in front of Isaac Parkinson and Ronnie Smith. Gap back to Rory Burke and Kieran Denyer. But the day belongs to your returning champion. Lucas Blanford will win the final here at round number 10 on his return to zip racing in front of Jarek Metters and Rory Hinckley. George Cole, Caden Welch and Morgan Hudson Brown, Parkinson, Smith, Burke and Brain as Kieran Denyer and Billy Edgecombe fall down the order on the final lap. Don't think either of them have seen the checker yet. They're still falling down the order on the final lap outside the top 20 for your 7th and 8th seeded drivers from last season. But it's Blanford from Metters, Hinckley, Cole, Welch, Morgan Hudson Brown. There is Kieran Denyer. He'll not be finishing the race because his helmet is off. Going back on again. Lucas Blanford then from Jarek Metters, Rory Hinckley and George Cole. Caden Welch, Morgan Hudson Brown, Parkinson, Smith, Burke and Brain complete the top 10 in front of Tom Nottingham, Max Lorna Benning, Ollie Rowley, Lucas Steele and Emma Stoner completing your top 15. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday here with the SuperOne Championship here at Whilton Mill. Some championships have been wrapped up this weekend. Some will go down to the wire, and I'm sure the final turn round the Wilkins hairpin at Shennington in 4 weeks' time as this championship concludes its 2026 campaign. I will be there. Hopefully you will be too. Alpha Live definitely will be. And we cannot wait to welcome you back for round 11 and 12 of the SuperOne Championship. 11 will be a slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. And then round 12, a championship day, will be an Alpha Live production of all the heats and all of your finals from round number 12 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Championship. Thank you very much for spending your time. If you're still at the circuit and watching, have a safe journey home. If you're at home, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I've been David Sullivan, and we'll see you again on Alpha Live.